The Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privileges of the floor will please retire to the gallery. Good morning, senators.
Good morning.
Good morning, the few guests. The senators and all in attendance, if you are able, please stand. We will be led in prayer this morning by the Reverend Sherman Z. Logan, Jr. of First Unitarian Universalist Church, Richmond. Following the prayer, everyone will please remain standing, and we will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America by our Senate page, Constanzo Pinto Aroja of Ashburn.
May we pray. Spirit of life, God of many mysteries beyond our naming, as we open today's session of the Senate, we invite the spirit of justice, liberty, and freedom to gather and mingle in the chamber with us. We invite the spirit of truth, love, and compassion to be their companions in the day ahead. In the quiet of this moment, in the still of this day, let us remember the people of the Commonwealth who have elected these officials who gather now to begin their work on behalf of the people. Let us remember the people from across the Commonwealth who seek to live with dignity and hope for a bright tomorrow. Let us remember those who are vulnerable, afraid, suffering, and at risk, disenfranchised and marginalized. The work ahead of this legislative body is no easy task. It is demanding and relentless. It is at times powerful and rewarding, yet it has the potential of being harsh and ruthless. So we pray that it may never be heartless. We pray in the names of all that are called holy. May this be so. Amen. Ashe.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The clerk will call the roll. All those present, please vote aye. The clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Madam President. Senate Journal for Monday, February 6th, 2023. Thank you.
The senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel, moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All in favor of waiving the reading of the journal will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 3, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 36, noes 3, Rule 36-1. The reading of the journal is waived. The clerk will report any communications from the House of Delegates. Chair calls on the senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Madam President, I would move now that we waive the reading of the communications from the House of Delegates.
The question is, shall the reading of the communications be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 5.
Ayes 35, noes 5. The reading of the communication is waived. The clerk will report any communications from the governor.
I do not have any, Madam President.
We have arrived at the time in our morning hour when we will hear about all of our wonderful guests in the gallery. The normal procedure is Senator will rise and speak of you, and then I will give my remarks, and after my remarks, we will applaud. And so with that, I will now start with the senior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for 3 introductions.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. My first introduction is for the Reverend Sherman Z. Logan, Jr., who provided our lovely invocation this morning. Reverend Logan is a minister at First Unitarian Universalist Church right here in Richmond, which I also claim as a spiritual home. I know I found much companionship, fellowship, and a very loving environment every time I visited our First Unitarian Universalist Church. So I thank the minister as well as the congregation for all that they do. Madam President, this is also a sad anniversary this week. Reverend Gene Pupke, who was the immediate predecessor for Reverend Logan, passed away a year ago this week. And Reverend Pupke was a dear friend to the Senate. She spoke often and provided the invocation to us often over the past several years. And we also honor her memory, and we thank Reverend Logan for joining us this morning. I ask that we give the warm welcome of the Senate.
Good morning again, and please rise. And thank you for coming, and thank you for your sacrifices in our community. And we are saddened that this is an anniversary of Reverend Pupke's passing. Senators, please let us give him the warm welcome of his Senate. Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. My second introduction is for the Indian American Muslim Council, members of which are joining us today in the gallery. The goal of the Virginia chapter of the Indian American Muslim Council is to share a message of peace, pluralism, and social justice, and to draw attention to areas of crisis that are currently happening for the Indian American community here in Virginia, as well as throughout the United States, particularly for those individuals who have family and friends in India, and to provide education and information to everybody. The Indian American Muslim Council will be visiting your offices this morning and throughout the day and talking with your staff members in order to provide some necessary information. Again, Madam President, I ask that we give the warm welcome of the Senate.
Please rise. Good morning again to you. And thank you for being in that area, because I hear that you draw attention to areas of crisis. And how will we know how to help unless we know where the help is needed? So thank you for doing that. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. Also joining us in the gallery today are members of the Powhatan Leadership Institute who are visiting the General Assembly today. I wish first to offer my apologies. I was supposed to meet with our Leadership Institute this morning, but because we began early, I wasn't able to do so. The Powhatan Leadership Institute informs, educates, and enlightens interested citizens about issues facing the county with the goal of developing a group of county citizens who are motivated to participate in all county activities. And they are visiting us today and speaking to different folks in our offices. And again, Madam President, I ask that we give them the warm welcome of the Senate.
Please rise. Well, we thank you, Senator, for that introduction, and we thank them for what they do. There they are. You've made your entrance. We thank you certainly for your areas of concern, and thank you for being here so that we can know how we can help. And senators, let us give them, please remain standing. You've come in at just the right time. Please give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, the gentleman from Fairfax City.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise for an announcement.
The senator has the floor.
Senators, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, Madam President, tonight is our final basketball practice before the big game. And so please, first of all, don't speak too much on the floor today so we can get out of here at a decent hour. And please be at the gym at 7 p.m. with your basketball shoes if you want to play in the game. I have at least one senator I'm keeping on injured reserve, so we've already talked. But everybody else, if you want to play, please get there at 7 o'clock tonight. Further announcement, Madam President.
The senator has the floor.
I still need to get checks from a lot of people for Massey Cancer Center. That's $250 each. Monday morning, there's going to be a list up on my office door. You do not want to have your name on that list. Please get me a check. President Pro Tem was the first one, so I appreciate it. But please get me a check so your name is not on that list going up on my door on Monday. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Donovan, the gentlelady from Enrico.
Good morning, Madam President.
Good morning.
I rise for the purpose of an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. You might have seen on the way over a tent with Child Care Aware of Virginia, and they are joining us in the gallery today. Boy, do I wish I had this when my kids were little. It was so hard to find child care as a working mom. But they're doing so many things to make sure we have high-quality child care in Virginia. Not only are they creating interconnections so you can find child care and choose from different options, but they're also working on making sure that child care providers are getting paid enough. In Virginia now, post-COVID, we have dropped the number of mothers working from 75% pre-COVID to now, 75% to now 70%. If you want to talk about where some of the workforce has gone, they've gone home first to help their kids with school and now to take care of them. So this is really important for Virginia and for all of us. It's really hard to be a working mom, and I'm really grateful for their work. Today we're joined by Angela Wirt, Sakina Jackson, Grace Reef, and Sarah Vaughn. And Madam President, I hope you'll give them the warmest welcome from the Senate for all of their hard work.
If you are here, please rise. They are still, Senator, doing their due duty in helping this to be more aware. So I thank you for bringing it to the floor of the Senate. And indeed, I myself could have used this. So we thank them for what they do. And we will, in absentia, give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Chair recognizes the senior senator from Richmond, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. Joining us in the gallery, we have advocates from Repro Rising Virginia and the Virginia Reproductive Equity Alliance. These organizations are dedicated to ensuring that all Virginians have access to the full range of reproductive health care options, regardless of their geographic location or socioeconomic status. They are here today to advocate in support of SJ 255, a constitutional amendment for reproductive freedom that is on the calendar today. And I ask that you give them a warm Senate welcome.
There you are. Thank you for coming, and thank you for being of the legislative process. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Chair recognizes Senator DeSteff, the senior senator from Virginia Beach.
Madam President, I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, on behalf of myself, Senator Cosgrove, and Senator Rouse, we'd like to introduce a distinguished group of high school seniors from 11 Virginia Beach public high schools. One young man and one young woman from each of our city's fair schools from the senior class has been chosen by their school counselors as the outstanding seniors of the class of 2023 by reason of their demonstrable excellence in the following 5 areas: character, community service, extracurricular activity, citizenship, and scholastic achievement. These young men and women who will be our future leaders, are sponsored by the Optimist Club of Virginia Beach. Today, they'll be walking the Capitol grounds, taking guides and tours of the Capitol and the Supreme Court of Virginia, visiting with their senators and delegates. They are also looking forward to observing the Senate and House sessions. Today, they're accompanied by Les Cox, who's an attorney and the president, Carolyn Cox, who's an attorney and the vice president, Brian Stephanie Lankowski, Robbie Nowaski, Laura Hughes, attorney, secretary of the Optimist Club and former Virginia Beach School Board member, and Robert Dean, former Marine and patriot. Madam President, let's please give them the warmest regards of the Senate.
Please rise. Thank you for coming. And I think of the 5 qualities that we have heard that you possess, the number 1 is character. Character will drive all of the others, including leadership. So thank you for being a part of that group, and thank you for being here. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Chair recognizes Senator Howell, the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce my intern, Jose Rojas. He is a student at the University of Richmond, and although he's only in his 3rd year, he plans to graduate this semester. He has plans to attend law school in the fall to study constitutional and criminal law, and he has been absolutely invaluable in my office. Please give him the warm welcome of the Senate.
Please rise. There you are. Thank you for being a part of the Senator's staff. As you know, we run a tight ship, and without you and others, it is almost impossible because the workload is so great. You have an up-close and personal seat. Thank you for continuing your studies. Senators, let us give him the warm welcome of his Senate. Is there any other business to come for the morning hour? Hearing none, the clerk will call the calendar.
Senate calendar for Tuesday, February 7th, 2023. Page 2, uncontested calendar, Senate bills on 3rd reading. Senate Bill 818, a bill relating to public elementary and secondary schools, programs of instruction, mental health education, curriculum guidelines, instruction required.
Chair calls on Senator Spruill, the senator from Northern Chesapeake.
Madam, I move the substitute. Third reading. Yeah. I move that the bill pass. Speak to the measure.
The senator has the floor.
Ma'am, this bill instructions give the instruction that the health committee would put together a program to allow students, to talk to students, to let them to advance on how to take care better themselves. I move that the bill pass.
Chair recognizes Senator Chase, the junior senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. The patron was not here yesterday for me to ask a question. Could this bill go by temporarily so I have an opportunity to speak with the patron?
Without objection, Senate Bill 818 goes by temporarily.
Senate Bill 1066, a bill relating to historic rehabilitation tax credit.
Chair recognizes Senator Somerville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass. Speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Just note this is on the uncontested docket. I guess it's short, so I'm going to explain it today. This bill basically lifts the cap we placed in 2017 on the amount that an individual taxpayer can claim on an annual basis on the historic tax credit from $5 to $10 million. Also increases it to $20 million in communities that are in enterprise zone. The historic tax credit has been one of the most successful tax credits we've passed. The estimates done by the Department of Historic Resources say that for every dollar we put in, we get about $5 back over 10 years on the life of a project. We have some really exciting projects we've done, like the Homestead, the Dan River Mills White Mill project in Danville is going right now. And the current limitation really restricts the amount of investors that can invest in a project. It makes it harder to get these projects done. This just makes it a little easier. There is no cap on the overall program, and I would hope that we could pass this bill unanimously. It's been a very successful program across the entire Commonwealth.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1533, a bill relating to medical marijuana program, additional cultivation facility. And we have one floor amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Dees, the gentleman from Charlottesville.
Madam President, having voted on the prevailing side by which we engrossed this bill and passed it to its third reading, I move that we reconsider that vote.
The question is, shall the vote by which Senate Bill 1533 was ordered to be engrossed in advance to its third reading be reconsidered? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The vote is reconsidered. Senator Deeds.
Madam President, I move that we waive the reading of the floor amendment.
The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator Deeds.
Madam President, the purpose of this bill is simply to allow a medical marijuana pharmaceutical company that has a processing site in Washington County to have a growing site in Allegheny County, and the purpose of this amendment is simply to limit this bill to those locations. So I move that we adopt the amendment.
The question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The floor amendment is adopted. Senator Deeds.
Madam President, I move that we engross the bill and pass it to its third reading.
The question is, shall the bill now be engrossed in advance to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading. Senator Deeds.
Madam President, I move that we waive constitutional readings and move this bill on to its final passage.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading be dispensed with? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The third constitutional reading is dispensed with.
Madam President, I move that the bill pass, and I'd like to speak to that bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, as I explained with respect to the amendment, the purpose of this bill simply is to allow a medical marijuana company that has a processing site in Washington County near Abington to have a growing site in Allegheny County. It'll create 50 jobs, or about 50 jobs in Allegheny County. I hope that you'll pass the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 30, noes 10.
Ayes 30, noes 10. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1265, a bill relating to Virginia Electric Utility Regulation Act, financing for certain deferred fuel cost, review proceedings, rates, return on common equity, rate adjustment clauses, capitalization ratio for certain projects, generation facility retirement subject to approval.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Thank you, Madam President. SB 1265, we pretty much discussed.
For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
To speak to 1265 on final passage.
The senator has the floor.
And moving its passage. Just briefly, the bill reduces Dominion's, the rates for Dominion customers by $350 million as of July 1st. A letter from the SEC staff, confirmed that it's a net of $6.17 to $7.17 per month. And that includes the effect of increasing the return on equity. It includes the effect of doing that. Senator Norman's amendment sunsets the ROE at the end of 2027, but the rate cut, by contrast, is permanent. The bill also allows for the securitization of $1.6 billion of the SEC, the outstanding fuel costs due to the war in the Ukraine and just general inflation. Under current law, without this bill, and make no mistake about it, without this bill, rates will go up $17 a month on the average bill. If you vote against this, you're voting flat out to increase $17 for your constituents. And I mean, to say, well, I did that because I didn't want Dominion to go from 9.3 to 10.07 return on investment, which would still put them just in the middle of their peer group in the South. The net effect, as I said, is a $6 to $7 immediate rate cut versus a $17 increase. So you're talking about a spread of almost $24. That about wraps it up. We pretty much discussed major aspects of the bill yesterday. And with that, I would move its passage.
Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, the gentleman from Fairfax City.
Thank you, Madam President. Speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I was advised by some observers yesterday that our closed-circuit TV cut out during the debate. And so I just wanted to recap it for those folks that are watching, that I gave a spurring and emotionally compelling reason why this bill should be amended. Some people were in tears. People said it was transformative. And yet, for some reason, it did not carry the day, and the amendment was defeated. And so here I stand arguing again on third read. And let me begin by saying this is not a terrible bill. Not a terrible bill. Doesn't mean it's a great bill. Not a terrible bill. I think there are some parts to this bill that I agree with the senators, my senior colleagues from Fairfax County and James City County on deferred fuel costs. I think it is appropriate that we spread that over the next few years. I think it could have been done by the commission themselves, but we can do it by legislation. Moving this to a biennial review, I think that makes sense. And we also are keeping in the environmental protections, which is important, unlike other bodies in the city of Richmond. I still think that the peer utility review is the wrong way to go. Again, it locks us into what is basically a group of sister utilities that takes away the SEC's discretion. And so I'm against that. But the bottom line, it's not a terrible bill. I think it's going to get better. I think we need to get a few reds on this just to show that this is not a perfect or necessarily even a B-plus bill, but it's going to get better, and it's going through the process. And so give me a few reds, and let's see if we can come back with a better product. Thanks.
Chair recognizes Senator Suderline, gentleman from Roanoke County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking briefly to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I'd heard that there had been great inflation in Fairfax since I left, and I think the senator from Fairfax City may be showing that there. I would not give it that high of marks. I do think that we should vote against this today. We will be getting a far preferable bill from the other chamber very soon. But something I just want to speak to briefly is for the last several years, all I've heard about when we discuss criminal justice laws is that we need to put more authority in the hands of our judges that we trust by the virtue of the fact that we're electing them, and we need to not keep closing their hands with mandatory minimums. And that's exactly where we continue to go down this route every time we take away authority from the SEC rather than just let the SEC do what they're constitutionally supposed to do. So I won't give it as high as marks as Senator from Fairfax City. I do think he's correct that we ought to vote in the negative today.
Chair recognizes Senator Norman, the gentleman from James City County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking very briefly in favor of the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have had quite a robust discussion about it, and in spite of the passionate plea of the senator from Fairfax City yesterday, amongst all the tears, there was clarity on a majority of the body on which direction we ought to go. And without reviewing all of the provisions of it, what I would remind the body is there are many, many interested parties who want to continue to participate in the discussion and the formation of this bill as we go forward. And that opportunity is becoming a reality. This bill that I anticipate will come out of the Senate is just a marker from our position, which will be contrasted and debated with the bill coming out of the House of Delegates. So as a poet once said, there are miles to travel before we sleep on this bill, and I hope we will report it out and that it will continue to evolve with some further robust discussion that will be addressed through the teary eyes that the senator from Fairfax will evoke.
Chair recognizes Senator Morrissey, the junior senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. Would the gentleman, the senior senator from Fairfax County, yield for a brief question?
Will Senator Saslaw yield for a question? Will Senator Saslaw yield for a question?
I yield.
The senator yields. Senator Morrissey has the floor.
Before I ask the senator a brief question, I will acknowledge that the gentleman from Fairfax City gave probably the most impassioned speech since the gentleman from Hanover, Patrick Henry, gave it, and Churchill hundreds of years ago. And I'm sorry that the Commonwealth didn't witness that fiery speech. But I would ask, on a serious note, the senator from Fairfax, there has been some comment that, or suggestion that this bill would prevent SEC oversight, and can you address that briefly?
It does.
Senator Saslaw has the floor.
It does not do away with oversight by the SEC. The major part in there has to do with the return on equity. Everything else, like to get any increases in rates, all have to be approved by the SEC. They have to approve virtually everything that they do. That's unchanged.
I thank the senator.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 27, noes 13.
Ayes 27, noes 13. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1106, a bill relating to Transportation Partnership Opportunity Fund.
Chair recognizes Senator Newman, the gentleman from Bedford.
Madam President, I move the bill pass and speaking to
the senator has the floor.
Madam President, this is the bill that has gone through transportation and through finance. The things that I think we talked about yesterday were that as a result of the bill and the amendment we put on yesterday, we actually have to go through the MEI chairs, the chairman of Senate Finance and Appropriation, both chairs, and House Appropriations for anything to actually happen in the section. That's a big difference to the way the bill was introduced. And then, of course, as opposed to the way the bill is introduced, every penny that goes in will have to be appropriated by the General Assembly. No money will move in any way whatsoever unless it is appropriated by the General Assembly. So I would move that the bill pass.
Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, the gentleman from Fairfax. The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 4.
Ayes 36, noes 4. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1129, a bill relating to Chesapeake Bay Watershed Implementation Plan, effective date.
Chair recognizes Senator Hanger, the gentleman from Augusta.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to speak to the bill and to move that it pass.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill, which was discussed yesterday because of some floor amendments, makes some changes to our plan for achieving our goals in the Watershed Implementation Plan. And it's critical that we do this because we up till now have not, I guess you would call it, accountability or metrics to measure our progress. We've been making progress, but we've been uncertain. We're at a point now where we're putting significant monies into the effort, and we have goals that are looming out there in the near future. And this particular bill will set new timetables for achieving some of those goals, but it also puts in place numerous accountability and metrics so that we will, on an annual basis, be able to tell where we're at and come up with corrective actions if we're not achieving those goals. So I move that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1427, a bill relating to campaign finance, political action committees, certain large pre-election expenditures.
Chair recognizes Senator Suderline, the gentleman from Roanoke County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate agree to Senate Bill 1427. And speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I think it's very important that in the Commonwealth, where our campaign finance system for a long time has been built on transparency, that we make sure that we make updates to that to ensure that transparency of our system updates present realities. The way that political action committees have proliferated has changed some things, and under our current rules, you can have a political action committee could be created in, say, April 1st. They could call themselves something like Progressive Action for Virginia or something, and talk about how, liberal progressive values they believe in, spend a whole lot of money, take a whole lot of money in, really affect a primary, and then maybe their candidate even wins, and not until July 15th do we find out that that was not actually a progressive grassroots organization. We had no idea where those donations came from. It was perhaps a very large interest of someone else's making. And I think that it's important that we have that both in the general election and in this primary in the spring. So what this bill seeks to do is it puts PACs on a similar footing, just like those of us that have actual campaign accounts, in that we have to have reports that actually show up during the reporting period. And also, most importantly, when there's very large actions that might be taken close to a primary or close to a November general election, those actions also have to become public. And I think that's what we need to do with our system that is based on transparency, and I hope it will be the pleasure of the Senate to adopt the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 831, a bill to require the Department of Medical Assistance Services to take steps to amend certain waivers providing services for individuals with developmental disabilities to provide greater financial flexibility for certain services.
Chair recognizes Senator Favola, the gentlelady from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that this bill pass. And speaking to the motion,
the senator has the floor.
Thank you. What this bill does, it's a Section 1 bill, and it directs DMAS to look at the steps needed to amend our Medicaid waiver plan. So individuals on a developmental disability waiver may be able to spend beyond what our current limits are on medically needed equipment or services. So this is the first step in allowing for a medically needy expenditure under our DD waiver process. There are many steps to amending the plan. As you know, a plan amendment goes before our Finance and Appropriations Committee in the House. So this is just one step forward. This was a recommendation from the Disability Advisory Commission. Having explained the bill, I ask that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote?
No yelling across the
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 852, a bill relating to search warrants, menstrual health data prohibited.
Chair recognizes again Senator Favola.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that this bill pass. And speaking to the motion,
the senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. What this bill does is it protects menstrual health data that may be stored on an app or any other electronic device or computer from seizure through a search warrant. This is merely a privacy bill for a very important health status situation that women, of course, sometimes track. Having explained the bill, I ask that the bill pass.
Chair recognizes Senator Peake, the gentleman from Lynchburg.
President, I ask if the senator from Arlington will rise to answer a two-part question.
Will the senator yield?
I will yield.
Senator Peake has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would ask the patron two parts. A, is she aware of any law enforcement agency in the Commonwealth of Virginia that has sought the information included in Senate Bill 852? And two, has any court or jurisdiction in the Commonwealth of Virginia ever issued a search warrant for the information listed in Senate Bill 852?
Senator Favola has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I am not aware of an agency seeking the information or a court order. That does not mean such information had not been sought. I am just not aware. Again, this is a privacy issue. I think it's another way of protecting, I think, very personal information. I ask that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 9.
Ayes 31, noes 9. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 886, a bill relating to paid sick leave, health care providers, and grocery store workers, waiver for certain employees.
Chair recognizes Senator Sorovell, the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this bill has to do with sick leave workers, only for our health care and our grocery store workers. The bill basically requires 1 hour of sick leave for every hour worked.
I'm sorry, will the senator, can we identify the source of that? Senator may continue. Thank you.
Sure, no problem, Madam President. As I said, this has to do with sick leave for our frontline grocery store and healthcare workers. It requires 1 hour sick leave for every 30 hours of work, and it only applies to grocery store employers that have 25 or more employees. There's been studies that have done that shows that sick employees cost the American economy about $160 billion a year. And that's not just people who are missing work sick, but people who are spreading around illness to other workers and getting those workers sick and causing economic loss in our country. I would also note that in 2021, Christopher Newport University did a poll of all Virginians, and they found that 88% of Virginians support sick leave for all workers, not just healthcare and grocery store, but for everybody. So here we are again on the floor debating another 88% issue that 9 out of 10 Virginians support. And we're going to have maybe we'll have a debate, maybe we won't, but I hope we have more unanimity about it. I just want to note that in 2021, UFCW had estimated that as of that time, 91,000 grocery store workers had been infected, 456 had been killed by COVID. The story's even worse for healthcare workers. The World Health Organization estimated that between 80,000 and 180,000 healthcare workers were killed by COVID. That's approximately the midpoint of that's about 110,000. So about half of a Senate district's worth of healthcare workers killed. And I would submit that if we provided sick leave to folks and they didn't feel compelled to work, where they would be exposed or spread illness to others or to other patients, or, for example, in grocery stores to people walking by the cash register, we would have seen less illness spread and less death. Madam President, I think this bill is a common sense measure. It's a small step towards providing sick leave. And I think if there's anybody that deserves sick leave in our state, it's these people that work on the front lines for us every day. And I hope we can pass the bill.
Chair recognizes Senator Norman, the gentleman from James City County.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I have no misconceptions about where this bill is going, but it is extraordinarily perplexing to me. I understand the frontline workers in the healthcare community as they are put in harm's way every day. Beyond that seems nothing more than a pandering to unions to me. And in fact, when the presentation, and you can make faces, but when the presentation was made in committee, the presenter referenced the union committee that was pushing this. And I say to you, if in fact we are so concerned about frontline workers, how about the individuals at the pharmacies, where they are dealing every day with individuals who are coming in to drop off or pick up prescriptions who are suffering from some illness? How about the teachers? How frontline are they when they have 20 to 30 students that come in from a variety of backgrounds and a variety of observations about their health issues? How about some of the convenience store workers that are constantly dealing with people? It's just that they are not part of the unions. I say that in a more appropriate approach on this bill would be to limit it to healthcare workers, or perhaps we should provide an amendment on it that requires everyone who is considered a frontline worker in any line of work to wear a mask because they are so effective. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam President.
Chair again recognizes Senator Sorovel.
Thank you, Madam President. If nobody else desires to speak to
the senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. I would just like to note, first of all, for the senator from J City County, Madam President, that on line 40 of the bill, it defines a health care provider as having the same meaning as under 8.01, 581.1. And if you turn to 801, 581.1 of the code, a health care provider is defined to include pharmacists. So pharmacists are covered by this bill as long as they're just basically covered because there's no employee cap. So pharmacists are actually in. So I'm sure the pharmacists appreciate your concern. With regard to the teachers, I'm pretty sure most of our teachers already get paid sick leave. So to the extent, and they also, by the way, weren't required to be around students for much of the pandemic, but to the extent they are now, they still have sick leave. So I think our teachers are taken care of. It's our people that work on an hourly basis that are the ones that are the most exposed to this. And I don't think anybody in this country really realized how exposed our grocery store workers are until that pandemic occurred and you're out there trying to get your food and exposing yourself every day, and you're thinking about these people you're walking by in line paying for your food, and they're sitting there looking at 30, 40, 50, 100 people going by them in line every day, wondering whether they're breathing in a virus as they do their job. These are the people that need protection, Madam President, and I hope we could do it with this bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 887, a bill relating to state correctional facilities' use of isolated confinement. Reported from the committee.
Chair recognizes Senator Morrissey, the junior senator from Richmond City.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I'm speaking on behalf of SB 887. I move for passage of that bill and speaking to that measure.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, with certain clearly delineated exceptions, Senate Bill 887 is a bill to end the archaic and barbaric and inhumane practice of solitary confinement in Virginia. Quite frankly, we are just too advanced and humane and civilized a society to continue this practice. Even the United Nations has recognized that solitary confinement lasting longer than 16 days amounts to torture. In our Commonwealth, we had one individual that was in solitary confinement for 16 months. Empirical evidence shows that anything lasting over 15 days has a detrimental effect. This bill is simple. It simply states that the bill prohibits solitary confinement lasting longer than 15 days within a 60-day period. As I said earlier, there are exceptions outlined in that bill when warranted. And I would end by saying this because you have heard this before. We passed this bill twice before. The other body converted it into a work study. However, I think you can show compassion and mercy and strength all at the same time, and I think we can do that by passing 887, which would end solitary confinement. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 16.
Ayes 24, no 16. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 896, a bill relating to racketeering offenses penalty.
Chair recognizes Senator McDougall, the gentleman from Hanover.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, this bill adds petty larceny to the organized racketeering crime statute. Madam President, we've certainly seen recently that there have been a number of occasions where groups, organized gangs will come through, commit larcenies, and because of the organization, those larcenies will be significant amounts. This would allow the leaders of those groups to be prosecuted under the racketeering statute if the aggregate amount of items stolen was greater than 10,000 and it was an organized group. Madam President, with that, I renew the motion that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Ayes 32, noes 8. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 932, relating to Virginia, there's that word again, Advisory Board established report Drug Control Act reclassification of psilocycline.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that SB 932 pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. SB 932 creates the Virginia Psilocybin Advisory Board, which would be tasked with developing a long-term strategic plan for the therapeutic use of psilocybin in Virginia, and it also changes psilocybin from a Schedule I drug to a Schedule III drug, and thus reduces the penalty for possession. Madam President, there's very compelling research coming from Johns Hopkins as well as other research institutions that demonstrate that psilocybin has an immediate and long-lasting impact on individuals who are suffering from anxiety and depression, and it has been shown to be particularly effective for our military veteran population suffering from PTSD. Many individuals have shared with me, as well as have provided testimony on a national level, that where other drugs and opioids have not been effective in treatment of depression and PTSD, they found immediate and effective relief from psilocybin. So this would create an advisory board that would take a look at how we can implement the therapeutic use of psilocybin in Virginia, and add to the number of other states that have been moving steadily in this direction. And with that, Madam President, I renew the motion that we pass this bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 15.
Ayes 25, noes 15. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 934, a bill relating to state agencies' telecommuting policy.
Chair again recognizes Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that SB 934 pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. SB 934 increases our Commonwealth's aspirational goal of providing telework opportunities for state agency employees from 20% to 45% of eligible workers. This increase is predicated on the fact that we have new technologies and increasing demands for our workforce to have greater flexibility and opportunity. Some members in this chamber may recall that in 2004 we had passed our first aspirational goal of adding telework opportunities to the Commonwealth state agencies at a level of 20%. This was a bipartisan effort, and it was signed into law by Governor Gilmore. As technologies have increased, as we have more access to provide broadband and more opportunities to deploy workers, state workers, all across the Commonwealth, we are in a position to now increase that aspirational goal from 20% to 45%. The purpose of the first initial bill in 2004, as members may recall, was to make sure that our Virginians who live in rural communities, who live in Southwest Virginia, have just as many opportunities to be participants in our state agencies, to work for state government, and not have to leave their communities. By increasing this aspirational goal, we continue to move in the direction of bringing increased opportunity for employments and jobs in rural communities. We also increase employee satisfaction. We also are able to retain high-quality employees in our state agencies. And with that, I renew my motion that this bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, noes 8.
Ayes 32, noes 8. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 939, a bill relating to discretionary sentencing guidelines, written explanation, appeal.
Chair recognizes Senator Edwards, the gentleman from Roanoke City.
Madam Chair, Madam President, this bill deals with discretionary sentencing guidelines.
For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
I'd like to move that the bill pass, and by way of explanation.
The senator has the floor.
I'd like to explain the bill. This bill passed last year from the Senate, and what it basically does, currently the trial court is supposed to make a record on the case, the written explanation of any departure of the guidelines upward or downward. There's discretionary guidelines, and the judges can go upwards or downwards. What this does, since some judges are really not doing much rather than saying nothing particular explanatory, that this bill requires the explanation adequately explain the sentence imposed by the court. And it also provides that if the defendant objects to the calculation of the discretionary sentencing guidelines, the defendant can appeal on this, and the appellate court can require resentencing by the lower court, or the defendant can move forward with some other post-conviction relief. That's all it does. Without that explanation, I move the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 989, a bill relating to crime victim rights notification from the Attorney for the Commonwealth.
Chair recognizes Senator Peake, gentleman from Lynchburg.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise. I move that the bill pass.
The senator has the floor.
And speaking to the bill, Senate Bill 989 is a victims' rights bill. This law would place responsibility of victim notification upon the Commonwealth's attorney rather than upon the victim. The law requires the Commonwealth's attorney to consult victims at key stages of the process to ensure that they understand the nature of the proceedings and the consideration of any plea agreement. This bill does not require the Commonwealth to follow the victim's request. The discretion remains with the Commonwealth. It just requires the Commonwealth's attorney to keep the victim apprised of what is happening and to advise them of any plea agreement. I ask that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 30, noes 10.
Ayes 30, noes 10. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1002, a bill relating to State and Local Government Conflict of Interest Act, certain gifts prohibited, foreign countries of concern.
Chair recognizes Senator Cosgrove, the senior senator from Chesapeake.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to move that Senate Bill 1002 pass and to speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this bill prohibits officers and employees of state and local governments from receiving a gift of value in excess of $100 for which fair market value or gift of greater or equal value has not been provided or exchanged from foreign countries of concern as defined in the bill. And the way those countries are defined is using the U.S. Department of State database to determine which countries are considered to be threatening to the United States of America and its security. I hope that the body will see fit to pass the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, noes 8.
Ayes 32, noes 8. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1025, a bill relating to exclusion of witnesses, governmental agencies, and other entities.
Chair recognizes Senator Stewart, the gentleman from King George.
Thank you, Madam President. Move the bill pass and speaking to the measure.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. In every civil case, or actually in a criminal case, the defendant has the ability to sit at counsel table. In a civil case, the person who's the principal of litigation has the opportunity to sit at counsel table with their attorney. That opportunity was never afforded counties. And so what this bill does, as it says, a representative of the county, local government, may sit at counsel table with the attorney, as well as a corporation, representative, partnership, or other entity. Typically what happens is if you move to exclude witnesses, everybody has to go out of the room, but we make that exception for the litigant itself, the individual. Now we're extending it to the counties as well. I hope you'll support the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1051, a bill relating to vehicles left on private property, public utility company, and broadband service provider vehicles removal or towing.
Chair recognizes Senator McPike, the gentleman from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Move the bill pass and speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 1051 came to me actually from the fire service. Work conditions were actually there on a scene trying to fix an outside gas leak, and because of some of these properties being so close, actually a gas company parking their truck, sometimes you have to walk around and therefore off of the property to go check meters in the area, and literally a tow truck hauled the utility vehicle off the property, slowing down emergency response. And so it happened again in another condition for electric company vehicle. And so this sets out parameters and limits that where they're actually doing service work, which is really important to both the safety as well as the community. And unfortunately, sometimes we have to legislate common sense and provide provisions where there's actually aggressive tow companies that are sitting there with spotters, and their contracts state that anytime an individual leaves the property, their contracts allows them to tow. And this jeopardizes, frankly, public safety and significant disruptions, which is why I brought the bill, Madam President, and urge the body to pass the measure.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 9.
Ayes 31, noes 9. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1063, a bill relating to driver improvement clinics and driver training schools.
Chair recognizes Senator Spruill, the gentleman from northern Chesapeake.
Thank you, Madam President. Will the bill pass? Speaking to the measure.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. This legislation would extend the license and certificate validity period from 1 year to 2 years for drivers improvement clinics, driving training, and associated instructors. The bill would lessen administrative fee and create a more efficient process for drivers improvement clinics, driving training schools. The application fee would be decreased from $100 to $150 to reflect the doubling of the validity of the bill. I have moved the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1069, a bill relating to drivers stopping for pedestrians, certain signs, stops.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Madam President, I rise to speak to 1069 and move its passage.
The senator has the floor.
And to explain, we've got kind of a convoluted situation here in the Commonwealth. Back in 2020, we passed legislation that required drivers, we thought, to stop for pedestrians. And we crafted the law to say, the state said what we're doing now is that yield will essentially mean stop. When we did that before, we were informed by and some areas went to put up those signs. It said that. The federal government said you can't do that unless it's specifically written in your state code, which is what this will do now. And let me emphasize this, it is not mandatory. No jurisdiction is required to do this. But if they want to do it now, the code has changed so that they can put these signs up. Yield essentially meant stop in the law, or at least we thought it did. And that's, it states when they're approaching the lane that you're in, it will apply to where there's crosswalks. And it will not, it can't apply to anything where the speed limit on that road at that intersection is greater than 35 miles an hour. So it's not mandating it on any locality. Can't be done on any speed limits above 35 miles an hour. VDOT estimates that in the areas that they are in charge of, as opposed to, let's say, the cities, and Arlington and Henrico County, there's probably at best 100 locations statewide that might qualify for this. So, like I said, it's not mandated, but if they do want to put up the stop sign now, we've changed the code to allow it. And with that, I would move its passage. And again, as I said, it's not mandated.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, noes 8.
Ayes 32, noes 8. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1099, a bill relating to School Resource Officer Grants Program and Fund.
Chair recognizes Senator Norman, the gentleman from James City County.
Thank you, Madam President. I respectfully move that Senate Bill 699 pass, and speaking to that bill 1099.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I think many of us, including myself, were not aware that there was already a statutory provision that created a grant program for SROs and school security officers, and it's been on the books for quite some period of time. That fund may be financed either through direct appropriations or through grants and gifts that are placed in that fund. What the bill does that I have proposed under 1099 are a couple of things. First of all, it provides that it includes elementary schools, which were not previously included in there for the grant program. Also, pursuant to the discussions in the subcommittee that we had, there was some concerns about what the grant funds could actually be used for, and you will note in the calendar there are a series of amendments that exclude such things as firearm tasers and restraints on it. The bill also requires that the school division must enter into an agreement with the local law enforcement officers on that. So I would respectfully move that the bill be agreed to.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 5.
Ayes 35, noes 5. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1101, a bill relating to the establishment of family and medical leave insurance program financing through payroll taxes.
Chair recognizes Senator Boysko, the gentlelady from northwestern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move we pass the bill and speaking to it.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is setting up a paid family and medical leave universal insurance program in the Commonwealth. I have lots and lots of statistics about why this is an important thing for us to do. We are the only country, industrialized country in the world who doesn't have a paid family leave program in our country. Instead of giving you tons of facts, unless you want them, I'm going to tell you a couple of personal incidents. My daughter in 1997 was born 2 months early. I had something called the HELP syndrome, which almost killed me. My husband was a software engineer, and he got a total of 2 weeks off after the baby was born. Sophie Claire was in the hospital in the NICU 20 miles away for 6 weeks, and I had a toddler, Hannah, who was just turning 3. So somehow I had to figure out how to take care of the baby, take care of myself, try to visit my child in the hospital by myself, basically. And I had to rely on friends and neighbors. My husband had to work full time because we couldn't afford for him to take off because we were really living paycheck to paycheck at that time. Paid family and medical leave would have addressed that. It would have given him the ability to care for his family. Secondly, in 2009, I got a strange virus and it affected my vocal cords. And for the better part of 9 months, I lost my voice and then I'd get it back. And I'd lost my voice and I'd get it back. Finally, and I was working for a member of the Board of Supervisors in Fairfax County. My entire job was being out in the community, talking to people, helping them solve their problems. Not talking was not a possibility for me. And so at one point, finally, I was resorting to ringing a bell in my home or clapping my hands to get somebody's attention. And the doctors were like, you've got to stop. You cannot continue to talk. Again, I didn't have a paid family and medical leave bill to take care of me. I had to take 2 months off with no salary at all to heal myself. We know that there are families who are going through this. Whether we pass a bill like this or not, is not going to stop the problem. But what I do want to let you know is that if we pass paid family and medical leave here in Virginia, we will be able to help our small businesses, especially because they don't have the flexibility to pay their employees for paid family and medical leave like some of our big companies do. This insurance would be financed through small contributions from employers' employees. So, for example, somebody who's making $60,000 a year each month, every week they would only need to contribute, and their employer, $2.89, which is about $150 a year. It is entirely self-funded, and if we pass this today and get it through, the paid family leave will require a startup loan. In other states where this has been passed, it has been paid back within 2 years. We've already done an actuarial study in Virginia. We have looked at this. We know that we can implement it. Having Virginia employees and businesses contribute to an insurance fund uses the power of numbers to make paid leave affordable for all, even the smallest. And so that's why a universal program is the most compelling. For example, and I've had some people say that they think that it could be too expensive, but all of us have challenges, whether it's caring for a loved one who is dying or very, very ill with cancer or others, having a baby, having someone who is in your family who is being deployed to active military or coming home, perhaps with a really serious illness. For a 15-hour employee making $15 an hour for 12 weeks, that would cost an employer about $5,000 in wage replacement. In comparison to this bill that we're talking about today, an employer would contribute about $150 per year to a fund, and that employer could use the wages of the on-leave employee to hire a temporary replacement if they wish, invest in their business, or save for another use, because that employee would be able to draw from their insurance program. I'm happy to answer any questions. Again, this would cover caring for a family member with a serious health condition, having a serious health condition yourself, not a cold, we're talking cancer or something debilitating for a long term, a birth, adoption, placement through foster care, caring for a new child after these for either the husband or the wife or the spouse, caring for a covered service member, or someone who qualifies for the leave arising out of the fact that they are going to active duty impending the call. I move the bill pass.
Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, the gentleman from Fairfax City.
Gentlelady yield for a question.
Will the gentlelady yield?
Madam President, I do.
Senator Peterson has the floor.
I would ask the gentlelady, does this apply to every business in the Commonwealth?
Madam President, this is really for employers, yes. So the benefits are portable, and the individual, to give you just some details, they must earn at least $3,000 in 2 of the 4 quarters comprised on the base period. So if you're talking about somebody who you have hired for a very temporary basis, perhaps to help with the end of the year, that person probably would not qualify. But yes, and the benefits move with the individual. They stay with the individual.
Well,
Senator Peterson.
So the answer is it covers every business.
Yes, sir. It does.
Further question, Madam Chair.
Will the senator yield for another question?
I yield.
Senator yields. Senator Peterson has the floor.
What if a business already gives paid leaves to their employees? Do they have to tax them?
Senator Boysko has the floor.
Madam President, I thank the gentleman from Fairfax City for that question. This is a great answer. They would still be part of this. It covers everyone, but we also have. If you have a collective bargaining agreement, if you have an employer policy or any law, an individual's right to the leave under the chapter may not be diminished by a collective bargaining agreement. You would continue to be part of that. We have not worked that. There will be a regulatory process if this does end up passing through both chambers. We could sit down and hammer those details out.
Okay, further question, Madam President.
Further questions, Senator Boysko.
Yes,
I only have 12
Senator
employees.
yields. Senator Peterson has the floor.
I only have 12 employees. There's no collective bargaining agreement. My question is, if we already extend paid family leave or whatever leave policy we have, do I have to tax my employees, or can I just extend it as their boss without being part of this program?
Senator Boysko has the floor.
Madam President, I'll just follow back up again. If you have somebody who you want to cover who makes $15 an hour, your cost would end up being $5,000 in wage replacement for that one person. This is actually a better deal than what you would have. This is actually a better policy to cover their salary.
I thank the gentlelady.
And Madam President, I move the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1133, a bill relating to cannabis control, retail market, transitional sales, regulated hemp products, penalties, modification of sentence for marijuana-related offenses.
Chair recognizes Senator Eben, the gentleman from Alexandria.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that SB 1133 pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
SB 1133 has to do with regulation and sale of adult use cannabis in the Commonwealth. The bill before you contains similar policy concepts and decisions to my marijuana licensure legislation that we passed last year, but it is substantially streamlined. SB 1133 stands up a regulated adult use market under the oversight of the Virginia Cannabis Control Authority, who it gives broad discretion as the subject matter experts to craft necessary regulations to regulate this market. It requires product safety and potency testing, enacts strict labeling standards, bans advertising focused at young people, gives localities the ability to opt out of the market, taxes cannabis at a 21% excise rate, and reinvests those funds into historically economically disadvantaged communities, pre-K for at-risk youths, and addiction prevention services. Right now, none of that is happening, but we know that cannabis is still being illegally imported and sold in Virginia. This bill addresses that and goes further by requiring the same stringent regulations and enforcement be applied to synthetic cannabinoids derived from hemp products. It creates a transitional sales period beginning on January 1st, 2024, with 4 pharmaceutical processors and 5 franchisees of those processors entering the market on day one. That means up to 20 small Virginia businesses from historically economically disadvantaged businesses would be some of communities would be some of those first to enter the market. This bill fixes a major public health, consumer safety, and public safety issue, and it does what more than 60% of Virginia voters want us to do: regulate these products, ensure they're safe for consumers, and also generates hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue for the Commonwealth. I renew my motion that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 16.
Ayes 24, noes 16. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1159, a bill relating to fines, costs, forfeitures, penalties, and restitution collection fees, assessment against incarcerated defendant.
Chair recognizes Senator Boysko, the gentlelady from northwestern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Criminal court debt is expected to be paid within 90 days here in Virginia, after which point it is considered delinquent. Those people who do not pay the debt within the 90 days are most likely low-income people who have the least ability to pay, and yet they're penalized with a 17% collection fee, which is charged to them to offset only some of the costs to the state in contracting collection agencies to collect that debt, meaning that Virginia has to pay some of that. From 2014 to 2022, Virginia paid both private and public collection agencies a total of almost $26 million and imposed an almost $106 million in collection fees on those people struggling to pay their debt during that time. A criminal conviction and the events causing these convictions can be disruptive in a person's life, and they can lose their job, their housing, regardless of whether or not they're incarcerated. But incarceration does make it harder for people to get back on their feet from a criminal conviction. By giving people the full 180 days before repayment is required, they will have more time to recover from the effects of the criminal conviction and the effects of incarceration if they served time, and thus are better able to pay their court debt before it can become delinquent. Then fewer accounts will be sent to the collections, saving not only the low-income Virginians, but also the Commonwealth money that can be better spent elsewhere. This is good for the economy, good for the Commonwealth, and I move that we pass the bill. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 26, noes 14.
Ayes 26, noes 14. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1165, a bill relating to installation, maintenance, and operation of devices in highway right-of-way for law enforcement purposes, regulation, authority, civil penalty.
Chair recognizes Senator Lewis, the gentleman from Accomack.
Madam President, move the bill pass. And speaking to that motion,
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, members of the Senate, Senate Bill 1165 deals with the placement of law enforcement devices within VDOT right-of-way. There was a recent Attorney General's opinion which called into question the ability of VDOT to permit the placement of these devices, and so this bill authorizes the Commonwealth Transportation Board to authorize VDOT to allow the permitting of these devices in the right-of-way. More importantly, in addition to allowing the permitting of these devices in the right-of-way, Madam President, the bill also places guardrails around what the devices can be used for. Specifically, they can be used for felony investigation, Amber Alerts, and Silver Alerts. The provisions of the bill also provide strict limitations on to how long what data can be retrieved or obtained, and what data and how long it can be maintained, which is 30 days. It also creates a penalty for misuse, as well as provides for the revocation of any permit that had been issued if there has been any misuse. These devices are currently used on private property and adjacent to VDOT right-of-way, and in those localities that control their own roads that are not where the rights of way are not controlled by VDOT. They also are already using these devices in those rights of way. So, with that, Madam President, that is the bill. I move that the bill pass.
Chair recognizes Senator McDougal, the gentleman from Hanover.
Thank you, Madam President. Would the senator yield for question?
Will the senator rise for a question?
I yield.
Senator rises. Senator McDougal has the floor.
Madam President, I ask the gentleman, are the devices that would be located owned by the state police, or are they owned by private individual corporations?
Senator Lewis has the floor.
I would say to the gentleman, Madam President, that the state police contract with private entities for the devices.
Madam President, would the senator yield for additional questions?
Further questions, Senator Lewis.
I yield.
Senator yields. Senator McDougal has the floor.
Madam President, would the data being collected be housed on private databases, or would they be housed on databases owned by the state police?
Senator Lewis has the floor.
Madam President, I would answer the gentleman that the private provider that would be used or contracted with relies on the Federal Bureau of Investigation's NCIC hot list, which is updated every 24 hours to send real-time alerts to law enforcement officers who are nearby. The captured data is fully encrypted and then is hard deleted based on the retention policy of the governing body, which in this particular instance is a 30-day policy.
Would the gentleman yield for additional question?
Additional questions, Senator Lewis.
I yield.
Gentleman yields. Senator McDougal has the floor.
Madam President, if I understand this, then on Interstate 95, 81, 64, if one of these devices is placed, the license plate of every vehicle that's traveling on that road would be captured and stored for 30 days. And then if there's any investigation going on about an accident or any other situation, that device could be kept for longer than 30 days. Is that accurate?
Senator Lewis has the floor.
I would say to the gentleman that's partially accurate. The retention or capturing of this data has to be in relation to an Amber Alert, a Silver Alert, or a felony investigation.
Madam President, would the gentleman yield for additional question?
Additional questions, Senator Lewis.
I yield.
Gentleman yields. Senator McDougal has the floor.
So, Madam President, does the language of the bill restrict the capture of this data to only timeframes in which an alert has already been issued?
Senator Lewis.
Madam President, I would say to the gentleman that is my understanding of the language of the bill.
Senator Stewart, the gentleman from King George.
Thank you, Madam President. Would the gentleman yield for another question?
Will the gentleman rise?
I yield.
Senator yields. Senator Stewart has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I direct the gentleman to line 48 of the bill, where it says the data shall be maintained for no more than 30 days following its collection and shall be deleted unless such data is being used in an active law enforcement investigation, which I get, or another provision of law establishes a different data retention requirement or limitation. I would ask the gentleman, what does that mean?
Senator Lewis.
I would answer the gentleman that throughout the code we have various provisions regarding retention of captured data for various purposes. 30 days, I am told, is the shortest period of any of the provisions in which we capture data and have guardrails about how long that data can be maintained.
Madam President, will the gentleman yield for another question?
Another question, Senator Lewis.
I yield.
Senator yields. Senator Stewart.
Madam President, I'd ask this a different way. I understand that generally speaking, it will be used for a felony investigation, an Amber Alert, or Silver Alert, and it can only be retained for 30 days. But there's an opt-out provision that says unless they're going to use it for something else, why would we allow them to use it for something else, I guess is my question, and not maintain a strict adherence to those three things for only 30 days?
Senator Lewis.
I would answer, Madam President, I would answer the gentleman that it says, my reading on line 21 says such data is being used in an active law enforcement investigation, or another provision of law establishes a different data retention requirement or limitation. I don't see where it says, or they're using it for something else.
Madam President, will the gentleman yield for another question?
Another question, Senator Lewis.
I yield.
Senator yields. Senator Stewart has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm not trying to beat this dog to death, but if the gentleman would look on lines 48, 49, and 50, it specifically says law enforcement investigation or another provision of law establishes a different data retention requirement or limitation. So it seems to me there is an opt-out, and this data could be collected and used for something different because this bill would allow it to be.
Senator Lewis.
Madam President, I would answer the gentleman and say my interpretation of that wording would be if it is required by another provision of law.
Will the gentleman yield for another question?
Another question, Senator Lewis.
Yes, I yield.
Senator Stewart may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. Finally, could this be used, this information be used for an affidavit to get a warrant of arrest, or could it be used in court? The way the bill reads, I'm not sure.
Senator Lewis.
Madam President, I would answer the gentleman, I do not believe so, but I am not sure either.
I thank the gentleman, Madam President.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 27, noes 13.
Ayes 27, noes 13. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1166. A bill relating to energy planning and electric utility oversight, Commission on Electricity, Utility Regulation, Membership, Meetings, Powers and Duties, and Staffing. Virginia Energy Plan, Public Presentation of Plan Draft, Electric Utilities, Integrated Resource Plans, Stakeholder Groups, and Public Outreach required.
Chair recognizes Senator Sorovo, the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass, and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate Bill 1166 basically has to do with a revitalization of our Commission on Utility Regulation. The Commission's having its 20th birthday this year. It's about maybe a 10th of SAS law, something like that. It hasn't met, though, in about the last 6 years. And this bill would change that. You all know that we deal with some pretty heavy-duty utility policy issues in this body. And just to give you all a sense of that, I want you to think for a second about the size of the amounts of money that move around when we take these votes. Dominion's annual revenues right now are around $16 billion. APCO's around $3 billion. There's some independent power producers that sell electricity in Virginia. It's probably billions more there. The amount of money Virginians spend on electricity is probably equal to about 60 to 70% of our general fund. Yet we cast votes in this body that move around billions of dollars, and we probably spend about 20 minutes in committee on it a year, maybe an hour. Most of it happens in our offices trying to figure this stuff out. What this bill does is it gives us a place to discuss these issues where they can be discussed in public, where people can have their input, where we can get actual real policy input from staff, from independent staff, and we can have real debate and dialogue about the sort of policy underpinnings of our utility policy. So the public, I think, will have a greater understanding of what we do. So what the bill does is it adds 3 civilians to this board, one selected by the governor, one by us, one by the House. It requires there to be a minimum of 2 meetings per year. Right now, again, it hasn't met in 6 years. This requires 2 meetings a year. It requires the State Corporation Commission to come and provide reports to us every year about how the different bills we passed over the last, 3, 5, 10 years are being implemented, so we can have a sense of how the policy we're trying to implement is working. It requires the governor to present his energy plan to this commission. It requires regular updates from the Department of Energy. It also requires this board to monitor our applications for grants for federal funds. I remember the senator from Fauquier had a bill yesterday we just debated that was designed to try to leverage federal grant dollars. There are billions and billions and billions of federal grant dollars out there right now available for energy and infrastructure upgrades. This allows us to oversee and monitor that. Most importantly, it authorizes the employment of staff. The Senate finance budget that just came out, we're going to vote on in a couple of days, has enough money in it for about 6 staffers to provide independent policy advice on these issues, so we don't have to take our advice from interest groups or retain lobbyists. And finally, it requires the presentation. It requires some changes to how our integrated resource plan is done. That's a policy document the SEC has to approve every year, and it requires a workholder group to work on that, so there's less debate and conflict about that in court. From my perspective, this would really transform how we do energy policy in this body on a long-term basis. It would provide the public more transparency, more input. I think it would give them more faith in the decisions we make, and it's really, I think, given the amount of money that Virginians spend on this and how they're going to be spending as we transform our grid going forward, it's a critical piece of policy legislation. I hope we could pass it, and I hope we can come out of here with a strong vote. As it is a bipartisan bill, there's a cognate you're going to see shortly next week, and I hope we can get this done.
Chair recognizes Senator Suderline, the gentleman from Roanoke County.
Madam President, speaking briefly to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I do not think that we should go further down the path that this envisions. I think that Virginians have not been well served as we've gotten away from the State Corporation Commission looking at these things. This sets us up so that we have this committee of a handful of senior members of both chambers who historically have a certain disposition, just generally, so people that are less likely to be refreshed by the voters, as some say, ever so often. And we will continue to go down the path of continuing trying to dictate electric policy from the General Assembly, which I do not think is a good place for the captive ratepayer. So I hope that there will be a few more folks joining me in opposition.
Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, the gentleman from Fairfax City.
Thank you, Madam President. Speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
And Madam President, I want to thank my colleague for bringing this issue to the fore. I do think we need more perspectives. We need more time. But let me present something. I think it correlates to what my colleague from Roanoke County said. You know, I look around this body, there's 40 senators. There's only one senator in here that's actually tried a case to the Federal Regulatory Commission. There's only one senator here that's actually represented a power company. There's only one senator here that was in a jury trial that hit an 8-figure verdict dealing with a power company. What do you think the odds are that that senator will be sitting on this panel? How about 0? Okay? Because this panel will be stacked by the institutional players that, let's face it, move the money around and move the bodies around in this body. So if I thought that this might be an impartial commission, then I might have more faith in it, but I don't. Now, that's not to say there's no value, because I think there's really two directions we can go as a Commonwealth. One is what I'm going to call the Suitor line direction, which is let's take all of these issues, or the gentleman from Roanoke. Gentleman from Roanoke, I see you. The gentleman from Roanoke direction, which is to have an impartial body called the State Corporation Commission, which is averse to politics, and have them arbitrate all of these issues in the cool, impassioned, non-political venue with a bunch of nerds with, calculators and running the numbers. That's one method. That's the gentleman from Roanoke method. The other method is let's change the Constitution and make the State Corporation Commission elected statewide, which is what a lot of public service commissions have in other states. And then we'll just let people run for office and be open about where they are. And we'd have a totally political system, and we could, cut through all this, well, I'm impartial, okay? People can say, I'm for Dominion, or I'm for the consumer, or I'm, for business, or what have you. But what I'm afraid of is this kind of gives this patina of neutrality where it doesn't really exist, because it's not the State Corporation Commission. We are politicians. We're supposed to take positions. Now, again, I have no doubt, much like a voice in the wilderness, there might be 6 no votes, there might be 3 no votes, there may be 8 no votes on this measure. But I will tell you, if we form this commission, 5 years from now, people are going to be like, that commission is not impartial. That commission is a vehicle or a mechanism for one point of view, and it won't have the credibility that you think it will. So, again, I applaud my colleague from Eastern Fairfax, who is going to always have more input than I will on these type of issues because, frankly, I have too much knowledge. I'm sorry. But I do hope some people will join me in voting against this bill. Thank you.
Chair recognizes again Senator Saravel, the gentleman with knowledge.
Yeah, I'm over here basking in the glow of knowledge, so I just need to hold on. So, Madam President, speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
If nobody else desires to speak. Whether you know it or not, we're going through a big transition right now. We are completely redoing how we make electricity, not just in Virginia, but in the entire United States of America. A lot of these plants are going to get shut down prematurely. People got to pay for that. We're going to be in a situation where we're generating electricity, a quarter of our electricity, I believe, in this state from a wind field off the shores of Virginia Beach. A good chunk of it from solar panels scattered all over the state. The energy is going to pulse through our grid in different ways as the sun goes across the horizon. We don't have a grid that is set up to do that. And to create a grid that's capable of accepting and moving that energy around, it's going to cost money and rebuilding. It's going to cost planning. We're going to have big battery storage facilities that need to be placed. They're going to cost money. The technology hasn't even been developed yet. I read in the paper this morning, that with the coming of electric vehicles, people are going to have batteries connected to their house. They're going to provide backup power on a regular basis to people's homes. We need to figure out how that integrates into all of our planning so we don't overspend or overbuild as we try and decide what kind of policies to develop to properly allocate capital to minimize costs to our ratepayers, right? These are not decisions that the SEC is going to make by themselves. We're the ones that set the rules. The SEC implements the rules that we make. Who here has ever gone to the SEC and asked them what we should do? You know what they say? We don't make the rules. Every time you go and ask them, what should we do? They go, we don't make the rules. That's what they say every time. They don't want to make the rules. They're judges. They implement the rules. Just like if you go to a judge and say, what should the law be on this? You're not going to get the Supreme Court to tell you what our criminal justice policy should be or what our civil justice policy is going to be because it's not their job. It's not the part of a branch like that. This is a place for us to make policy in sunshine, in daylight, with better staff input over billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars. We can give it the same kind of scrutiny we give, or at least close to the scrutiny we give the budget every year. I think this could be really transformative, and it restore a lot of faith in how utility policy is made in this state. I would hope we could put up a strong green vote on it. I renew my motion. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Marsden, the gentleman from Western Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Would the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax rise for a
Will
question?
the senator rise?
I yield.
Senator rises. Senator Marsden has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam President, would this bill allow for greater amounts of time and more precision in terms of those who are advocates for and care about electricity rates and pollution and all the things that go with energy policy, give them more time to have input to this panel as opposed to the rushed process we have here in the General Assembly?
Senator Sorovell has the floor.
Absolutely, Madam President. Right now, we all know that in committee, we have these dockets that are very compressed, and we can only give advocates, 30 seconds, 60 seconds, 2 minutes to make their case. This could be a place where people can come and we can talk for hours.
Senator.
Hours. We can have lengthy, extended discussions in public in front of the TV cameras and take input from people so they can have their say, and it can be properly considered in public, and where people can actually hear us have debate and dialogue about the differences between a regulated monopoly system and a more free market system like they have in other states where there's more choice. I think that will restore faith in how we make policy on these issues over the long term. Thank the gentleman for his question.
Chair recognizes Senator Vogel, the gentlelady from Fauquier.
Thank you, Madam President. Would the patron yield for a question?
The patron rise for a question.
I'll yield.
Senator yield. Senator Vogel may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. I would ask the patron how he would see us navigating the separate commission that in a lot of ways would be very duplicative of a process and a regulatory commission that we already have established. And I'm just curious to hear the patron speak to that point.
Senator Sorovell has the floor.
Madam President, I'm a little confused. I'm not sure which parallel commission she's talking about, unless she's talking about the State Corporation Commission. Right. State Corporation Commission?
Yes, Madam President.
Well, Madam President, as I said before, the State Corporation Commission is not an independent legislative commission like this is. The SEC is a judicial body. It's quasi-judicial, but it's judicial, and that body is empowered under a Constitution to implement the laws that we pass and pass on, how much these utility companies ought to be able to build, construct, recover, cost recover, et cetera. This commission, again, my vision was it would operate the same as the Crime Commission or the Joint Commission on Health Care, where we would bring policy issues to it on a regular basis. They do studies, they look at bills, they look at implementation, they vet things so that we don't have to spend as much time on things here. I mean, recommendations come out of the Crime Commission, Joint Health Care Commission typically get expedited through the process because they've been heavily vetted by the time they get here. And so that, in terms of bills, that would be my response. That's the best I can answer, I think.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
I would associate my remarks with the senator from Fairfax who spoke earlier on this legislation, and I would just caution the body that we are already navigating a rather complicated process, and I would hope that we would move forward as the process is now before we create this additional body that I think will potentially convolute what is already complicated, and I would hope that we would just move forward as we are. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1169, a bill relating to community services boards, behavioral health authorities, performance contracts.
Chair recognizes Senator Hanger, the gentleman from Augusta.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass and I'd like to speak to that.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the Senate. Senate Bill 1169 is a part of a package of bills that have come out of the Behavioral Health Commission. And this particular one is based on recommendations of a study done by JLARC last year concerning the operation of the community service boards. The community service boards are important to us, of course, because they are the basic point of entry for people with behavioral health problems. About 165,000 people passed through their doors just last year. This bill is important because it basically redefines some of the relationships between the Department of Behavioral Health and the community service boards through the contractual process that they use for the requirements for them to operate in providing some continuity around the state. It is doubly important because this year, and you'll find it not only in the introduced budget, but also in the package of amendments that are just delivered to your desk, that the Senate Finance Committee has felt that it's time for us to really step up our efforts with private service provider rates and also the community service boards themselves if we're going to be serious about improving our delivery of behavioral health services. So with that, Madam President, I move that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1183, a bill relating to applicant fingerprint database participation in FBI Next Generation Identification RAP back service through Virginia RAP back service for fingerprint-based criminal history record monitoring penalty.
Chair recognizes Senator Reeves, the gentleman from Spotsylvania.
Good morning, Madam President. Thank you. Speaking to the bill.
Good morning. You may continue.
As passage of the bill, this is the record of arrest and prosecution back, the FBI's new system to help employers such as school systems and other government agencies that have to have background checks for their employees keep up-to-date real-time information as to what the background status of their employees is. If you remember, there was a brief discussion for those in Senate Finance about what that would cost, and we made an amendment to this bill out of Finance that would hopefully address some of the issues that the Senator Marston had from Fairfax County, and I know we're still not quite where we need to be on those numbers, but it's a pretty important program. The state police are trying to get it up and running, try to save some money for those folks to have to do that, and I'm happy to answer any questions, Madam President. Ask the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1188, a bill relating to weapon of terrorism definition penalty.
Chair again calls on Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill was heard in the judiciary where there was a lot of discussion, but I think none of us in here will argue that fentanyl is a little bit different than every other drug that a lot of us have grown up seeing come in. What this does is redefine fentanyl as a weapon of terror. It lowers the felony from a Class 2 to a Class 4. But just a few facts. Fentanyl overdoses have skyrocketed 75% from 2019, and the wave of deaths continue to grow. In 2021, we saw nearly 25% increase in lethal fentanyl overdoses right here in Virginia from 2020. Over 2,000 Virginians died to fentanyl that year, 2,000. So what this does, quite frankly, is classifies fentanyl, as I said, as described as originally as a Schedule II drug, now a Schedule IV drug. It'd make anybody who knowingly and intentionally manufactures or distributes a weapon of terror with the knowledge that it contains detectable amounts of fentanyl guilty of a Class 4 felony. Ask the bill pass.
Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, the gentleman from Fairfax City.
Madam President, speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I want to commend the gentleman from Spotsylvania, and I hope we can support this bill. I've been here long enough to remember when we enacted this statute in 2002. It was in direct relation and direct response to the anthrax, among other things, that was put into our commercial system with the intent of poisoning people. I think there are a lot of similarities with what's going on with fentanyl right now. We did scale back the felonies somewhat to be proportional, but the bottom line is I think this is an appropriate response. I hope we support the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1207, a bill relating to gangs, expands the definition of predicate criminal act to include all felonies.
Chair recognizes Senator McDougall, the gentleman from Hanover.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move the bill pass. And speaking to the motion,
the senator has the floor.
Madam President, despite what the title of the bill says, this is a more limited version of what was originally introduced. Madam President, it includes act of violence being a predicate offense that we had already defined in the code under 17-1-805. So it does expand to include our definition that we had previously determined of act of violence. And Madam President, the second item it does, in addition to including those predicate offenses, is indicate if that act of violence is first-degree murder, mob-related felony, kidnapping, abduction, malicious wounding or bodily assault, robbery, carjacking, that those items will have a heightened penalty if they're done by the commission of a gang. So with that, Madam President, I ask that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Ayes 36, noes 4. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1214, a bill relating to child abuse and neglect, custody and visitation, possession or use of marijuana.
Chair recognizes Senator Lucas, the gentlelady from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the bill pass. And speaking to that motion,
the senator has the floor.
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, what this bill does, it provides that a child shall not be considered an abused or neglected child, and no person shall be denied custody or visitation of a child based solely on the fact that a child's parent or other person responsible for their care or the person petitioning for custody or visitation of the child possessed or consumed marijuana in accordance with applicable law. And with that explanation, Madam President, I move that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 9.
Ayes 31, noes 9. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1221, a bill relating to assisted living facilities minimum liability insurance.
Chair recognizes Senator Obenshain, the gentleman from Rockingham.
Madam President, I move the bill pass. And speaking of the bill,
the senator has the floor.
Madam President, members of the Senate, this bill deals with the insurance requirement for assisted living facilities, often housing some of our most vulnerable. It came to my attention, the attention of a number of others, that while the Virginia regulations require if an assisted living facility is going to get insurance, that it have no less than $250,000, since now $500,000 worth of insurance. But interestingly, and quite frankly, in some instances, very tragically, it doesn't require them to have any insurance at all. Just if you have it, you have to have $250,000 or $500,000 worth of coverage. There are people who are suffering as a consequence of this. This was worked out. I believe that the assisted living facilities do support this. It gives the board the authority to set the appropriate amount. And with that, I would renew my motion for passage.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1245.
Madam President.
For what purpose does the gentleman from James City County rise?
Madam President, I rise for a respectful request if we could have a 7-minute recess. We've been going about 2.5 hours.
Without objection, the Senate stands at recess for 7 minutes and a half. Return to order. Chair calls on Senator Lucas, the gentlelady from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, seated in the gallery today, we have a group of students from Churchland High School, and they are being accompanied by none other than Ms. Tamara Shoemake, who's a member of the Portsmouth School Board. And Madam President, I just wanted to make sure that we got that introduction in because they sent me a text that says, we are hungry. So I thought that we would get that introduction in before they leave for lunch. Madam President, I would appreciate it if you would extend to them a very warm welcome in the Senate.
Please stand, students. Wonderful. So glad to see your bright, shining faces. Thank you for coming. We're excited to have you watch us as we deliberate on possible legislation that will affect you and the rest of us. And we hope that one day you too will aspire to be here and even greater heights. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Chair recognizes Senator Suterline, the gentleman from Roanoke.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Folks might have noticed a lot of orange scarves earlier. We have a smaller contingent now as some of those good folks had to go elsewhere. But with us today, we have friends from the ARC of Virginia. Several of you are familiar with the local ARC chapters in your district. They advocate for folks that have developmental disabilities. Sometimes they themselves are self-advocates in that coalition. So it's a great coalition. We've passed several good bills already this year with their support, trying to get those all the way to the governor's desk to help more Virginians improve the quality of their lives. I hope you'll give the warm introduction of the Senate to them.
Good morning. Well, no, good afternoon to you, and thank you for hanging in there. I'm so sorry we were not able to recognize your whole company, but thank you for being here and for being part of our legislative process. We're grateful. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. The clerk will again call the calendar.
Senate Bill 1245, parolee or felon arrest and return when serving a period of post-release supervision.
Chair recognizes Senator Obenshain, the gentleman from Rockingham.
Madam President, I move the bill pass. And speaking of the bill,
the senator has the floor.
Madam President, this bill deals with the different manner in which violations of post-release probation and post-release supervision are handled under current law. If somebody is on probation and violates, they go to the circuit court for determination as to whether they're going to be recommitted to jail or prison. If they're on post-release supervision, however, they go back to the parole board for determination. And in many of those cases, the parole board never sees or hears from those offenders and makes a determination simply on the basis of the report from the supervising member of the parole board or the probation and parole staff. This conforms to practice. Both would go to the circuit court for determination as to what consequences should fall from the violation of the terms of their probation or post-release supervision. With that, I move the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 9.
Ayes 31, noes 9. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1248, MEI Project Approval Commission, Board Level Gender and Diversity Requirements.
Chair recognizes Senator Lucas, the gentlelady from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the bill pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, what the bill does, it requires any business seeking approval of projects to submit a board diversity disclosure and to update such disclosure annually, specify the number and percentage of diverse directors on the board of such business who self-identify as female or represent a national, racial, ethnic, indigenous, LGBTQ+, or cultural identity in the country of the business principal executive officers. And so with that explanation, I move again that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1272, a bill relating to assault and battery, persons diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder, intellectual disability.
Chair recognizes Senator Boysko, the gentlelady from northwestern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move we pass the bill, and speaking to it.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill is aimed to a very narrow population of people who are disproportionately affected by mandatory minimum sentences. They are people with autism, intellectual or developmental disabilities, or serious mental illnesses, which deny judges and juries the ability to fashion an appropriate sentence based on the facts of the specific case and person, including considering their disability. We passed this bill last year, and the only change has been that I added developmental disabilities to the bill. Under current law, certain simple assault and battery offenses carry a mandatory minimum punishment when such offenses are committed against a certain group of people, including law enforcement officers. When in the same position as a neurotypical person, people with disabilities, these disabilities may not make the same choices or experience the same reaction to a given circumstance. They may experience an involuntary response and lash out in certain situations in which they feel threatened, especially by an authority figure. Cases of assault and battery against a law enforcement officer, educators, and healthcare professionals are not the same as when perpetrated by neurotypical people with the ability to distinguish their actions as right and wrong. Some conduct that has been affirmed in Virginia as an assault is actually quite minor without injury to an officer, such as using a finger gun or throwing an onion ring at a police officer, hitting the officer with a couch cushion, or even spilling water on their shoes. These minor touching cases can lead to traumatic, lifelong consequences for someone with autism, intellectual and developmental disability, or a serious mental illness. I've been meeting with families who have children with autism over the past several years, sharing difficult, heartbreaking stories of their children's experiences with law enforcement. And this would give families and autistic people more opportunities to be an integral part of the society. And there is no fiscal impact to this bill, and I ask that we pass the bill. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 16.
Ayes 24, no 16. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1274, a bill related to state correctional facilities, electronic communication systems, free telephone calls.
Chair recognizes Senator Boysko again.
Thank you, Madam President. I move we pass the bill, and speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Over the past year, working with the Department of Corrections and stakeholders, we conducted a study that would look at communication services in Virginia for our prisons, and how we might be able to offer telephone calls and video messaging at no cost to their families and to themselves. This bill is a result of that. This bill is a cost-effective investment with positive public safety impacts for families and communities, allowing families to maintain ties with their incarcerated individual is itself a reentry program. And studies show from around the country that it's one of the most effective ones we know of. More contact with incarcerated loved ones is found to reduce the harm of forced separation. The benefits of communication are clear, especially for children. More contact with their incarcerated parents leads to healthier relationships and better outcomes. And connections with their communities leads to reduced recidivism, which is all a goal for all of us. More communications reduces the chance of returning to prison. Reduced recidivism means safer communities that can dedicate resources to other needs. And not only will communities be safer, but our economy will be stronger when incarcerated people are able to return home successfully and their families are not spending $10,000 a year, which is, many people see this as a burden, a tax burden on them. If we would be able to provide a lower cost or cost-free communications for them. Virginia families currently pay more than other families in other states like Illinois, where the costs are only $1 per minute. In Virginia, they're 1 cent a minute, and in California, Connecticut, they've made phone calls free. There are 12 other states and several localities who are in the process of doing the same thing. Recognizing that strengthening families is a cost-effective way to reduce recidivism is the right thing to do, and I ask that you pass the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1282, a bill relating to community service work in lieu of payment of fines and costs, work performed while incarcerated.
Chair again recognizes Senator Boysko.
Thank you, Madam President. I move we pass the bill, and speaking to it.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. A couple of years ago, the senator from Rockingham County had a bill that would allow community services hours to offset court debt. And my bill, SB 1282, would provide clarity and uniformity so that this would always be granted if a requester meets the requirements of the law. Many individuals take advantage of the benefits set forth by that existing law to use community service or work while incarcerated to offset court debt. But due to unclear parameters in the code, many eligible are actually denied. And individuals across Virginia are leaving prisons and jail settings with debilitating amount of debt incurred through fines and other costs associated with their incarceration. Frequently, people who are incarcerated have fewer prospects of sustaining earnings with which to pay off these debts as soon as they get out of prison. This would be a clarifying and a cleanup bill, and I move the bill pass.
Chair recognizes Senator Obenshain, the gentleman from Rockingham.
Madam President, speaking of the bill,
the senator has the floor.
And I wouldn't have spoken to this bill but for the invocation of my previous legislation on this. And there is a difference between the legislation that I carried a number of years ago and this legislation. The difference is this. The legislation I carried actually applied the earnings that the inmate received and would have received towards the satisfaction of those fees, fines, and costs, and that those funds actually went to the purposes for which those costs and fines and fees are supposed to be applied. The difference is that this creates a kind of a mythical figure. Says that these services are worth $14 an hour or $12 an hour, and we are going to assume that the inmate is generating $13 an hour. Nothing goes to the payment of those fees and costs, certainly not the $13 or $14 figure that we are tagging on those. So, I certainly agree with the goals of the gentlelady, but there are clerk's offices and jury pools and other costs and expenses that are going to be left unpaid and unsatisfied as a consequence of this. So I thank you.
I move the bill. Having previously explained it, I move we pass the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1291, a bill relating to false emergency communication to emergency personnel, penalties, report.
Chair recognizes Senator Dees, a gentleman from Charlottesville.
Madam President, I move that the bill pass. And speaking to that motion,
The senator has the floor.
swatting is a phenomenon that is a prank communication in which someone reports a violent, in-progress crime to get to law enforcement, such as a SWAT team, dispatched to a target location. 20 schools and 18 school districts in Virginia were swatted on September 19th of last year. At least 14 additional incidents occurred last year across the Commonwealth. Listen to this. 182 schools nationwide were swatted between September 13 and October 21 of last year. It's estimated in that period of time, $31 million in lost instructional time occurred. Washington State, Kentucky, Texas, California, New Jersey all have passed statewide swatting laws. And with this bill, Virginia will too. What this bill does, it holds a person accountable, creates a Class 1 misdemeanor for someone who makes a false emergency communication to another person who in turn communicates with the 911 center. It creates a Class 6 felony if a person suffers serious bodily injury as a result of that communication, or if someone is killed, it creates a Class 5 felony. It also allows localities by ordinance and the state police to seek restitution for expenses incurred responding to the false communication. This is a very serious issue, and I hope we'll pass the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1303, a bill relating to defendant with a disorder or disability, sealing of criminal history record information, etc.
Chair recognizes Senator Boysko, the gentlelady from northwestern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass. And speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a bill that we passed last year through this chamber. SB 1303 is tailored narrowly to help people with a disorder or a disability defined to include autism or intellectual or developmental disorders to petition to seal their records related to a Class 4 felony. We passed this year, as I said, last year. I made one change to this to add developmental disability to this one as well, to also include people with a simple pardon. As we have learned how to adapt the criminal justice system for people with autism and intellectual or developmental disabilities, many of these cases would not now be charged or would be dismissed or deferred. This bill will help families whose children have had past convictions and have demonstrated that they do not pose a risk to society. To qualify to petition the courts to seal the records, the court must find clear and convincing evidence that the criminal conduct was caused by the person's disorder or disability. This only applies to petitioners who have been released or their sentences deferred or dismissed and who have not been convicted of any other felonies within 10 years. Adults with a disorder or disability require continuous support from their parents or state resources, and families are desperate for assistance in caring for their loved ones, and these felony convictions pose a barrier to receiving social support and services. Under the current law, Class 4 felony convictions convictions or deferred and dismissed dispositions leave them ineligible to be sealed. And without access to employment or housing support, people with autism are at a tremendous risk of becoming homeless and destitute. According to a 2020 empirical study on expungement of criminal convictions published in the Harvard Law Review, recidivism among expungement recipients is strikingly low. Furthermore, experts explain that autistic people are very rule-bound, and the trauma of being a felon is a learned event that considerably reduces the risk of recidivism. And I ask that you pass the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1310, a bill relating to retired judges and magistrates' personal information of penalty.
Chair recognizes Senator Deeds, the gentleman from Charlottesville.
Madam President, I move that the bill pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
The purpose of this bill is to strengthen existing protections for the personal information of judicial officers online. This bill is a recommendation of the Judicial Council and comes after a study of security needs of judicial officers initially prompted by magistrates who issued arrest warrants for individuals charged in connection with the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville. Magistrates' names were posted online with a call to action for people to search for and share their personal information online, including residential addresses and work hours, along with death threats and threats of bodily harm. This bill prohibits the Commonwealth from publishing on the internet the personal information of any active or retired federal or Virginia justice, judge, or magistrate. It also adds some additional protections. I hope you'll pass the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1326, a bill relating to transit ridership incentive program, use of funds, improving accessibility.
Chair recognizes Senator McClellan, the senior senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass, and speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 1326 directs the Commonwealth Transportation Board to use up to 30% of available funds in the Transit Ridership Incentive Program to support local, regional, and state entities in improving accessibility of transit bus passenger facilities and transitioning those public transit fleets and infrastructure to zero emissions. This is not additional funds, and the amount in the fund has been underutilized because when the TRIP fund was established as part of the Transportation Omnibus Bill in 2020, the fund was sized based on projected ridership pre-pandemic. But as you may know, ridership significantly decreased, and while it has begun to increase, it has not gotten back to pre-pandemic levels, and there are funds that are not utilized in that fund. But the two additional needs that have been identified is providing safety procedures such as sidewalks, rain shelters, things like this to help make transit routes and facilities safer, and also the need to help transition those fleets to net zero fleets. And so this bill will accomplish that, and I ask the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1327, A bill relating to comprehensive children's health care coverage program, DMAS, shall establish.
Chair recognizes again Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass. And speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 1327 would create a comprehensive health coverage option for low-income children, regardless of their immigration status. Right now, roughly 96,000 children in Virginia do not have any health care insurance at all, and Virginia ranks 25th in the nation for the percentage of children who don't have insurance. These children are receiving health services, but usually when they are much sicker on an emergency basis, and they are not getting the preventative care that they need, and therefore when they are treated, it's much more expensive. And so this bill will close the coverage gap for Virginia children, and I ask the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 16.
Ayes 24, no 16. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1334, a bill relating to individualized education program, meeting participant code of ethics, development, and enforcement.
Chair recognizes Senator Hashmi, the senior senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that SB 1334 pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This particular bill has evolved quite a bit since its introduction earlier this session, and in its current stage, it is asking that our Department of Education convene a work group in order to provide recommendations for the development of code of ethics. We were working with a variety of stakeholders and parent advocacy groups, and understand the kind of challenges and sensitivities that go into the development of an individualized education program. Such conversations among various individuals requires that there be mutual respect, understanding, collaboration, all in support of the child. It is critical that the focus of these conversations remain on the child and their opportunities for education within our public school system. So this would ask that the VDOE convene a work group and provide recommendations to develop an appropriate code of ethics so that the work of the IEP process can go forward in support of the child. With that, I renew my motion that we pass this bill.
Chair recognizes Senator Morrissey, the junior senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. Would the gentlelady yield for a question?
Will the senator yield?
Yes, Madam.
Gentlelady yields. Senator Morrissey has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I understand that a group of people, normally a teacher, counselor, principal, parents, maybe a physician, get involved in an IEP, an individual education plan. But what are the ethical considerations or the ethics that are involved in an IEP that you seek to accomplish with this bill?
Senator Hashmi has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would respond to the senator that the issues of ethics are primarily focused on the opportunities to have a meaningful and constructive conversation in order to develop the individualized education plan. What sometimes can happen is that the voices of some parent groups are not heard. We have heard from a variety of stakeholders in particular who indicate that parents of marginalized communities, whether they're black, brown, or low-income communities, often don't have the opportunity to share their concerns with the school divisions and the respective teachers and so forth. We've also heard from school administrators and teachers that they too face challenges in making sure that they are able to work effectively with the parent and with the various advocacy groups that may accompany the parent and the child. And therefore, having a set of standards for these conversations is what has been recommended, and therefore that's what we're seeking to accomplish in this bill.
Senator Morrissey.
Would the gentlelady yield for a final question?
Will the senator yield again?
Yes, Madam President.
Senator Morrissey has the floor.
I would tell the gentlelady that I was listening carefully, but maybe she could give me an example where a young African-American who has autism or has some type of intellectual challenges, how ethics would be involved in a group of concerned groups to help put that IEP together. Maybe I'm missing something, but I can't conceptualize the ethical component of helping a challenged student. Maybe an example could be.
Senator Hashmi has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would respond to the senator that it's not in the context of the IEP meeting itself that the code of ethics is to be developed. Rather, at the VDOE level, that a work group would be convened to establish a code of ethics that would be universal for all of Virginia schools and school districts and our families that are working with these school districts. So it would be a universal set of policy and guidelines for everybody in the Commonwealth.
I thank the gentlelady.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 17.
Ayes 23, no 17. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1346, a bill relating to taxable income apportionment retail companies.
Chair recognizes Senator Barker, the gentleman from Southern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the bill pass, and speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Yes, Madam President. This bill is a bill that deals with taxation at the corporate level. There are a lot of entities in Virginia that can file their tax forms on a single sales factor approach, but that is not allowed for entities that have their headquarters here in Virginia and also have significant numbers of retail outlets that are end up having to, the retail outlets end up having to file individual tax forms for each outlet there, which does several things, one of which is a major work effort to get those types of things done. But in addition, it leads to slightly higher taxes being paid. What is proposed in this bill, which is actually common in states across the country, more than 2/3 of the states have a single sales approach for the retail entities such as these. And as long as they get at least 80% of the revenue, they will be able to file, if this bill passes, they would be able to file a single sales factor. The effect that we have had is that this would reduce the aggregate tax benefit, taxation to the corporate entity by roughly $1 million. So it's not a huge impact upon the revenues in Virginia. And with that, I would request that the body support the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 4.
Ayes 36, noes 4. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1366, a bill relating to Virginia Cannabis Incubator Project.
Chair recognizes Senator McClellan, the senior senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 1366 would establish the framework for the creation of the Virginia Cannabis Incubator Project and the regulatory structure for such a project. Basically, this would allow undercapitalized and disadvantaged farmers, distributors to use the incubator model to begin taking advantage of and working in and being entrepreneurs in the legal cannabis market when it is created. And this bill has a delayed effective date that it will not take effect until such time as such retail market is effective. I move the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 16.
Ayes 24, no 16. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1384, a bill relating to housing authorities, common household pets.
Chair recognizes again Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that Senate Bill 1384 pass. And speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. This bill requires our housing authorities to permit tenants to own or maintain one or more pets within their dwelling unit, subject to applicable state and federal law or reasonable regulations. The purpose of this bill is we have found some public housing authorities who have outright prohibited pets, have prohibited certain breed of pets, and I could bore you all day with studies of how companion animals have benefits for families and individuals, and you should not be denied such companion animals solely based on the whims of public housing authorities that go beyond those of our local zoning, state and federal laws, and the bill will make sure that low-income public housing tenants can have pets too.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 30, noes 10.
Ayes 30, noes 10. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1388, a bill to direct the Virginia Institute of Marine Science to study the ecology, fishery impacts, and economic importance of menhaden populations in the waters of the Commonwealth. Report.
Chair recognizes Senator Lewis, the gentleman from Accomack.
Madam President, move the bill pass. And speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, members of the Senate, Senate Bill 1388 is a simple bill, and it's pretty straightforward in what it purports to do. You know, a few years ago, I was very pleased, thrilled, in fact, to carry the bill which shifted management of the menhaden fishery from the General Assembly over to the thank you so much, to the VMRC. But that did not end the struggle, Madam President. The struggle continues, as those of us in coastal Virginia, indeed those of us from the fall line east, can tell you the issue is still contentious. There have been cries for us to take back the authority to regulate the fishery, having only shifted it over. And what it really centers around, Madam President and members of the Senate, what it really all centers around is the health of the fishery in the Chesapeake Bay. The Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission can tell us about the health of the fishery on the coast, East Coast, but there is a significant and real scientific question as to whether there is what's called localized depletion of the fishery in the Chesapeake Bay, primarily at the hands of the reduction fishery. And so what this bill purports to do, and it has been crafted with the help of the staff at the Virginia Institute of Marine Sciences, what it purports to do is to come up at the end of its 2-year study period with some sort of indication about the health of the fishery and the fishery stock within the confines of the Chesapeake Bay. It has several directives in there as to what what VIMS is supposed to consider, but also grants them the flexibility to take the approach and do what they need to do to come up with some kind of answers to the health of this fishery. You will recall that VIMS is our the Assembly's statutorily designated authority on all things marine science. And so they're going to undertake this study, and they're not going to put their thumb on the scale, and they're going to come back and give us a full, complete, fair, and accurate assessment of the stock of this fishery. And it will inform the VMRC's regulatory decisions, as well as give us something to tell constituents who insist that we either take it back or do something else legislatively regarding this fishery. So that's the bill, Madam Chairman, and I am reminded, or Madam President, and I am reminded of what I was told when I first came to the General Assembly a number of years ago now. If you're against a study, you're for ignorance. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair recognizes Senator Stewart, the gentleman from King George.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
That's not the first time I've been accused of being ignorant. Madam President, with all due respect to the gentleman, and I do respect him a tremendous amount, and I understand why he brings this study and his affinity for the Eastern Shore. But just very quickly, I'd like to tell the body, regarding the first issue, there is no localized population in the bay. Menhaden, or as we affectionately call them in the Northern Neck, having grown up there, bunker, are migratory species. And they go up and down the Atlantic coast from, above New York, almost down to Florida, and they migrate up and down. And then they'll stop in and come into the bay. They do spawn. And so as a result of that, all of the tributaries off of the Chesapeake Bay are out of bounds. You can't fish there, or the reduction factory can't fish there, and neither can the bait fishery. And so there's a small area down in the lower bay close to the bridge tunnel where you actually can fish. And actually, as a result of some actions taken this summer, you can't fish close to the bridge tunnel. They're now not going to be able to fish on holiday weekends, and so there's some other restrictions that have been put in place. So you actually would be paying $250,000, $350,000, whatever it was, for a study that probably would take more like 5 to 10 years, rather than 2, actually to find out what we already knew. Rob Latour at VIMS has done a great deal of work on this, and we have a lot of this information already. And the other quick note, this specifically looks at its viability as a pisciferous fish. And yes, pisciferous is a good word. It means a forage fish, and it means all these other species that eat that fish. I followed the gentleman from Accomack on the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission when he had his fill. And I went on for a little while. And one of the first things we did was, and I worked hard on this, we changed the reference points for the stock assessments and the allocations to include its value as a pisciferous fish or a forage fish. And so what that means now is we take into account that other fish eat menhaden or bunker before we talk about any allocation. Which I think is very important. And finally, I would just add that the stock is in fact so healthy, the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission just authorized, in fact directed, VIMS to increase the allocation coast-wide, up and down the entire Atlantic coast, an additional 20%. So while I respect the gentleman and do tremendously, and I understand this is more about jobs. And let me tell you, I make no bones about it. This is 300 jobs in the Northern Neck. They're union jobs. And this is where we agree. They're very important jobs to a poor rural area. And this fish is very heavily regulated and managed. And I just think we don't need to waste the money on this. We could do better things with it.
Chair recognizes Senator Cosgrove, the senior senator from Chesapeake.
Thank you, Madam President. To speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I hope that we will advance this legislation. You know, I was at a boat show in Virginia Beach this weekend, and I had numerous people coming up to me asking me to please support Senator Lewis's bill. Please support Delegate Bloxham's bill. I said, well, I'll support Senator Lewis's bill, but not Delegate Bloxham's. But I will tell you that, we talk about the menhaden. It's a very small little silvery fish. But there's actually a book that's been written called The Most Important Fish in the Sea. That fish is the main food stock of all the other fish within that bay. It's incredibly important to the health of the bay. All this bill does is provide additional information that we can use in the Commonwealth of Virginia in determining what the catch limit should be and how it should be implemented. This bill does not hurt any jobs, but I will tell you that when you want to compare jobs, sports fishermen employ a lot more people than 300 jobs. We have all kinds of industry built around recreational fishing in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and especially in coastal Virginia. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get the information that Senator Lewis is looking for, and let's pass this bill. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Peake, the gentleman from Lynchburg.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I rise for the purposes of a question.
The senator may continue.
Yes, I would inquire of the senior senator from Fairfax County, has there ever been a session of the General Assembly where we did not address menhaden fish since you've been here?
Will the senator rise to answer the question?
Could you repeat the question? Has there ever been a session of the General Assembly where we did not address menhaden? There haven't been many.
Madam President, if no one else wishes to speak,
the senator may continue.
Wrap up here. To Senator Peake's point, I am desperately trying with this bill to put a period at this long-running sentence that we've all been sitting through for years, and I'm doing that by engaging again our umpire, our fair arbiter, the Virginia Institute of Marine Sciences, who crafted this language, or worked with me to craft this language, as to how we can arrive at some solid conclusions about the health of this fishery vis-a-vis the Chesapeake Bay. And this should have been done years ago, frankly. And I know there has always been some discussion about it, but it never came to fruition. And so this, I think, is going to be necessary for all of us to get some full and final relief from discussing this little oily, bony fellow. So with that, I move the bill pass.
Question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 29, noes 11.
Ayes 29, noes 11. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1396, a bill relating to organized retail theft, establishes as a crime report penalty.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Madam President. Move the bill pass and speaking to the measure.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Very briefly, because I don't want to trespass on your time after I had to talk about that smelly little fish again. Madam President, this is the retail organized crime theft bill. I think we pretty thoroughly debated it yesterday on the floor when the senator from Eastern Fairfax offered the amendment. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, but I'd move the bill pass.
Chair recognizes Senator Soroville, the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, in light of the fact that we did not make the amendment yesterday, I don't think this is a bill we ought to support. So before we altered the misdemeanor felony threshold 2 years ago, there was a joke in Fairfax County with the Fairfax County Police Department that you couldn't commit a misdemeanor in Bloomingdale's. And that arose out of their experience at the Tyson's Corner Mall. Because if you look at the Fairfax County Crime Report, the largest number of larcenies in Fairfax occur at Tyson's Corner because they have two big malls there, and one of them, Tyson's 2, you basically can't buy anything there. It's probably less than $100. And, I would just note that, having represented folks out of that county for years, I had a lot of clients who unfortunately got themselves caught up in things there. But it would often be situations where, somebody with some depression, perhaps a drug addiction, something else going on in their life would make a horrible mistake and stuff a few things in a bag. You'd be surprised how expensive some shirts can be, or some pants, or some other things. Sometimes they would have a boyfriend or girlfriend with them, sometimes a brother or sister, sometimes it'd be two teenagers who didn't know any better. But it isn't very hard to get to $1,000. I'm just telling you, it's not. An iPhone costs more than $1,000. There's a lot of games you can get at GameStop that get you up there really fast. There's, an iPhone Switch, Legos. There's all kinds of things that I've seen people steal that aren't part of any gang or enterprise, but get you up to that $1,000 threshold really quick. And so now, we've placed the threshold at this gang activity at $1,000. The bill has basically become meaningless. Let me explain to you why. Because as soon as you get to felony territory, that means you can charge somebody either with the conspiracy or principal or accessory. So if there's somebody who's there acting as a lookout or somebody else there, it can be charged collectively already. So by creating a new felony at $1,000, you're not criminalizing any new conduct. All you're doing is creating another charge to pile onto something that's already going to be a felony anyway, where you're already being able to charge everybody. And I would just point out, the reason this is significant is we just passed a bill 2 hours ago, Senate Bill 896 from the senator from Hanover, which added petty larceny to the racketeering statute. So now you can call it racketeering if it's petty larceny. So if somebody steals a can of tuna fish and they sell it to the ringleader, it can be charged as felony racketeering, but only if it adds up to $10,000, which is the threshold that I suggested yesterday, because that's the kind of number that typically symbolizes the kind of gang or enterprise that I think this bill is trying to address. So in reality, by leaving this at $1,000, all we've basically just done is just tried to amp up the consequences on what is not gang activity. It's really other people who are troubled, have problems, whether it's poverty, drug addiction, depression, calls out for help, etc. And I don't think the bill as it's written right now really goes after what it's aimed at. It really goes after the people who have other issues, not involved in some gang. And so having said that, I don't think this is a policy we ought to support at this point.
Chair recognizes Senator Morrissey, the junior senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, there's a lot of legislation that the gentleman from King George sponsors that I agree with. This isn't one of them.
For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
Bill.
The senator has the floor.
There's a lot of legislation that the gentleman from King George sponsors that I agree with. This is not one of them. For the reasons that the senator from Eastern Fairfax County stated how quickly you can get to a felony, the penalty for this is a Class 3 felony, up to 20 years in prison. That's not, I don't think, the direction that this body is headed, and for that reason, I'm not supporting the bill.
Chair again recognizes Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Madam President. If I just may respond very quickly, this bill is not directed at the poor individual who's depressed or the person who has a drug addiction. This bill is specifically targeted to organized crime. Organized crime. And it was a work group established by the senator from Southern Fairfax. They worked all summer long on this. Very well thought out bill. But let me explain one thing. It's estimated that in Virginia alone, $1.3 billion worth of merchandise is stolen, costing the Commonwealth $80 million a year in tax revenue. And guess who pays for all that? All the people who are trying to feed and clothe their families, and they're not stealing to do it. That cost is passed on. And the issue about the $10,000 is a red herring. People may steal a lot of merchandise before you can ever even prove that they took $1,000 worth. Anytime we take a case to court, the Commonwealth has the burden of proof. And sometimes it's going to be tough even to get to $1,000 if they've stolen 100,000. And so that's why we leave the threshold lower. It's gang activity. It's people in concert. It's not just one person. It's not just the poor person who's got a drug addiction. They must prove that people acted in concert, organized crime. So I hope you'll support the bill.
Chair recognizes Senator Marsden, the gentleman from Western Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to speak in support of the bill.
The senator has the floor.
When our felony threshold was $200, a lot of these gangs and a lot of people avoided the Commonwealth of Virginia and did their business, unfortunately, in Maryland and the District of Columbia. When we rightly changed the felony threshold to $1,000, it led to additional criminal activity in Virginia. But this $1,000 low threshold acts as a disincentive for these organized groups of people to come to the Commonwealth of Virginia because they can get this kind of charge, and they're smart people, they're purposeful people. They will avoid a place with a threshold like that, and they will take their business hopefully elsewhere. And that's the best we can do under these circumstances. This has become an epidemic of organized crime, and I think this gives us a great tool to resist it. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 27, noes 13.
Ayes 27, noes 13. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1398, a bill relating to driving under the influence of alcohol, drugs, or a combination thereof. Data collection.
Chair recognizes Senator Surreville, the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass and speaking to the motion.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. So I think this bill is on the regular docket because somebody had an uninformed abstention proxy vote. So I suspect it's in pretty good shape, so I'll be quick. This bill basically just directs the Department of Motor Vehicles to do a study of DUI, DUID, and it directs DFS and OCME to capture a bunch of data so we can get a better idea what's going on with drunk driving, drug driving, and so we can come up with some future policy solutions. It's a recommendation to the Crime Commission, and hopefully it'll lead to some more good ideas down the road. Hope we could pass the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1413, a bill relating to civil cases, motion for the disclosure of expunged records.
Chair recognizes Senator Norman, the gentleman from James City County.
Thank you, Madam President. I would respectfully ask that the Senate Bill 1413 pass. And speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, what this bill does is it is designed to address cases, civil cases that may be pending that have arisen out of criminal charges and that are directed at law enforcement officers. And if, in fact, a criminal case has been dismissed and subsequently expunged, that the expunged records would be available for examination in the civil case. I know that there are concerns about it, but there would be safeguards. It would require a hearing to be conducted before the presiding judge to make a determination that for good cause shown that the expunged records would be relevant to the pending law case, and that afterwards, of course, that the records would be returned to their current status. The importance of it is that sometimes in these cases, the absolute best evidence that can be reflected on the case is as a result of a criminal investigation, particularly in those instances where there are witnesses that are not particularly cooperative about coming forward. So I'd respectfully ask that the bill be agreed to.
Chair recognizes Senator Morrissey, the junior senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. Would the gentleman from James City yield for a question?
Will the gentleman from James City County yield?
Yes, ma'am, I will.
Gentleman yields. Senator Morrissey has the floor.
Madam President, I'd ask the gentleman what genre of civil case or cases would this apply to wherein an expunged record comes back to life and is available in that civil proceeding?
Senator Norman has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and I thank the junior senator from Richmond from the question. I apologize if I obfuscated my explanation earlier. It has come from several of the municipalities that are dealing with cases, civil cases that are being brought against law enforcement officers that have arisen out of criminal charges that has subsequently been dismissed. But even though the criminal charges are dismissed, that civil actions have been initiated against the city and or its law enforcement officers. And so it is in those instances that a hearing would be conducted before the presiding judge on the civil case to determine whether or not it is appropriate based upon that judge's determination if the records that have previously been expunged are relevant and should be considered only as a part of that civil case.
Will the gentleman yield for another question?
Will the senator yield?
Yes, ma'am, I will. Thank you.
The senator yields. Senator Morrissey has the floor.
I understand there's a difference between a record being expunged, a record of arrest being expunged versus being sealed. And it's my further understanding that expungement occurs when the defendant is found either not guilty or the Commonwealth dismisses or otherwise null process the charge. Would the senator agree with that?
Senator Norman.
Madam President, I would absolutely agree with the senator.
Would the gentleman yield for another question?
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am, I will.
Senator Norman yields. Senator Morrissey has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. It is my further understanding that when a record of arrest is expunged from the federal down to the state down to the local, the actual record is expunged in all of those databases. That's my understanding. Is that the understanding of the senator from James City?
Senator Norman.
Madam President, I would respond that they are expunged from those databases. However, the records, the physical records themselves are usually retained for some duration of time within those clerk's offices. They are not accessible to the general public, and you cannot access the information by going to a database.
Senator Morrissey.
I thank the senator. Would the gentleman yield for one final question?
One final question, Senator Norman.
Madam President, I'll be happy to yield for how many questions the gentleman would like to ask.
Senator Morrissey may continue.
My final question, Madam President, is would there be a period of time that the heretofore expunged record could be somehow accessed and come back in the civil proceeding, or would it be limited to a certain number of months or even years?
Senator Norman.
Madam President, to be redundant, one of the primary reason that included in the draft of the statute was that a hearing would have to be conducted before the judge, and the party seeking the expunged record would have to show for good cause why they are accessing the record, and that would generally come in the form of a proffer to the court, and the presiding judge would have the ability to place whatever reasonable restrictions, if any, on both the access and the use of that record. I would further say, Madam President, that if during the course of the civil litigation that after the expunged records were made available to both the plaintiff and the defendants attorneys that there was a dispute as to the relevancy of it, the presiding judge would have continuing jurisdiction to suppress and exclude and return the expunged information to its previous status. So I tried to include as many safeguards in there as possible so that there would not be an abuse on it, and that's why the presiding judge has continuing jurisdiction.
I thank the gentleman, and at the appropriate time, Madam President, I'd like to speak to the measure.
It appears, sir, that time is now. You may continue.
Madam President, members of the body, this is why I think this bill is flawed. We expunge records when a defendant is found not guilty or when the Commonwealth, after reviewing the evidence, decides to null process or otherwise dismiss it. It goes away, it expunges. And the reason we do that is if somebody is arrested for whether it's simple assault or larceny, our judicial system has determined they are not guilty. They have no culpability whatsoever. So we want to erase any taint. And the taint is the records of arrest. That's what you expunge, records of arrest. And up until this bill surfaced, I thought when that occurred that was it. The records of arrest were gone, but it appears that they're hidden somewhere and you can resurrect them. And here's the problem with that. They're not expunged. If we can bring them back in a civil proceeding, we can bring them back anywhere else. And I'm trying to figure out, I understand this is a civil case, and I can see a situation where a defendant is charged with an assault on an LEO, a law enforcement officer, and is acquitted, or the Commonwealth null process it. But why do you need the record of arrest, that scarlet letter out there, to marshal the evidence in favor in a civil proceeding? You just put the defendant on, and were you arrested? Were you charged? Did you assault the person? But I think we're opening a can of worms, however well-intentioned this bill is, that we're allowing the opportunity to resurrect dead, expunged records. And that's my antithesis to this bill. Thank you, Madam President. Body.
Chair again recognizes Senator Norment. There being no others to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. Only if no one else desires
Senator
to
may continue.
I apologize for not being more articulate this afternoon, Madam President. The matter starts out as a criminal trial, and the criminal trial, as everyone in this body knows, whether you're an attorney or a layperson, the burden of proof is beyond a reasonable doubt. An individual is charged with a crime and is found either not guilty because the case cannot be proved beyond a reasonable doubt, or because the Commonwealth attorney, the prosecuting attorney, null process, in other words, dismisses the case, and the prosecutor must concur with that. Subsequent to that, a civil suit is then initiated by the individual who has been found not guilty of the criminal case. That is an entirely new case with a new standard of proof, not beyond a reasonable doubt. And the challenge is that when the records are expunged, it doesn't just include the arrest of the criminal individual who is now a plaintiff in the civil case. It includes all of the information that is pertaining to that case, which can include statements of witnesses who observed what has taken place. And that is what they are trying to get to in order to, so localities can adequately defend these cases. And so when it's not just the arrest warrant or a search warrant, it is much more encompassing than that. And I would say that this is pretty narrowly defined. Yes, I acknowledge it is a novel approach, but one of the things that we are currently dealing with in these atmospheric conditions that we live in right now are many, many civil suits that are being filed against law enforcement officers and against localities once a criminal case has been dismissed for whatever reason. And we are finding situations down in Southampton Roads, where some of our senators come from, where criminal cases are having to be dismissed because witnesses are failing to come forward and the prosecution cannot prove those cases, and then a civil case comes out as a result of that. So I would encourage you to appreciate that it is narrowly drawn, that it goes far beyond an arrest and includes the ancillary records that may result from the investigation and support the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 26, noes 14.
Ayes 26, noes 14. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1449, a bill relating to judicial retirement system, credible service and contributions, extended absence.
Chair recognizes Senator Obenchain, the gentleman from Rockingham.
Madam President, move that the bill pass. And speaking of the bill,
the senator has the floor.
It's a little bill involving expungement. It's a joke. Just kidding. All right. Got Senator Morrissey to look up. But, Madam President, I move the bill pass. And speaking of the bill, this is not a theoretical bill. This is a bill that addresses a situation that hopefully I would have hoped would have never come up. Hopefully it never will again. You know, we pay people in Virginia to do their job, not to no-show for their jobs. Circuit court judges, we expect to show up for their jobs. And as a matter of fact, the Constitution of Virginia requires us to pay circuit court judges for the entirety of their term. We cannot dock circuit court judges if they don't show up by the Constitution. So what this bill does is it says if a circuit court judge does not show up for more than 3 months without excuse, if it's excused because of medical leave, family leave, military service, everything's copacetic, everything's fine. But if they just don't show up for more than 3 months, since we can't dock their pay, they are not entitled to accrue retirement benefits during that period of time. It just seems like a reasonable expectation, since we can't address pay if they're gone for more than 3 months without excuse, then they ought not be accruing retirement benefits. If they are sick, if they have a legitimate reason, this does absolutely nothing to their pay or their retirement benefits or anything else. So with that, I would move its passage.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1459, a bill relating to administration of state government, prohibited applications and websites.
Chair recognizes Senator McDougall, the gentleman from Hanover.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that Senate Bill 1459 pass. And speaking to the bill,
the senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, this bill is in reference to the app that you've commonly heard of called TikTok. This is the effort to make sure that state and all governmental entities do not have TikTok devices that are hooked up to anything owned by the Commonwealth of Virginia. This is a concept that is supported not just by Republicans, but also Democrats and everybody who's concerned about our national security. Madam President, I would hope that it would be the will of the body to pass this very common sense bill and make sure that state devices do not have the ability for a foreign government to be able to spy on information in the Commonwealth.
Chair recognizes Senator Deeds. The gentleman from Charlottesville.
Madam President, I rise to speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I don't disagree with the purpose of the bill, but the form of the bill has a lot of concern for me. And when I think back to my days on the other end of the hall, there were bills introduced in the early 90s in response to the violent crime epidemic that people saw. And they proposed to outlaw the Tech-9 as a type of 9mm pistol. Well, of course, the Tech-9 is just a name of a weapon. If that bill had passed, the manufacturer would have simply renamed the weapon, and the weapon would have been legally traded and bought and sold. And I think also of a fellow that used to be the hired hand for the House Courts of Justice Committee, where I spent many a night and day, early morning, late night, a fellow named Tommy Woodward, who's a Republican lawyer from Suffolk. And he had such sway over the committee, he would say to us, please don't put that garbage in the code. Don't put that in the code. And I would suggest that there are better ways to accomplish the goal of this than putting brand names and company names in the Code of Virginia. You know, let me read this. Tencent Holdings Ltd. means the Chinese multinational technology and entertainment conglomerate and holding company headquartered in Sichuan, China, and any successor company or entity owned by such company. Well, what if Sichuan simply becomes another company? Is that going to be owned by that company? What if TikTok takes on a different name or is owned by a company or a different set of folks? This is legislation that I think has a proper intention, but the form is something that should not be in the Code of Virginia, and I would urge the body not to vote for this bill.
Chair recognizes Senator Chase, the junior senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking in favor of the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd just like to read a statement that was made by U.S. Senator Mark Warner on December 16th of 2022. As you all know, he's the chairman of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, and he released the following statement applauding Virginia's ban on TikTok. He said, as a former governor and chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, I'm glad to see that Virginia has banned TikTok on government devices. TikTok has the stamp of approval of the Chinese Communist Party, and it poses a serious national security threat due to its data collection practices and its ability to reach and manipulate Americans. I hope to see more states take action to keep our government technology out of the CCP's reach. And that, again, is by Intel Chair, the Mark Warner of Virginia. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Stanley, the gentleman from Franklin County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the measure.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 1459 indeed cites specific companies and bans them from having their apps applied to state-run equipment. And yes, I might think that the senator from Charlottesville says a very good thing when we're talking about not trying to put companies in. What do we do? We put it in next. But never have we ever had a company that has created an app or created a product that has dropped into the United States that has the capability of consuming all of your personal information. It preys upon sometimes our need and desire to watch things or to be watched. But who's watching? Who's watching? Who's collecting? And it's the government that is using this company to collect data like never before. We wouldn't have to do this with the senator from Hanover's bill if it wasn't happening. But that's how ruthless the internet has become. And that's how dangerous it's become. And so this protectionary bill to protect Virginia's employees, is not only a good bill, Quite frankly, it has to happen. And we have to put the company's names in there. And if they change names, we'll come back and we'll put the next company's name in there. Because the protection of Virginians is more important than saying, well, we've never put companies' names into the code before. Well, we've never had something like this in TikTok. And so changing times requires changes indeed. So I urge the body to vote in favor of Senate Bill 1459. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Peake, the gentleman from Lynchburg.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I speak in favor of the bill. And how quickly we forget that what happened just this past weekend when the Chinese spy balloon flew across our entire country, probably picking up our TikTok messages and dances from our phones. So thank you, Senator from Hanover, for bringing this bill so that we can not only ban TikTok, but hopefully prevent any more Chinese spy balloons from flying over our country. And I must state from our former seatmate here, Senator Kiggins, although the Chinese spy balloon did not violate her Virginia Beach one balloon policy, it certainly violated the spirit of that good bill, because that one balloon was thousands and thousands of balloons that would have been released. And we've advised her of this. She says that she will bring a bill in Congress to prevent any more Chinese spy balloons from being detonated across our great coast and killing our turtles and birds. But I think right now what we can do is pass this good bill to ban TikTok. I hope you'll support this bill.
Chair recognizes Senator McDougall, the gentleman from Hanover.
Madam President, if nobody else wishes to speak.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I appreciate the senator's concern, but I will advise the body that much of the language that we used in reference to 10-cent holdings and TikTok was derived directly from the federal statute. And Madam President, I draw the members' attention to the fact that we use terms like successor company or entity owned or developed by, so that if the name is changed or the company is sold, it would continue to be banned. But Madam President, I don't want to lose sight of the seriousness of what's going on. There is a foreign country that is attempting to steal information from American citizens and American governments. Our government is at risk from having information stolen. That includes information about how we deal with public safety, how we do development through our institutions, and everything that we would do to manage disasters. Madam President, this is serious business, and I hope that the Senate will pass this legislation and take a small step toward protecting Virginians.
Chair recognizes Senator Surreville, the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill briefly.
The senator has the floor.
You know, we're just like talking right past each other here. First of all, I just want to make sure everybody understands. I really hope TikTok doesn't buy Facebook or Google or Twitter or anything else we all use every day, or we're going to have some law in the books for 12 months and we're stuck because a name got chiseled into the code and there's nothing we can do about it. And that, by the way, all these arguments on the other side, you guys completely missed the point. The point the senator from Charlottesville was making is not to the substance of why TikTok should or should not be on the list. The point is, you shouldn't put the name of a company in the Code of Virginia. That's not how you write a bill. It's not how you write a law. It's not how we codify things. Maybe you delegate the discretion of the governor, let the governor come up with a list that he can modify from time to time as he sees fit, so that as times change, he can take a name off, put a name on, whatever, like he's done with an executive order. That's the point. The point, nobody here is arguing that TikTok's dangerous or not dangerous or whatever. It's just simply a matter of process. And as a matter of process, we don't chisel corporate names into our Code of Virginia. It's not there. Show me another corporate name that is chiseled into a statute in the code. Show where it is, where it's chiseled there and it's stuck there for a year until we come back and go through another legislative session. We've got to pass a bunch of bills and then, print new laws. This isn't the way you do this kind of policy. That's the point. It's process, not substance. I'll yield.
Chair recognizes Senator Stewart, the gentleman from King George.
I was just going to answer the gentleman's question. If you look in the fiduciary section of the code, for years there were corporate names as to what stocks people could purchase under the prudent man investor standard. So it is a practice. May not be the best practice, but we do it in other parts of the code as well.
Okay, I don't think that was a question, so I have no response.
Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, the gentleman from Fairfax City.
Madam President, speak briefly to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, the United States Constitution is a wonderful document, and one of the reasons why it's wonderful is it puts limits on our own government. It puts limits on our own government, and the reason why it does is because it recognizes that it has a unique power over us, the power of the law. And, for example, when we have bills on license plate readers, and when we have bills on search and seizure, and we have bills on criminal rights, we take a very exacting scrutiny to our own government because it has a unique power over us. Modern technology, almost every private corporation has the same ability that TikTok has to look into our lives, to look into our relationships, to look into where we've been, look into what we've said. There's nothing that I know that's unique about TikTok that's different from, say, Twitter, Facebook, Google, any of these other technologies. Now, apparently TikTok has some relationship to the Chinese government, and as I said before, I have no sympathy for the Chinese government. None. Zero. However, I will note I'm looking at my laptop, which I am pretty sure was made in China. I go home and watch Super Bowl this weekend on a TV that was probably made in China. Okay? There's going to be all sorts of technology that's already in our world that's made in China. Now, again, we put limits on our own government. This idea that we have to be protected from the technology of other governments is a little bit different. Because, again, we live in a world with freedom of choice. Now, I respect the fact that state employees should not be perusing TikTok on their time. But honestly, should they be on Facebook? Should they be on Twitter? I don't know. I just, I've never been, frankly, and with all due respect to one member, I've never been overawed by people in Congress. I never thought that because they went up there, they're smarter or better looking or anything else. Okay? They're just the same folks we knew 10 years ago, 15 years ago. So I don't feel the need to go rushing off after Congress and putting the word TikTok in our code when next week they could change it to TokTik, and we have to come back here in veto session. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator McClellan, the senior senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the gentleman from Hanover yield for a question?
Will the gentleman from Hanover rise?
Madam President, I yield.
The gentleman yields. Senator McClellan has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. As I read lines 84 through 85 of current law, isn't the CIO already authorized to ban hardware, software, or services to be used in state government?
Senator McDougall has the floor.
Madam President, I read, and I am not pulling up everything that's in Chapter 55.3, but I read that the CIO shall notify public bodies of hardware, software, or services that have been prohibited pursuant to that chapter.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill is really unnecessary because the governor has already banned the use of TikTok, and state law already gives the executive branch the authority to identify websites, hardware, or software that should be banned. And to the gentleman from Charlottesville's point, that's how it should be. We have delegated to the executive branch the day-to-day running of executive agencies. We should let them do their job. We should let them identify when a website should be banned and let them do it immediately rather than putting one in the code. Maybe others we are missing. There could be another one that pops up tomorrow. Let's let our executive agencies, our executive officers, who we have already entrusted with the ability to do this, let's just let them do their job.
Chair again recognizes Senator McDougall.
Madam President, speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I'm a little baffled. You might not like the way it worked, but we took the definition that we used here almost verbatim out of the federal statute, where they listed ByteDance Limited, TikTok, subsidiary or successor companies. And that's the language that we used in this bill. But it's pretty straightforward. This bill covers state government and public bodies and bans them from using TikTok. It's a policy decision that we can make. So either you can make the decision that an executive order covering executive branch agencies is enough, or we can make a decision for public bodies in the Commonwealth of Virginia. I think it's important enough that we make that safety decision for all public bodies in Virginia. But that is certainly a policy decision. But our security, the security of the Commonwealth, is important enough for us to make that decision. This bill certainly went through the process. It has a number of amendments, as the body can see. If there is quibble with the language or how we look it, there's opportunity to amend it. Throw the suggestion in of how to word it better. But we took the best available thought processes from the U.S. Congress that passed with bipartisan support. So, Madam President, I must say I do find it curious that this body has concern about making sure those protections are in place for all public bodies in Virginia, which we have the ability to regulate through statute. The governor does not have the ability to file an executive order for all public bodies in Virginia.
Chair again recognizes Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Madam President. I apologize for speaking twice, but I rise to speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. We've already done that, frankly. As I pointed out, the bill already says that the CIO will notify all agencies of websites, software, or hardware that has been banned pursuant to Section 2.2, 55.14. which says prohibited products and services and required incident reporting. Subsection B says no public body may use, whether directly or through work with or on behalf of another public body, any hardware, software, or services that have been prohibited by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security for use on federal systems. Legislation passed by Congress, whether it was written inartfully or not, whether it was a good idea to identify specific companies or not, they also have other companies that are identified by the Department of Homeland Security. We've already put in the state code that if it's banned at the federal government, it's banned here. This is a feel-good bill that allows some people to send a brochure that says, we got tough on communist China. But it doesn't do anything that isn't already done in state code today. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? For what purpose does the gentleman from Roanoke ring in? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20. Ayes 20. Noes 20.
The chair votes aye.
Senate Bill 1466, a bill relating to electric vehicle rule infrastructure program and fund created.
Chair recognizes Senator Marsden, the gentleman from Western Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the measure.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill establishes the program and fund for the Electric Vehicle Rural Infrastructure Program. What we're talking about here is charging stations. We know that under the Federal Infrastructure Program, we're going to be seeing installations of these rapid charging devices on our interstates and major highway corridors, which is appropriate for the federal government. How the federal government is going to help states with rural infrastructure is still somewhat unknown. And what this does is create a program and a fund that will allow for grants up to 70% for the development of these charging stations in disadvantaged areas, which pretty much covers all of rural Virginia. And that with that, it does not cover the utility costs of making the connection. So it's just the installation of these facilities. The concern, Madam President, is that we're already seeing evidence of people avoiding what I would call charging station deserts. And when these occur in our rural areas, it means that it's going to be interfering with the economy of our rural counties and towns here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. For instance, people not going to our state parks, people not going hunting or fishing because they can't get their vehicles recharged. So that's what the bill does. It creates the program and the fund, and I reiterate my motion that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1470, a bill relating to workforce development, consolidation of policies and programs, etc.
Chair recognizes Senator Ruff, the gentleman from Mecklenburg.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass. And speaking to that motion,
the senator has the floor.
This is the bill that creates a Department of Workforce Development and Advancement. The bill is designed to eliminate silos in our workforce training and consolidate programs to better evaluate them for better data sharing. The goal is to more efficiently provide quality workforce services to our citizens with the skills needed by businesses. As it is drafted before you, we have tried to address the concerns that have arisen along the way. Additionally, there will be a group to fine-tune this before it goes into effect next year. I remove the motion to pass the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1484, a bill relating to firearm or explosive material carrying within Capitol Square or buildings state-owned or leased.
Chair recognizes Senator Deeds, the gentleman from Charlottesville.
Madam President, I move that the bill pass, and I'd like to speak to that.
The senator has the floor.
In 2021, we passed a bill to prohibit possession of firearms in state-owned buildings and facilities, but we exempted colleges and universities. We did that for the most part, I think, because most colleges and universities already had rules that prohibited firearm possession. This bill removes that exemption. The possession of a weapon as part of a curriculum or organizational activity such as ROTC is excluded. Almost all the public colleges and universities already have this prohibition, as I said, but law enforcement has raised, particularly in light of what happened in Charlottesville this past fall, they've raised concerns about their ability to respond to situations quickly and appropriately because the restrictions are not in the Code of Virginia. This makes possession of a firearm on a public college or university property a Class 1 misdemeanor. I hope you'll pass the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, no 17.
Ayes 23, no 17. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1487, A bill relating to alkaline hydrolysis establishes registration requirement regulations.
Chair recognizes Senator Morrissey, the junior senator from Richmond.
Madam President, I move for passage of SB 1487 and speaking
the senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, you may recall, members of the body, that during the 2022 General Assembly session, SB 129, which called for alkaline hydrolysis, was introduced in this body. And alkaline hydrolysis is an alternative to flame-based cremation. And instead of using hydrocarbons, it uses 94% solution of water, a 5% solution of alkali. SB 129 was turned into a work study, and as a basis of that work study, we now have SB 1487. Alkaline hydrolysis is better for the environment. It does not burn fossil fuels. It does not emit any greenhouse gases or mercury, and it uses 90% less energy than flame-based cremation. So with that, I'd again move for passage of 1487, Madam President.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 2. Rule 36-1.
Ayes 37, noes 2. Rule 36-1. The bill passes.
The Senate Bill 1491, a bill relating to Virginia Public Procurement Act, construction management, contract requirements.
Chair recognizes Senator Bell, the gentleman from Loudoun.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill removes an arbitrary restriction.
For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
My apologies. Move passage of the bill and speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. This bill removes an arbitrary restriction on the ability of construction managers to perform construction work on local infrastructure projects. It's permissive. It only applies to local infrastructure projects. It actually increases competition on these projects by increasing the pool of qualified contractors. It's really just another tool in the tool bag, and again, it's optional. And with that, I again renew the motion to pass the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1494, a bill relating to procedure for disciplining attorneys and reinstatement of attorneys by 3-judge circuit court.
Chair recognizes Senator Saravell, the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass and speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill has to do with the process for reinstating attorneys. For those of you that don't know, when lawyers face disciplinary proceedings, you have a choice of either facing discipline with a panel of attorneys that are selected by the State Bar or a 3-judge panel. However, the process for reinstating revoked attorneys, you only can go to the panel of attorneys. This would give the same option, the 3-judge panel that you already have in a disciplinary proceeding. So it basically conforms the two processes. The Supreme Court also asked that we redirect the appeal of that to the Court of Appeals instead of the Supreme Court in light of the bill we passed on the Court of Appeals a couple of years ago. We heard testimony in the committee from one former assistant Commonwealth attorney who was a member of one of these disciplinary committees who also stated she thought that the existing process was flawed and that it didn't provide that option. And I would hope we could pass the bill.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rockingham County rise?
I would ask if the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax would yield for a question.
Will the senator yield?
I'll yield.
The gentleman yields. Senator.
Madam President, what I would ask is whether the appeal to the Court of Appeals is the final appeal or whether the bar still has the option of appealing to the Supreme Court of Virginia in the event that they are dissatisfied with the outcome. Senator Soroville has the floor.
It can still go to the Supreme Court after the Court of Appeals. I think it was the court that asked for that amendment. It wasn't in the original bill, and somebody asked for that, and it was either the court or the state bar. I can't remember. I think it was the court, I think, that asked for that, which is how that got in there.
I thank the gentleman.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 14, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 25, noes 14, Rule 36-1. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1497, a bill relating to the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, exclusions, proprietary records, and trade secrets, Fort Monroe Authority.
Chair recognizes Senator Locke, the gentlelady from Hampton.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to Senate Bill 1497 pass. And speaking to that.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. In addition to protecting and providing public access to the historic resources at Fort Monroe, it is the declared policy of the Commonwealth to maintain Fort Monroe in perpetuity as a place that is a desirable one in which to reside, do business, and visit, all in a way that is economically sustainable. As a part of the BRAC process and as contemplated by the FMA Act, and in an effort to ensure the success of the intended revitalization effort, FMA undertook a multi-year process involving all relevant stakeholders, importantly including the public, to develop and adopt a master plan that identified the long-term vision for the reuse of the fort, key implementation projects, and a detailed implementation strategy for attracting new uses and investment to Fort Monroe. So what that involved was, in order for Fort Monroe to be successful in implementing that master plan and revitalizing in a way that is economically sustainable, Fort Monroe must be able to attract private parties to enter into commercially reasonable agreements for development projects. So it is not uncommon in traditional development projects for a developer or its entities to be required by the terms of the agreements to deliver to a landlord or a similar transaction counterparty on a periodic basis financial statements, balance sheets, and similar private information for the purposes of validating the creditworthiness of the developer parties. So the reality is making it difficult for the Fort Monroe Authority to enter into commercially standard real estate development agreements on account of the developer's reticence to provide personally sensitive and private financial information to FMA due to the possibility of disclosure. So what this legislation does is to require for FOI exclusion that will help the FMA fulfill its duty to maintain and develop desirable projects, which will help in developing these projects by allowing for the exclusion of certain information in the development process. So again, I move that Senate Bill 1497 pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1503, a bill relating to Social Work Advisory Board, established report.
Chair recognizes Senator Rouse, the junior senator from Virginia Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the bill pass and speak to it.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill speaks to social workers. Social workers are on the front lines and behind the scenes serving and helping people each and every day, especially those who are facing disability, life-threatening disease, or social problems such as inadequate housing, unemployment, or substance abuse. This advisory board serves as an advocate for the profession and the community served, providing government entities with important world insight on the impact policy decisions will have on the community. Important real-world insight. This bill helps by making sure that they can assess, evaluate, and make recommendations on issues, problems, and complaints affecting the professions, clients, and the communities. And they can advise on current and future trends affecting the profession and communities. What this does is help our social workers help our social workers gain the ability to confront the issues real time and making sure that it increases the efficacy of Virginia's social programs. This is a win-win for our Commonwealth, for our communities, and for social workers at large. I move passage of the bill. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1504, a bill relating to sex offender and crimes against minors registry, removal of name and identifying information.
Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, the gentleman from Fairfax City.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass and speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, Senate Bill 1504 deals with a circumstance for a group of people we don't talk about a lot, and that's folks that are convicted sexual offenders. These would be misdemeanants, not felons, who have served their time, which is typically a 15-year period of being on the registry, and have basically complied with the terms and would like to get off the registry. Right now, they have to file a petition to the circuit court. That's expensive and time-consuming, and oftentimes they have to go try and find counsel who don't typically want to be publicly associated with them. What we have instead is a means of filing a petition with the state police, a little bit more efficient, and allow them to do that. The state police can vet these petitions. Again, these are misdemeanants that have successfully complied with the terms, and I ask the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 33, no 7.
Ayes 33, no 7. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1518, a bill relating to temporary detention, certified evaluators report.
Chair recognizes Senator Mason, the gentleman from Williamsburg.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move the bill pass and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members, several years ago, as we started noting people piling up in our emergency rooms in dire need of mental health treatment, we started looking at bottlenecks and reasons for that. So one of the things that came to the fore is, why don't we let doctors there perform our temporary detention order evaluations? Well, it was met with a resounding no for a variety of reasons, one of which they're not qualified to necessarily do it. Well, in the ensuing years, we've had a lot of spirited discussions at the Behavioral Health Commission about our private providers stepping up and doing their part. Are they taking enough of these cases versus our state hospitals whose beds are overrun? Well, now, Madam President, we have a private provider that is setting up an emergency psychiatric department. So what this bill is designed to do is allow them, and it's drawn that narrowly, you'll find starting at line 196 to 206, it's very narrowly drawn, allowing certified evaluators in that facility that is an emergency psychiatric department only. They have higher qualifications, or at least as good a qualifications as any evaluator. They must follow all of the same regimens, the community planning, the understanding of community placement, and will meet all requirements of the current certified evaluators. Now, at the end of the bill, it's important, there are a couple things that are important to note. One, this is designed only for a 2-year period, July of 2025. Is it going to work? Let's just do a short period to see, with reporting requirements at the end of each calendar year, so we'll get 2 full reports. But here's an important thing for the legislative record, Madam President. That is, if these reports come in and they say, boy, this is going extremely well, I'd like to expand this to our main hospital. The answer is no. This is designed only for emergency psychiatric departments where the physicians and the staff are trained in this world and will be very able to provide these certified evaluations for temporary detention orders. And then we'll come back in a couple of years and see, did it work and where can we go from here? Madam President, that's the bill, and I ask that you pass the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1518, a bill related to charitable gaming amends of definition of Texas Hold'em poker tournaments.
Chair recognizes Senator Barker, the gentleman from Southern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President, and I move that the bill pass. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Yes, this is dealing with charitable gaming, as has been stated already. As we've seen, a waning of interest in things like bingo. There's been looking around at different types of things, different types of games to entice people to come in, and poker has been one that's been discussed for a good while. And this bill would allow limited operation of Texas Hold'em poker in facilities. It's very limited in terms of the aggregate number of people who could participate, and the times it would be limited to in any institution, any of the charities. Only 4 tables would be able to be operated, and they would be operated only for no more than 4 days a week and no more than 8 hours in any day. And there are some issues that have been we've dealt with just recently on some of these things, and there are Senator from Loudoun and the Senator from Spotsylvania both may want to have some comments on this.
Chair recognizes Senator Reeves, the gentleman from Spotsylvania.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I have to claim mea culpa. Madam President, I think the senator from Southern Fairfax has done a phenomenal job of trying to get this bill across the line. But in claiming mea culpa, Madam President, I will tell you, should we pass this bill, we are rewarding bad behavior. And it's that simple, Madam President. The way we got here was we had some individuals who were running poker games without lawful authority, saying they were tournaments when they really weren't, and their true intention was to have cash games. And I want to commend my colleague from Loudoun, who has really honed in on this and tried to get this thing down to where it's palatable. But, Madam President, in good faith, I voted for it out of committee, but in the bottom of my stomach, I know this is not where we want to be with regard to charitable gaming. And I would tell you, Madam President, members of the body, I've spoken to the Moose, the Elks, I call them the Animal Kingdom, the veterans organizations. None of them like this bill. I think they would like to look at Texas Hold'em tournaments in the future as they continue their electronic gaming, now that this chamber and the chamber across the way has cleaned up charitable gaming. But I'm not sure this bill takes us to where they'd like to be as well. So with that, Madam President, I'm going to be throwing up a red vote, and no offense to my colleague from Southern Fairfax.
Chair recognizes Senator Bell, the gentleman from Loudoun.
Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This has been a subject that we've worked on very hard for the last couple of years, and I understand where the gentleman from Spotsylvania is coming from. We've, again, tried to clean this up. On this bill, I thank the senator from Southern Fairfax for his willingness to allow me to work on this bill with him. I support this bill, and I want to tell you a couple key things about it. There are charities who have reached out to me, and they will benefit from this, and they're legitimate charities that do good work and help people out. The reality of it is, as the Senator said earlier, bingo revenues have gone down. Certainly COVID contributed to that, but the bottom line is the players and the games and the desires have changed. However, the needs of the charities remain. And I want to try to find them a way to satisfy that. So what we've done in this bill originally started off at 10 tables, 10 players per game. That's 100 players at a time. I thought that was way too much, and it was dangerous. So we moved that down to only 4 tables. So a much smaller thing. It was originally 12 hours. We moved that down to 8, a much smaller time, and only 4 days a week. I believe the original was at 5, okay? So we moved that down as well. A couple other things put in here. We put some qualifications for a dealer. They have to be 21 years old. There has to be training provided by the organization before they can deal. Because I think that's a significant problem if you're running an operation like this where errors would happen. We also put in qualifications where there had to be a game manager who could resolve any problems, and there need to be rules developed in advance and conspicuously posted at the facility. So again, we can get ahead of this. Now, there's one other thing that I want to bring up. We've had a lot of concerns about charitable gaming, and we've worked on this very hard. Senator McPike has also been hand in hand with us working on this to try to get this to a better place, and I think we've arrived there. I can't say it's perfect. I think we need to continue to work there. But one of the things I believe we needed to do is we needed to have a change in the Charitable Gaming Board. And this morning, I applaud the current chair for resigning. That opens this up for, frankly, a fresh new leadership, and I think it's something that's needed. And with that, I do want to help these charities, and I hope that we can support this bill. I thank you.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 16, ruled 36-3.
Ayes 21, no 16, Rule 36-3. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1523, a bill relating to marijuana-related offenses, modification of sentence.
Chair recognizes Senator Lucas, the gentlelady from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the bill pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, what the bill does, it creates a process by which persons convicted of certain felony marijuana-related offenses committed prior to July 1st, 2022, who remain incarcerated or on community supervision on July 1st, 2023, may receive an automatic hearing to consider modification of such person's sentence. The bill also allows persons convicted of a felony offense committed prior to July 1st, 2022, and who remains incarcerated or on community supervision on July 1st, 2023, and whose sentence may have been enhanced because of a previous felony of marijuana offense or without the involvement of marijuana, such felony offense convicted of or felony sentence enhanced would not have been possible as the involvement of marijuana was necessary to satisfy the elements of the charge offense or the sentence enhancement. To petition the court for modification of such person's sentence, the bill requires such petitions to be filed by July 1st, 2025. The provisions of this bill sunset on July 1st, 2026. And with that explanation, Madam President, I move that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 16.
Ayes 24, no 16. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1532, a bill related to protective orders, extensions and continuances, extension hearings, other monetary relief, penalty.
Chair recognizes Senator Deeds, the gentleman from Charlottesville.
Madam President, I move that the bill pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
This bill does relate to protective orders. It allows the court, when a motion to extend the protective order is filed, to grant an ex parte extension, provided that motion is filed and received before the initial order expires. Again, I'll ask that you support the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The bill passes.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Favola, the gentlelady from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to ask for reconsideration of a vote that we took probably an hour or so ago. Is this the appropriate time? Or would you
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. It's the vote, I'd like to turn your attention to page 9, Senate Bill 896. I believe I voted on the prevailing side, and I would ask that we reconsider that vote so a member can change her vote.
Returning to page 9 without objection. The question is, shall the vote by which Senate Bill 896 passed be reconsidered? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The vote is reconsidered. Senator McDougall.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that Senate Bill 896 pass. And speaking to the bill,
the senator has the floor.
Madam President, this is the policy conversation we had about larceny if the amount is in excess of $10,000 and the groups that are doing it are an organized group. So this is the higher amount that the senator from Eastern Fairfax talked about, and there has to be an organized group in order for the petty larcenies to be bundled together to qualify for the racketeering. So with that, Madam President, I move the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 26, noes 14.
Ayes 26, noes 14. The bill passes.
Returning to page 2, Senate Bill 818.
Chair recognizes Senator Sproul, the gentleman from Northern Chesapeake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Senate Bill 818 will direct the State Board of Education to develop and implement a grade-level appropriate curriculum that will talk with students about mental health and emotion problems. Move that the bill pass.
Chair recognizes Senator Chase, the junior senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank the patron for identifying such a critical issue with our young folks, and the increased risk of suicide that we see today in our schools, the elevated risk of depression and every other kind of issue we have. I've actually spoken with one of my stakeholders in Chesterfield County who still has concerns about this bill, and I've actually spoken to her, and I thank the patron for allowing me to talk to her. But what I want to address here is the concern that we are asking the wrong questions with this bill. We are asking the wrong questions. We can't take away the rights of parents without accepting responsibility. What we are actually doing, we are literally advertising suicide, anxiety, and depression to tiny minds that cannot comprehend consequences and then have the parents removed because of technology. Let me explain myself. You may or may not know this, but in almost every single class now, our kids are getting socio-emotional learning. Standards means mental health is being given in every class, in every grade. And this was actually going on long before COVID. And so she has concerns about the bill. I'm going to trust the stakeholders and my group who have really done a great job through Virginians for Children First in my area. They oppose the bill, and for that reason, I respectfully, while I appreciate the sentiments of the patron, I'm going to have to gently vote against this bill. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Richmond, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. We actually added to the code a while ago, at least pre-pandemic, requirement that the health class, the PE class, include information on mental health and age-appropriate mental health awareness to help children identify in each other signs of mental illness, begin to destigmatize mental illness. And what this bill actually does is tell the Board of Education to help create the age-appropriate curriculum around that, because how you deal with that with a fourth grader is different than how you deal with that with an eighth grader. And I can tell you as a parent who has a child who has had some anxiety issues, who has had some sensory processing issues, I'm not always equipped because I am not trained to teach him at the age level that he is. It is very difficult for somebody in their 30s, 40s, or 50s to be able to explain the concept of mental illness, anxiety, depression, or how to identify in yourself or someone else the beginnings of a condition and what to do about it. It's very difficult to communicate that at a kindergarten, second, or third grade level. And so what this bill does is have the Board of Education create more specific age-appropriate curriculum to give our teachers who do have the ability to talk to students in that class more than parents will on what they will understand, to break it down even further for age-appropriate, evidence-based, how do you identify and remove the stigma around so that our kids can help themselves and help others, and more importantly, identify to their parents and give them the tools they need to be able to communicate to their parents when something's wrong. Because without that, they're going to continue to feel feelings they don't understand and not have the ability to articulate to their parents or counselors or someone who can help them. And as a result, children are dying, quite frankly. So I ask that you pass this bill.
Chair recognizes Senator Morrissey, the junior senator from Richmond.
Madam President, would the gentlelady from Chesterfield County yield for a question?
Will the gentlelady rise and yield?
I yield.
Senator Morrissey has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would ask the gentlelady, did I understand her correctly to say a few moments ago that this bill is, quote, advertising suicide, end quote?
Senator Chase has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And to the senator, what I would give to you is a specific example in Chesterfield County Public Schools as an assignment. In Chesterfield County Schools, 11-year-olds are invited to identify known narcotics in their home, go identify it, take the lid off, take a picture of it, and post it in the assignment. Madam President, my question would be, if that child ingests that narcotic? Whose responsibility is it if that child commits suicide or overdoses on that medication? While I understand the intention of this bill, we are constantly we're constantly introducing this concept to children who aren't even thinking about this at such early ages that their minds cannot understand and comprehend it. And that is my concern, Madam President.
Senator Morrissey.
Madam President, would the gentlelady yield for a final question?
Another question, Senator Chase. Will you yield?
I yield.
The gentlelady yields. Senator Morrissey has the floor.
I would ask the gentlelady if she understands the difference and the distinction between advertising for suicide versus what the gentlelady from Richmond said, trying to identify signs of mental illness. Does the gentlelady understand the difference?
Senator Chase has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And I would address the gentleman. I understand the unintended consequences of this bill and what it is actually doing. Whenever I see a father whose 12-year-old daughter in the committee is in tears crying because he does not understand why his child is no longer around and committed suicide. And the answer is because in each and every one of these classrooms at every single age, kids are constantly bombarded with messages about, are you depressed? Are you suicidal? If I talk about the color red, what color are you going to think about? I would ask the gentleman.
Is that a question, Senator?
Question, yes.
Senator Morrissey has the floor.
I thank the gentlelady, and I do not yield.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Favola, the gentlelady from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to make two quick points regarding this bill.
The senator has the floor.
I encourage the body to pass this bill for two, I think, salient reasons. As part of this curriculum, we have learned at the various commissions that are studying behavioral health and especially studying how we can intervene early. We have found that children helping each other is actually one of the most effective strategies for convincing a child that he or she should go to a counselor. So it's that peer counseling, which can start at a very early age, but in effect has been one of the most effective tools in helping our kids cope. And secondly, if we really want to have good interventions in our schools, we have to start early with behavioral health services. This body just passed several bills that identified school counseling and what it meant, that actually allowed school systems to hire psychologists on a provisional license, because we have acknowledged we want to get involved early when a child has a mental health issue. We want to help prevent a tragedy. So thinking about that context, I would strongly ask that the body pass this bill. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Stewart, the gentleman from King George.
Madam President, speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I've been going through this bill and reading it and trying to understand what an objection could be to this. And as I read these, it's talking about recognizing signs and symptoms of mental health challenges, promoting mental health wellness and healthy strategies for coping with stress and negative feelings, trying to deal with the stigmas associated with mental health. And we all know that young children, present company accepted, sometimes go through these things and they don't know what to do or where to turn. And that, in fact, is what ends up in some of these children tragically committing suicide. And so I read the bill, and it seems to me we're trying to help those kids get through that rough patch. And I was trying to see the side of it from the senator of Chesterfield, but just can't find it. It appears to be a good bill to me, and I intend to support it.
Chair again recognizes Senator Sproul.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move the bill pass, please.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The bill passes.
Uncontested calendar, Senate bill on second reading. Senate Bill 1244, a bill relating to Crime Victim and Witness Rights Act notification to victims' Attorney General. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary.
Chair recognizes Senator Saravel, the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading. Senator Saravel.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we suspend the rules, dispense with the third constitutional reading.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading be dispensed with? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The rules are suspended and the third constitutional reading is dispensed with. This puts the vote on final passage. Senator Saravel.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 1244 has to make sure that our Attorney General understands that he has to comply with the Crime Victim Witness Act just like any other prosecutor does when he decides to put on the prosecutor hat, which isn't very often. The reason I put in this bill is because there was a young 27-year-old accountant who was murdered by 2 police officers about 2 blocks from my house. He was completely unarmed, and he was basically shot and killed after fleeing a traffic accident where he was the victim. The Department of Justice decided they didn't feel like prosecuting these 2 officers, so the Fairfax County Commonwealth attorney elected to. That was removed to federal court, and when it was appealed to the Fourth Circuit, the Attorney General's office took over the appeal to help. And then after the election, a different Attorney General came in and decided that prosecution ought to get dismissed. Only problem was the Attorney General's office didn't really consult with the victim like they would have to do if it was a Commonwealth attorney. And I thought perhaps this confusion may have occurred because the law wasn't clear. So this statute makes it clear that when our Attorney General decides that he wants to wear the prosecutor hat, which he seems like he wants to do more and more now, he has to act like every other prosecutor and pass and talk to the victim. Madam President, that's what this bill does.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change the vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill passes.
Regular calendar, Senate bills on second reading.
Chair recognizes Senator Favola, the gentlelady from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, after consulting with the senior senator from Virginia Beach, I ask that this bill go by for the day.
Without objection, Senate Bill 847 goes by for the day.
Senate Bill 903.
Chair recognizes Senator Hanger, the gentleman from Augusta. Wait,
Thank you, Madam.
1 minute, Senator.
Everybody jumped in. Regular calendar, Senate bills on second reading. Senate Bill 903, a bill relating to THC industrial hemp regulated hemp products. Reported from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations. And there is one floor amendment.
I see. I'm going to the senator. Chair recognizes the senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Well, Madam President, thank you. I'd like to move that we engross the bill and pass it on just third reading, but I think the senator from Eastern Fairfax has a floor amendment that I don't like.
We have to accept the substitute.
Committee substitute
Sir,
first.
Sir, we have to accept the substitute or not first. You're moving the substitute?
We did that yesterday.
So you're moving the substitute. The question is,
We did it yesterday.
we did that yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
but it is here again today.
Failure to communicate.
The Senate will be at ease until the president knows where she is.
Floor amendment. You adopted the
The president has regained herself. Chair recognizes Senator Sorovell, the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the floor amendment. I'm sorry, I move to waive reading of the floor amendment.
The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? Those in favor of waiving the reading will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment the reading of it is waived. Senator Sorovell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the floor amendment. Speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. So, ladies and gentlemen, the underlying bill has to do with regulating Delta 8, which is otherwise known as synthetic marijuana. And this product has arisen in the last few years as a way to evade current statutory restrictions. And I want to commend the senator from Augusta for all the work that Augusta, right? For all the work that he's done on this. I know he feels very passionately about it. This is the second year we've seen legislation on this, and I would agree with him that the Delta 8 problem is a problem, and it's a growing problem. And I would agree that pediatric exposures are also a problem. However, from my perspective, Madam President, I believe that the thrust of this bill kind of misses the mark because it only goes after the symptom. It doesn't go after the underlying cause of all the symptoms that we're seeing. And the underlying cause, the reason that we have Delta 8, the reason we have Delta 8 exposures is because we have not come up with a solution for retail marijuana as a broad global solution. We started work on this 2 years ago. When we got into it, we realized it was a very complicated area. It had lots of different problems, Delta 8 being one branch of the problem, and that we need to try and deal with this comprehensively instead of dealing with this in a piecemeal fashion, as this bill attempts to do. And, Madam President, the solution to this is to come up with a comprehensive solution, not piecemeal. So what this, and I would say also that many of us are disappointed that we've not made progress on a comprehensive solution today. We've already debated 3 or 4 different bills today, which are part of the solution. We heard about resentencing from the senator from Portsmouth. We heard about, I'm trying to think what else. We heard Second Look, I think, with Senator Peterson, which plays a role in this. We've heard several bills that have to do with the medical market, which also play into this. And we shouldn't be tweaking all these things without coming up with a comprehensive solution. So, Madam President, I would note that 60% of Virginians, depending on when you ask, between 60 and 68% of Virginians say we need to come up with a comprehensive solution. In 2019, 61% said yes. 2021, 68%. A poll was taken earlier about a week ago, which said 60% of Virginians. I would note that around the United States of America, there's 12 states that have done referenda. Colorado started in 2012 with Washington, Alaska in 2014, Oregon in 2014, Florida 2016 for medical. 16 was an interesting year. California, Maine, Massachusetts, Nevada, all approved by referendum, retail sale of marijuana. Oklahoma and Connecticut did medical in 2020, Arizona, Montana, and New Jersey. And in 2022, Maryland and the progressive bastion of Missouri said by 53 to 67% that retail marijuana ought to be legal. And from our perspective, Madam President, given that some people in this building don't seem to see the urgency of trying to do something about this, we thought perhaps the people of Virginia ought to express their opinion, aside from opinion polls, perhaps in an advisory referendum to make it clear that they want to see action on this now. And, Madam President, that's what this floor amendment does. It puts an advisory referendum before the people of Virginia this November so that they will have the opportunity to speak and tell their government exactly what they want, which I'm pretty confident is going to be a global and comprehensive solution to this instead of dealing with this on a whack-a-mole basis, which this bill attempts to do. And so from my perspective, Madam President, the position that I believe the majority of this chamber believes is that we shouldn't be taking a whack-a-mole approach on this, but if the governor and the body wants to take a whack-a-mole approach, we need to send this message of doing a comprehensive approach by putting it on the ballot this November and getting some answers. That's what the floor amendment does, and I would hope we would support it.
Chair recognizes Senator Norman, the gentleman from James City County.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I rise with no reluctance to speak against this proposed amendment.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, the motion was summarily passed that we waive the reading of the floor amendment, and I really think it is worth reading, particularly that provision in there asking that the election officers be deputized to conduct a verbal referendum as to the reading of the census of voters that are coming in there. I think that is a less than splendid approach on things. The election officials are out there to conduct the elections consistent with what the prevailing laws and regulations are. They are not put out there, nor do they volunteer their time and services to start questioning voters about their perspective on certain issues. And I suggest to you, Madam President, just raising the question itself is going to stimulate some conversation. I do not think it's just going to be, yes, I support this, or no, I don't support this. And I think it is a distraction for what the focus should be on that day. If, in fact, we're inclined to move in that direction, Madam President, I think we should add a couple of other inquiries of the voters that are coming in. I'd like to know if they want to reinstate capital punishment. I'd like to know whether they want to legalize all Schedule I and Schedule II drugs. I'd like to know whether or not they favor term limits on their state legislators. I'd like to know what their persuasion is on the very spirited discussion on abortion. I think this is a perilous road to go down, and I respect my friend from Fairfax immensely. I just think this is not a particularly wise idea.
Chair recognizes Senator McDougall, the gentleman from Hanover.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise for a parliamentary inquiry.
The senator may state it.
Madam President, the amendment appears to be focusing on opening a poll at the next election, but the bill itself deals with the regulation of industrial hemp and hemp-related products. So I'd ask, is the amendment germane?
The Senate will be temporarily at ease while I ask the originator of the floor amendment and Senator Hanger to come forward. There is a parliamentary inquiry by the senator from Hanover as to the germaneness of Soroville floor amendment. It is the opinion of the chair that it is not germane based upon three factors to determine the test of germaneness. Does the amendment unreasonably or unduly expand the subject of the bill? I answer in the affirmative. Would the amendment introduce an independent question? I answer in the affirmative. Finally, would the amendment change the purpose, scope, or object of the original bill or motion? Again, I answer in the affirmative. Therefore, Senator Soroville's floor amendment to the Hanger bill is not germane. For what purpose does the senior senator from Fairfax rise?
For a motion, Madam President.
The senator may continue.
I want you to please understand, certainly no disrespect is intended, but I would respectfully request a ruling that, I'm challenging the ruling of the chair. Okay. All right. Thank you.
No disrespect, sir, was considered. The question is, shall the ruling of the chair be sustained? All those in favor of the ruling of the chair will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 20.
The chair, having no ability to vote on her own decision, still the ruling of the chair stands and is sustained. For what purpose does the senator from Augusta rise?
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
The question is, shall the bill now be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading. Senator, yes. We are going to continue with the rest and then we'll bring it back. And the Senate will be at ease temporarily. clerk will call the calendar.
Senate Bill 1090, a bill relating to the Board of Pharmacy permit to operate pharmaceutical processor or cannabis dispensing facility, reported to the Committee on Education and Health, and there is a floor amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Eben, the gentleman from Alexandria.
I yield to the senator from Prince William so he can take up his floor amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator
Madam President.
The senator from...
Madam President, point of order.
Senator Norman.
Thank you, Madam President. Did we conclude the last bill of 903? I know we went through the process on challenging the germaneness, but did we complete the bill?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry we were not clear. We will take all of the bills on second reading in a block. So we're going to go through all of them and then come back to them, put them in a block.
President.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
I appreciate it.
I thank you allowing me the clarification. Senator McPike, the gentleman from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to waive the reading of the floor amendment.
The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All those in favor of waiving the reading will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator McPike.
Thank you, Madam President, and move the adoption of the floor amendment and speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. So in context, a couple things. Under Senate Bill 1090, you see that it allows for the expansion of medical pharmaceutical distribution throughout Virginia. What this bill, floor amendment, would do is allow for some of the existing industrial hemp providers that have been operating, have significant investments already across Virginia, to have a crack at those licenses. Now, for those who just voted on Senate Bill 903 and plan to vote for it, understand that that is going to put a lot of Virginia businesses out of business. They're going to be done with that bill. Okay? You might be cracking down on a lot of out-of-state actors in this bill. We need to figure out a way to give a nod to those who have actually done the right thing and give them an opportunity. That's what this amendment does. It simply says, even for the limited number of licenses, to say, hey, you're doing the right thing, jump into the medical side. And so this really is a nod to help Virginia businesses in the medical expansion market. And I think this is an important amendment. If you're going to do one, you at least got to give a nod to the other in this thing and ask that the amendment be adopted.
Chair recognizes now Senator Eben, the gentleman from Alexandria.
Yes, speaking to the amendment.
The senator has the floor.
I consider the amendment a friendly one. It does no harm to the underlying purpose of the bill and, in fact, does advantage existing Virginia businesses. So with that, I hope that we'll adopt it.
The question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The floor amendment is adopted. Senator Eben.
I move that SB 1090 be engrossed in advance to its third reading.
The question is, shall the bill now be engrossed in advance to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1337, a bill relating to medical marijuana program product registration, dispensing, and record-keeping requirements, advertising, reported from the committee substitute was adopted by the Senate yesterday.
Chair recognizes Senator Donovan, the gentlelady from Enrico.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we engross and advance this bill to its third constitutional reading.
The question is, shall the bill now be engrossed in advance to its third constitutional reading? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1519, a bill relating to public institutions of higher education, Virginia College Savings Plan, renamed Commonwealth Savers Plan, duties of governing board. We adopted the committee substitute yesterday, and there is a floor substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Barker, the gentleman from Southern Fairfax County.
Madam President, I move to pass the bill by for the day.
Without objection, Senate Bill 1519 passed by for the day.
Senate Bill 1243, a bill relating to abortion or other reproductive health care services, prohibitions on extradition for certain crimes, prohibited practices under Virginia Consumer Protection Act. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Somerville, the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the committee substitute.
The question is, shall the committee substitute be accepted? Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The committee substitute is accepted. Senator Somerville.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1379, a bill relating to local and regional correctional facilities, provision of medical services, waiver of sovereign immunity. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Deeds, the gentleman from Charlottesville.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam President, I move that we adopt the amendments.
The question is, shall the committee amendments be adopted? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are adopted. Senator Deeds.
Madam President, I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
The question is, shall the bill now be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1495, a bill relating to local enforcement action, willful disregard for applicable law damages. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Somerville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the committee amendments.
The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are agreed to. Senator Somerville.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1515, a bill relating to civil liability for publishing or distribution of material harmful to minors on the Internet. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with an amendment, and there are two floor substitutes.
Chair recognizes Senator Stanley, the gentleman from Franklin County.
Thank you, Madam President. I like the amendment that we put on in committee, so unless anybody's got any other problem with it, I'm going to move the committee amendments.
The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are agreed to. Senator Stanley.
Madam President.
Madam President, I now move that Senate Bill 1515 be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Madam President, I move that we recommit the bill to the Senator on the Judiciary. And speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, this is not the first time this body has passed a similar bill. Back in 2000, it turns out, the body passed a bill that decriminalized the dissemination of material harmful to minors over the Internet. And the case was brought, a lawsuit was brought by numerous businesses, membership organizations, and individuals who use the Internet, including the United States Internet Service Provider Association. And that case was decided by Judge Harry Michael, federal district judge in Charlottesville, who, by the way, was a state senator. In fact, the emblem that we have today on my lapel, he designed back in the 70s. And what happened in that case, Mr. President, the case was attacked on the grounds that it violated the Constitution of the United States, the First Amendment to the Constitution, and also the Commerce Clause that says only the federal government can regulate interstate commerce. And what happened in that case, Mr. President, he enjoined the enforcement of the bill and found it unconstitutional. And Judge Michael ruled, among other things, he ruled that, for example, that attempting to localize internet regulation is extremely problematic because the internet is by its nature not a local area. It's not in local areas. It's international as well as national. And Mr. President, he further found, and the Fourth Circuit affirmed him on this, he found in his opinion that the prohibition on state regulation has been done in other states as well, because discrimination against or unduly burdening interstate commerce is unlawful. And he further found that several courts in other states have tried to strike down state statutes similar to this particular bill in Virginia as unduly burdensome on interstate commerce because they, in effect, restrict commercial electronic materials in all states, not just the state in which they try to the bills enacted. In effect, there's no effective way to limit access on online materials by geography, and so therefore it can only be done by the federal government. Mr. President, Madam President, if we do this, I guarantee you there will be another lawsuit, and the courts will also strike it down for violating the First Amendment because it's hard to explain what the bill is. It's unduly vague. It's also privacy issues because what the bill does, it requires the commercial realtor entities to determine the age and the name of the people in order to make sure that they're under 18, because adults can access this information. And furthermore, it violates the Interstate Commerce Clause. In fact, Madam President, if anybody reads what happened in 1787 in Philadelphia, one reason for the federal Constitution was because states were imposing duties on other states. And so it gave the federal government the authority to regulate interstate commerce, so we can no longer impose a duty on selling a property from one state to another state. And so that's the commercial reasoning for the federal Constitution, in fact. So this is an important issue that if this bill is ever passed, I can almost guarantee you that it'll be challenged in federal court and that it'll be found unconstitutional. With that understanding, Mr. President, I move that reiterate my motion that the matter be recommitted to the Senate on the Judiciary, which will have the opportunity over the next several months to take a further look at this bill. It's not the fact that nobody disagrees that children should not have access to pornography. That is not the issue. The issue is, can we do it in a constitutional way? And in my opinion, the way it's written, it cannot be done. And therefore, the Senate Judiciary Committee needs to take a good look at it. With that, I renew my motion.
Chair recognizes Senator Peake, the gentleman from Lynchburg.
Ma'am, thank you, Madam President. I rise to speak to the gentleman from Roanoke City's motion to recommit.
Yes, sir. Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I speak against the motion. And from what I can tell, the gist of the motion is that the senator from Roanoke City thinks that the bill may be unconstitutional. And I submit that many of us may have read the Constitution. We all have our individual thoughts about what is in the Constitution and what's constitutional and what's not constitutional. But I can guarantee you our opinions mean absolutely nothing, and the senator is correct, until a court looks at the statute and determines whether or not it's constitutional. And it may be a district court at first, then it may be the court after that, and then it might be the United States Supreme Court. And that's when we finally know whether or not the law we passed here is constitutional. Now, this bill has a great purpose. It is to keep children from viewing pornography And that's the purpose of the bill. The Supreme Court has ruled about pornography. It has gone to the Supreme Court. So the fact that someone may think that this bill might be a violation of some portion of the Constitution is not a good reason at this point to recommit the bill. We had the bill. The bill was filed. When was this bill has been filed? It was heard in committee. Everyone had the opportunity to read it and make arguments. When we heard it in committee, I ask that you overrule the gentleman's motion.
Chair recognizes Senator Boysko, the gentlelady from northwestern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the motion.
Which motion, Senator?
The motion to recommit to.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. It is very rare that I am on the other side of an issue with the senator from Roanoke, but I want to see this bill go forward. Children are harmed at great levels being exposed to online pornography. It is not yesterday, when we were kids, pornography was in a magazine. This is explicit, horrifying videos that they're being exposed to. There is some language that the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax has. That would be an amendment. I urge the body to continue to try to protect the children and oppose the motion. Thank you.
Chair again recognizes Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking against the motion to recommit.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Members of this body, my friend who just spoke eloquently on the purpose and the reason for this bill. We are in a 21st century world. All of our children now have all of these instruments where they can access things that you and I would never have dreamed of. There are ways that people can change the way our children think without us ever even knowing. They can interrupt our parenting, and parents need help with things like this because it's out of control. And to argue, I think, that it's unconstitutional is premature. Because obviously there is a compelling state interest here. And this bill is narrowly drawn and tailored to advance that compelling state interest, which is to keep pornography out of the hands of children. We've done it here in Virginia without any interference with the Interstate Commerce Clause. When it came to bricks and mortar buildings, if Barnes & Noble's, I don't know if Barnes & Noble sells a Penthouse or a Playboy magazine, a 10-year-old cannot walk up and say, I'd like this month's edition. Because we have those safeguards. And we owe it as a people, when children are our greatest natural resource here in the Commonwealth of Virginia, we owe it to create the best environment for them to grow up in. It's not perfect. Government can't be the parent, but government can set the parameters, the guardrails by which parents then can raise their children free from this kind of interference. I don't think there's anybody in the body here that doesn't think the exposure of pornography to children is a good thing. It's a bad thing. In fact, it's been cited as a public health crisis for children, and it has a corroding influence on minors. These are studies' conclusions. The universal availability of pornography on the internet and limited or no age verification requirements, minors are continuously exposed. In fact, a study that I read says up to 40% of all children by the age of 10 have been exposed by pornography on the internet. What this seeks to do is to say to those purveyors, those companies that that's what they do. They've got porn in their name, in their URL name, is that they need to put a filter that stops children from accessing it. Why? Because pornography contributes to the hypersexualization of teens, prepubescent children, leads to some low self-esteem issues, body image disorders, and an increase in problematic sexual activity at younger ages, increased desire among adolescents to engage in risky behaviors. And it's been cited in some of these studies that I have here that it may impact brain development. We as a government can do the best we can. And this is one of those times where we can protect children. Sometimes my dad used to always say to me, son, I'm here to protect you from yourself. Well, that's what this bill does. So I ask that it go further. I promise that I will work with my friend, the senator from Fairfax, northeastern Fairfax, Eastern Fairfax, to make sure that we've narrowly drawn and tailored this so it continues to be constitutional. But remember this, and I've had some experience with free speech cases. This bill does not seek to regulate content. That is the content of the speech. The content of the speech would be the pornography. It seeks to regulate the conduct of the user or the reader or the listener. And when you're regulating conduct and not content, then you're not running afoul of free speech provisions. Quite frankly, this is one of those matters which has been demonstrated to be effective in Louisiana. They put a filter on. It's stopping children from accessing these sites. It's not about the provider, and the bill says that. It's not about the Twitter or Google or anything like that. It's about the website that allows our 10-year-olds and over, under the age of 18, to access something they shouldn't have access to. So I beg the body that I hope that you find this motion not to be in good order and that you support the opposition to recommit Senate Bill 1515 to committee. And I thank you, Madam President.
Chair again recognizes Senator Edwards.
Madam President, if no one else wishes to speak on this issue.
The senator has the floor.
I have another article here. California tried to do something like this, and they finally decided to drop it. And the head of this, the title of this document, if any economic activity meets the definition of interstate commerce, it's the internet. That's the reason. It's the internet. You can't keep it localized to Virginia. It's all over the place, all over the world, actually. That's the problem. Only the federal government can regulate interstate commerce. It's that simple. If this bill passes, it will be challenged. I guarantee you. And it's already been challenged. It's an almost identical bill was challenged here in early 2000. It passed in 2000. Almost exactly the same kind of bill. And Judge Michael threw it out. And the Fourth Circuit upheld him. That's what's going to happen. If you want to get a bill like this, let's take it back to the committee. Maybe there's a way to figure out how to do this. I'm not sure you can, simply because the Interstate Commerce Act is that simple. It's simple. It's not a matter of is pornography good or bad? Of course it's bad. Nobody supports pornography, especially with children. But this is not the way to do it. And I ask the body to send it back to the Committee on the Judiciary.
The question is, shall the substitute motion is to recommit Senate Bill 1515 to the Committee on the Judiciary. Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The bill is not recommitted.
Madam President.
I'm looking. Do I see hands? No hands. Senator Sorovel, for what purpose does the gentleman rise?
Madam President, having voted on the prevailing side by which we adopted the committee, I think it was amendments, I would move that we reconsider that vote so we can get to the floor substitute.
Actually, Senator, from what I am advised, the floor substitute is now out of order.
That's why I'm moving to reconsider.
To reconsider. All right. Doing a lot of motions. The question is, shall the vote by which Senate Bill 1515's committee amendments were accepted be reconsidered? Yes, that vote. Those in favor will record their vote aye or nay. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The vote is reconsidered.
Thank you, Madam
Senator
President.
Sorovel.
Thank you, Madam President. I would move that we pass by the committee amendments temporarily.
We can't do that. I'm advised committee amendments are up or down votes.
All right. Thank you, Madam President. With the recommendation to be rejected, I would move that we adopt the committee amendments.
The question is, with the recommendation that it be rejected, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are rejected.
Thank you, Madam President. Parliamentary inquiry.
The senator may state it.
There's two floor substitutes. Is mine the next floor substitute, or is Senator Edwards the next floor substitute? Mine is. Okay, good.
Your substitute.
Great, thank you. Then I would move my committee substitute and speak to that motion.
The senator, you have to
I
waive
gotta
the
waive
reading.
I'm sorry. I would move to waive reading of my floor substitute.
The question is, shall the Somerville floor substitute be waived? The reading of it, that is. Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The reading of the Somerville floor substitute is waived. Senator Somerville.
Thank you, Madam President. I would move the committee substitute with my name on it and speak to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, what this substitute does, and I believe it's viewed as friendly by the patron, is his statute references the term sexual conduct, and his original bill basically took the definition of sexual conduct from a different part of the code, where we passed a bill earlier this session that was my bill, and it imported it into his bill. And so in order for make the two bills the same, what I did is I cross-referenced that definition that we just amended, and then I put my bill that we already passed into his bill with that amendment in it to make sure that we're endorsing the exact policy that we endorsed previously. And for those of you who don't recall, what that prior bill did was remove the word homosexuality from the definition of sexual conduct, because as the definition of sexual conduct currently stands today, the Senator from Enrico had a similar bill. A depiction of a homosexual couple eating dinner is defined as sexual conduct under the Code of Virginia, and we're getting rid of that outdated notion. So this basically makes those two bills the same, and that's why I believe the senator views it as friendly, and I would ask that we adopt this floor substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Favola, the gentlelady from Arlington. The question is, shall the Somerville floor substitute be accepted? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The Somerville substitute is accepted. Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Madam President. I now move that Senate Bill 1515 be engrossed in advance to its third constitutional reading.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Senator.
I have another substitute.
Yeah, exactly. We've already agreed to Senator Somerville's substitute, sir, and so yours is out of order.
Well, this substitute sends the bill to the Virginia Bar Association to convene a work group to study the constitutionality of imposing civil liability for publishing or distributing material harmful to minors on the internet. That's what it does.
It's out of order, sir, because we've already accepted his floor substitute. I return to Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Madam President. I now move once again that we engross in advance Senate Bill 1515 to its third constitutional reading.
The question is, shall the floor substitute now be engrossed in advance to its third constitutional reading? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The floor substitute is engrossed in advance to its third reading. Chair recognizes the senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Madam President, I move that all Senate bills now on third reading on the regular calendar, it's pages 42 through 46, and that's Senate Bills 847 through 1515, that the rules be suspended and the constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third reading of the titles of the bills be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. The bills are now before the Senate on final passage.
Senate Bill 903.
Chair recognizes Senator Hanger, the gentleman from Augusta.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass, and I'd like to speak to that.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the Senate. Senate Bill 903 has somewhat of a tortuous route to get to this point, beginning in Rehab Subcommittee. But I want to thank all the members for giving the time and attention to this subject. Secondly, I'd like to say that the little issue we had there previously really has nothing to do with the merits of this bill. As most of us, I think, are aware on this floor, there are others that have broader goals in mind that are in conflict with perhaps my immediate goals, but I think we agree that this bill has merits of its own in terms of the public safety and awareness it will bring, particularly to children. The products that we're attempting, I'll just give a quick summation because I think we all understand, but I did want to basically clarify. I think even the senator from Eastern Fairfax, who was going to add some things to this fine bill, is supportive of dealing with the situation going back last year when we had debates, and was very helpful along the way in terms of working it out. And I think at every point this year, the bill has gotten better. And I would like to speak to that just briefly. In terms of definitions, we basically cleaned it up and clarified a lot of the definitions that we're talking about here with the THC content. Labeling. Labeling is a part of this to make people aware of what is actually in the products, primarily edible products that we're talking about. A registration process. There is a defined registration process, and as we adopted the substitute yesterday, the fees that were imposed initially in the bill were taken out. So there's a standard registration process that this will be a part of that for these types of establishments, which include many of your convenience stores around the state where these products are readily available. Also, I will point out in this another important feature, I think, that I agreed to, and I think this was added in the Rehab and Social Services Committee, is that this will, as of July of next year, I guess, this will transfer to the Cannabis Control Authority. And there will be regulations that are promulgated that will help, rather than us saying specifically how much content this, that, and the other, they will be able to promulgate regulations. And I'd have to say, Madam President, members, that when the gentleman that was hired to head up the Cannabis Control Authority stepped forward, I thought perhaps he was going to tank my bill. Truth of the matter is, he was very helpful because he knows what he's doing. And I actually, whoever hired him, I would commend them because this gentleman knows his business. And I think whether we just stick with hemp regulation or whether at some point we have regulations or we legalize recreational marijuana, I think we will have good hands looking after it. That is not part of my agenda right now, but I have no fault to cast toward anyone who has that as a goal. That's just a difference of opinion at this point in time. With that, Madam President, I would again ask that the bill pass. Oh, Madam President, could I add one more point?
The senator still has the floor.
I almost forgot my statistics here in my zeal to get over this hurdle quickly. There was a recent news report relative to children and individuals calling the Virginia Poison Center. And over the last 5 years, there's been an increase of 2,300% in overdoses or calls that were fielded because of injection of THC with Delta 8, Delta 9, Delta 10, or whatever was in these products that are being distributed in edible fashion. In the last, since 2017, in 2017, there were 207 calls to the Poison Control Center regarding children 5 years and under. In 2021, there were 3,054 of these calls. Many of these children ended up in intensive care, And as we all know, there was one unfortunate death reported earlier this year. Madam Chair, again, I renew my motion that the bill pass.
Chair recognizes Senator Chase, the junior senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. Speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Something to think about, and I'm actually speaking to oppose the bill. As a concerned business owner, I have small business owners in my district who've expressed to me that this is going to kill hundreds of farms and small businesses and hand over this market to a handful of out-of-state corporations. So this is not good for small businesses. They also noted 3 points. Number one, edible and smokable hemp products are already illegal for underage persons to buy or possess. 2, testing and labeling requirements are already in place by way of last year's budget. And number 3, the bill would bring our definition of hemp out of contravention with federal law and that of neighboring states, making it significantly more restrictive and killing the local markets. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator McPike, the gentleman from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Will the gentleman from Augusta yield for a question?
Will the senator from Augusta yield?
Yes, Madam President, be pleased to yield.
The gentleman yields. Senator McPike.
Thank you, Madam President. Should the bill proceed through and make it to the governor's desk, will the gentleman resist any efforts to change the regulatory authority from VCCA back to VDAX?
Senator Hanger has the floor.
Madam President, I would say to the senator from Prince William, yes, I think that now would be the appropriate place.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
I appreciate the gentleman's answer. I think the committee felt strongly, as I think that the patron identified, that the expertise is with VCCA, and they are building out, I think, a good capacity to help us in the regulatory framework here. Now, I do agree that there are certain components to this bill that are meaningful. There are certain components that are already in the budget. But, Madam President, I do have some reservations still. We are changing the federal law of a lawful product under the federal definition. We're doing several of the things that hurt the farmers and small businesses that are doing things that comply with federal law. The packaging label, that's pretty straightforward, but frankly, you're not going to need packaging and label for an industry that's not going to exist under the bill. And that's the concern of folks who have been doing the right thing. You got some out-of-state products that absolutely do need to be cleaned up. We did some of that with things that look like Skittles and lookalikes. That's already in our budget. But I think this goes a bit too far, and that's not, I think, ill-willed from the patron at all. It's a complex area, and it's a moving target, and I appreciate his efforts to it. But in a full context, because you have a legal product under cannabis, but it's not allowed in the market, essentially what you're doing and seeing is a market push and pull of people finding substitutes for a legal product that's illegal to possess in Virginia. And this push and pull is going to continue back and forth until we resolve the retail market. And unfortunately, the net outcome is the tail wagging the dog. And the result of it is you're going to harm a lot of Virginia farmers, a lot of Virginia small business that have been operating for the last 6 years plus in this industry out of that. And that's the net effect. And so, I'm going to appreciate some of the measures. I think we have some of the protections already within the budget that'll last until next July, but I can't support the measure. I hope the body opposes it. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Sorovell, the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. So, I again reiterate, I think that the Senator from Augusta has put a lot of time and effort into this. And like the Senator from Prince William, I likewise feel that until we come up with a comprehensive solution, most of what we're doing in here is a complete waste of time. This will definitely change some behavior, but it's going to push it into other places, and we're going to be seeing it pop out. We're going to be dealing with this session after session after session after session until the adults get in the room together and have a long conversation about this complicated topic and figure it out. Just want to note, the article that I believe the Senator referenced, I had it printed out too, because it was in the clips, I think, yesterday or the day before. And it said, yes, as alarming as it sounds, there's been a 23% 2,300% increase in pediatric overdose, THC overdoses in a kid under 5. But if you read the next sentence, what it says is, we've seen a dramatic increase in pediatric exposures to Dr. Ruddy Rose from the Virginia Poison Control Center. Some of these products have a significant amount of THC, and it could be Delta 8, Delta 9, Delta 10. Sometimes you don't know what it is. This bill deals with Delta 8. Delta 9 is what you would call regular marijuana. And I passed a big bill redefining what that was about 2 years ago because of synthetics and the federal hemp law, because this is a moving target. Delta 10 is a different kind of synthetic. What's going to happen next year? Probably going to have Delta 11, Delta 12, Delta 7, Delta 4. And it's all the same. It all affects your brain the same. Because you got to understand, what these guys do is they take the Delta out of the THC, they play with it in their chemistry set, and they put it right back in. It has the identical psychoactive effect, so you can get just as high off this stuff, but it's no longer covered by the law because it has a different chemical constituency as it's defined under the code. And the senator's bill tries to deal with that by delegating authority to Virginia, I think Board of Pharmacy or DFS or somebody, to be able to promulgate emergency regulations to chase this. But we've been dealing with, those of us who practice law and defend people have been dealing with this for years because there's all kinds of synthetic mollies out there, whatever, and you're constantly chasing this moving target. I'm telling you, by criminalizing certain conduct, by criminalizing certain products, all you're going to do is push the people that want those products to other products that are unregulated. That's all we're doing. And what we're going to continue to have is a black market that we're not taxing, that we're not controlling, that we're not deriving any benefit from, floating around out there until we deal with the problem. And we did that floor amendment earlier, trying to get us to get more momentum towards getting a solution towards the problem. And the problem isn't going to get solved until people on all floors of this building come to the table and solve it. That's the message that needs to come out of this debate. Not that we've solved the Delta 8 problem, and not that children aren't going to get exposed anymore. Kids are going to keep getting exposed to Delta 9, 10, 4, 5, legal marijuana, whatever you want to call it. That's going to keep happening. But we really need to solve this problem globally.
Chair recognizes Senator Boysko, the gentlelady from northwestern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. Not to impose on everybody's time. Those of us who have served on the subcommittee for cannabis reform have put a lot of work into this. I want to thank my colleague who has done so much. I very much care about the safety for our children, but I have to stand in solidarity with my colleagues who are concerned about the whack-a-mole. This is an issue that is not going to be solved until we look at this problem comprehensively. And for that reason, out of great respect to my colleague who's sitting on the other side of the room, I will also be putting up a red.
Chair recognizes Senator Favola, the gentlelady from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. Will the patron yield for a question?
Will the senator rise and yield for a question?
Yes.
The senator yields. Senator Favola has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. As I read lines 636 to 642, I'm interpreting the language to say that just about any tetracannabinol infusion into a hemp product would be deemed illegal under this. Is that a fair interpretation?
Senator Hanger.
Madam President, I would say to the senator that yes, that is my reasoning. That was put in there. That change was made. That's embedded in the legislation during the process in your committee when we decided this would go to the Cannabis Control Authority, and that we would broaden the latitude so that they're really making the decisions. So I really do agree, and it was a point that I was going to make later, and I thank the gentlelady for bringing it up, that this isn't just about Delta 8. It's about concentrations of THC in any of these type products.
Speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
I certainly understand that we have to balance many things when we pass legislation. I think the comprehensive approach that my colleagues are discussing might be out of our reach for some time. So the question for us as lawmakers is just how much damage are we willing to accept until we can actually get the whole package, if you will, the retail market and the regulations that go along with the retail market. I continue to be concerned that we don't have enough safety measures in our legislation or in our law. We just have budget language that was passed in the 2024, fiscal year 2024 budget, which we passed last year, the biennium budget. That language is going to expire. It's not in statute. And then we're going to go back to not having enough protections for products that are already on the market. I have the greatest respect for all of our hemp farmers. But you know what? They want some clarity too. They want some predictability. And those that are doing a good job in producing their products actually want regulation. I sat in a meeting with them and they said, we're doing the right thing and we want regulation. I think it's time, and I just really respect all of the many members who have worked on this issue, including the gentleman from Prince William County, the members of the subcommittee, the Cannabis Subcommittee of Rehab and Social Services. But this is really, in my mind, a decision that each one of us has to make regarding a complex set of values and priorities that we have to weigh. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair recognizes Senator McPike, the gentleman from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. I hate to speak twice, but I'll be brief to just clarify. And
the Senator has the floor.
Thank you. And so, Madam President, just to the point, I have yet to meet a hemp farmer that wants this bill, to be clear. They do want a regulatory framework that is third-party tested and the rest of the stuff that we set out. So I just want to make sure it's clear of what the folks want, because they want to have a good Virginia product. That's absolutely what they've indicated. But they don't want this bill, to be clear. And everyone that I've heard, all the farmers who are in this business now, have said we will be wrapping up and closing shop more than likely based on it, because the market for other supplies is not yet developed. It's still maturing in different parts. So I just want to make sure that that's clear in terms of the feedback out there. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair again recognizes Senator Hanger, the gentleman from Augusta.
Thank you, Madam President. Just to speak finally to the bill.
The Senator has the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. I think it was very clear in our understanding of what's going on here with the substitute, or rather the amendment that was offered today, and I understand that. There's a growing number of people here in this body, perhaps, and across the Commonwealth, that want us to advance recreational marijuana. And this is not about recreational marijuana, but I understand that. And I understand the conflict between those who want recreational marijuana and who stand to benefit from the expansion of pharmaceutical marijuana into recreational marijuana, and all of the people that could be employed growing these products for that market. I understand that. But I would say with clarity right now, the majority of hemp producers that are putting their products out there in the marketplace want long-term sustainability, and they want us to have a regulated market, and they're not for these unsafe products that are in thousands of our stores right now that are giving children a high. And we don't want to give children a high. If you're an adult and you want to get high, that's your business. But these products are a danger to our children, so I would ask you to support the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 15.
Ayes 25, noes 15. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1090.
Chair recognizes Senator Eben, the gentleman from Alexandria.
I move the bill pass. And speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. Senate Bill 1090 has to do with expanding medical cannabis licensing from our original, what was supposed to be 5 locations, which is in fact 4 locations now, serving an estimated 100 100,000 patients. We had 36,159 patients registered when we stopped requiring registration last year, but we're now estimated to be at about 100,000. That's about 8,300 patients per dispensary, including the retail, the pharmaceutical locations. That's 4 times as many patients per dispensary as comparable states like Florida, Maryland, and Minnesota. So this calls about adding another license in each health district, allowing for competition, and then that license would in fact be able to have 5 retail locations. I don't think it's going to lead to an oversaturation of the market, and in fact, in one health service area, there's no current licensee, so this would allow for, although they're trying to get one, this will allow for one to definitely be in place. And it will take place over time. It won't happen overnight. So with that, I move this bill. Pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, no 17.
Ayes 23, no 17. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1337.
Chair recognizes Senator Donovan, the gentlelady from Henrico.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we pass the bill and speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, this bill does a couple of things back now to medical marijuana. And number one, it allows the pharmacies to have a medical provider that is there to authorize the prescription of marijuana. That's how it's set up in Virginia. You have the pharmacies that are vertically integrated, but you have to have a provider that authorizes the use. We've tried to reduce some of the obstacles. We talked just a moment ago about the 8,000 patients at each dispensary. When the business models were designed and set up, we anticipated that there were 25,000 patients per dispensary that were likely in need of the medication. And some of the reasons that we do not have patients subscribing to medical marijuana and receiving it is because of the obstacles we've created in that process. One of those is getting the authorization from a provider. There are not that many providers that do it, and there's been a real market for these visits to happen online at a very high cost that's cash and not covered by insurance, and that makes it an obstacle for everybody, and honestly, it makes the medication more expensive. And Madam President, I speak to the members of the body to tell you I have lots of patients that use marijuana during their pregnancy, and I have a really hard time getting them to get on medical marijuana where they'll know it is regulated, where they will know what the actual effects of the substance that they're getting. They're buying it on the street because of the obstacles that exist now in our medical marijuana process. So that's number one. The other is it's changed a few things around in the bill that are kind of process issues, how we measure the cannabinoids. It's been bipartisan supported bill as we go through, and I hope that you will. One of the changes that was made in the amendment was to not exclude those providers that were actually giving authorization to patients, and so all of the pharmacies will have access on site where people can reach out to their individual provider with some sort of device so that they can have a televisit if needed. So, Madam President, that explains the bill, and I hope we will go ahead and pass this along and get done. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 30, noes 10.
Ayes 30, noes 10. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1243.
Chair recognizes Senator Somerville, the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass. And speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, Senate Bill 1243 does two things. Number one, it has to do with extradition, and number two, it has to do with the privacy of women's reproductive data. So first of all, with regard to the extradition piece, what the bill does is it provides protections to Virginia residents from being extradited to other states for conduct which was formerly protected under the Constitution by the prior to the Dobbs case, which came down a few months ago. Just to give you an example, for example, if there was a doctor who decided to prescribe medication to somebody in the Commonwealth who then took that medication back to a state where that state decided to criminalize certain conduct by women, and the prosecutor back there decided they wanted to prosecute the Virginia doctor, this would give that Virginia doctor the ability to fight that extradition from being sent by the Virginia governor back to the state where they're being prosecuted. For example, maybe Alabama. I would just note the Attorney General of Alabama was recently quoted in the paper as saying that they were open to prosecuting women for violating various statutes they passed down there, putting them in jail. So this kind of protection would be helpful for doctors like that. The second thing this bill does is, if you read down from line 30 on down, it amends the Consumer Protection Act of Virginia, and it gives Virginians a cause of action against any company which sells or releases women's personal reproductive or sexual health information without the consent of the consumer. And that's defined as, the definitions for that you can see down below, but it can include lots of different things, such as women who voluntarily are keeping their menstrual cycles in their tracker apps. It could include, for example, location tracking. I would note that there's been many publications recently that have noted that Google and other data providers have the ability to track and see which kinds of businesses that you go in and out of, and that would include abortion clinics. I would tell you right now, if anybody wants to come over and see where I was any day of the last 5 years, I have my location history in my Google Maps. I can show you up to the minute where I was, if I was moving, how I was moving, whether I was walking or in a car or a train or a bike or a plane, what business I was in. But I'm telling you, there's companies out there that have this, that can purchase it and track it, and it's very easy to take anonymized data and match it up with a human being, with an actual person, just by looking at the data. So it's very easy to figure out whether somebody went into that clinic and where they went after that, like their house, and to be able to then prosecute them. This gives women the right to sue a company that sells information about them that could be used to track their reproductive health history. And the reason that's important is because we also passed legislation 2 years ago, the Consumer Data Protection Act by the senator from I don't remember which part, Western Fairfax, and that act only gives one person the ability to sue to protect your data, and that's the Attorney General of Virginia. And I'm pretty sure the Attorney General is not going to be suing to protect women's reproductive health history, given his views on such issues. So it's important that women have that cause of action here, which is what this does. And this will make these companies not keep this data. So I would hope we could pass this legislation, make sure our Virginia's women can have confidence that their data is not going to be spread, and that if an out-of-state prosecutor chooses to prosecute them for exercising what were formerly their constitutional rights, they won't be extradited by our governor.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, no 17.
Ayes 23, no 17. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1379.
Chair recognizes Senator Deeds, the gentleman from Charlottesville.
Madam President, I move the bill pass, and I'd like to speak to that.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, this bill does one very simple thing. It gives people that are residents of local jails or regional jails the ability to file suit when medical malpractice is committed in their treatment. Again, I ask you to vote for the bill.
Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, the gentleman from Fairfax City.
Thank you, Madam President. Speak reluctantly against the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I don't think in my career I've ever spoken against a bill that benefited trial attorneys, but this may be the first time. The sheriff of a county or city is a unique public servant in that they take the population that comes to them. They have no discretion. They take people, they put them in jail, they incarcerate them, they treat them, and they do what they have to do by virtue of the legal obligations that we place upon them. They are not in private enterprise. They do not seek out or solicit commercial enterprise or patients for that matter. We have historically made a distinction in sovereign immunity between governmental and private functions. A governmental function is a function that is unique to the state, such as incarcerating people. A private function is a function where you take the position of a commercial actor, such as treating a physician or treating a patient for money. Now, I respect the fact that the gentleman from Charlottesville has shaved this bill down. He's taken out all the health care providers. It's just doctors. And doctors, yes, they may or may not, theoretically, they have insurance policies. But again, these are people that are employed by the sheriff. They are sheriff employees. They're not subcontracted. That's a different category. They're sheriff employees, and they are, again, taking a population that comes to them without any volition, without any discretion, but simply just what comes in the door. And that's what sovereign immunity is about. So, again, I recognize that there are some very sad situations and, frankly, some negligent situations that have occurred. And I think the comment was made by VML that bad cases, or excuse me, sometimes bad cases make bad law. But in this case, I do think that we need to protect our sheriffs. And therefore, I would reluctantly, with all respect for my friend, ask that we vote against this bill. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Surreville, the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill is basically an attempt to reverse the Supreme Court case that came down, I think it was about 6 months ago. And the problem the bill creates is that if a sheriff outsources their medical care to a third party, then if a prisoner is malpracticed, they have a lawsuit. But if the sheriff does not outsource it, they don't. And first of all, that distinction does not hold water with me, number one. Number two, it's not like the person in jail is choosing who their doctor is. They're probably not even choosing to get sick. And if they have a medical emergency in jail, whether or not they have the ability to recoup anything for that shouldn't be a function of whether or not the sheriff chose to hire a private person or not hire a private person. And it's not like we're talking about somebody who's on the outside like us who can pick and choose what kind of doctor we want to go to. That's not how it works. And I just don't think the distinction the Supreme Court drew here makes a whole lot of sense. And if people are injured while they're in prison by a doctor they didn't pick and they're malpracticed because of that, they should have a remedy. That's the reality. And we already have the med mal cap if they get hurt really bad. But from my perspective, this is an insurable risk. It's going to cost the sheriffs a little bit more insurance. That's it. It's not a lot of skin off their back. And I would submit that we need to pass this bill.
Chair recognizes again Senator Deeds.
If nobody else wants to speak, just
the senator has the floor.
Just to close us out and speak to the bill. This is not a trial lawyer's bill. This bill is about accountability and about standing up for people that get injured, for people that have people don't lose their rights simply because they are incarcerated. Sometimes people that aren't guilty are incarcerated before before a trial. What happens if those people are subject to malpractice? This bill simply gives them the right to hold the person who victimized them accountable. I hope you'll pass the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 20.
Chair votes no.
Senate Bill 1495. Senate Bill 1495.
Chair recognizes Senator Sorovell, the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax County.
I move the bill pass and speak to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this bill builds on work by the senator from Rockingham from a few years ago. And basically what it does is it says that a private citizen can sue a locality if the locality willfully violates a provision of law, general or special. Right now, they have that right for a constitutional violation, but they don't have for a violation of law. And this provides the ability to sue for a violation of law and recover attorney's fees if they win. But again, remember, it has to be a willful violation, not just any old violation. So willful is a much heightened standard. And so, you know, this might come up, for example, in the zoning context. It come up for code enforcement, lots of other areas. But that's basically what the bill addresses. I would hope we could pass it.
Chair recognizes Senator Stewart, the gentleman from King George.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members of the body, I understand what the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax is trying to do, but there's already a provision in the code for this. And essentially what he's doing, he's creating a new remedy for land use decisions that you don't like. And under a land use decision, you have a pretty specific timeline to appeal. If you don't like something the zoning administrator did, you appeal to the BZA. If you don't win there, you go to the circuit court under what's known as a writ of certiorari. And you have to do things in a certain amount of time or you lose your rights. And now what he's done is he's created an alternative section to go to the general district court and try to get attorney's fees. Well, let me give you an example of what happens to this. So somebody who doesn't understand the process could go that route, and they could lose their provisions under a writ of certiorari, and they could be in worse shape by following that course. The part that really concerns me about this is this surrounds land use. And so anytime you have something zoned, and I'll use a solar farm as an example, if a company gets a solar farm zoned, a special exception for that on 500 acres somewhere, and you've got 10 or 20 or 30 or 40 neighbors around that piece of property who don't like that solar farm. Now, each and every one of those neighbors are now going to go to general district court and file an action to appeal that because they are an aggrieved person under the statute. And my friend from Fairfax City and I debate this issue. It's the issue of standing. Standing is a very complicated issue, and there's a leading case on it called the Friends of Rappahannock, and I've actually litigated those cases to the Supreme Court and been successful. So I know a little something about this. They're going to allow those cases from all those neighbors around that site to go to general district court because they are aggrieved, and this bill doesn't do anything to distinguish that. And it doesn't help the individual who's having difficulty. And I've talked to the gentleman about it. A much better approach, if what he's trying to get to, would be to give a reciprocal attorney's fees provision under the writ of certiorari section that already exists in the code. Because what you're doing with this is you're actually convoluting the entire process that we've established over decades, quite frankly, to get relief from a bad decision from a board of supervisors. And that would be a much, much better approach. So I hope that at least some will vote no on this. It really does convolute a section that's pretty well done, and you can get good relief. And there's a better way to get at it if he really wants to get at the attorney's fees provision.
Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, the gentleman from Fairfax City.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking of the bill,
the senator has the floor.
My colleague to the right of me predicted that I would be triggered when I heard the word standing, and I was, and I am standing. The bottom line is the word aggrieved is probably more litigated than any other word in the code, and it has been interpreted very narrowly by the Virginia Supreme Court, and I've been on the losing end on some of those decisions. Basically, it means that you, one, are proximate. In other words, your property literally touches the offending property, and 2, that you have a injury that's peculiar to you or your client and not shared by the general public. And it's very hard to get past that threshold. So I think that will limit what I would consider to be multifarious lawsuits. That's multifarious. All right, now let's talk about the reciprocal nature, let's even use the word equity of this bill, and here's what it is. Right now, under the Administrative Process Act in Virginia, if a state agency harms one of my clients, and I heard one of my clients' names taken in vain in an earlier debate, I'd like to say that was a case where I sued a state agency, and you know what? We won, and we recovered our legal fees. You have the ability to recover your legal fees as part of your remedy if a state agency acts outside the law. There is no reciprocal right if you go have a legal action against a local government. So a local government can rezone your property, or they can take a zoning action against you, or they can do something willfully in disregard of the law, shut down your business. The best you can do is hire a very expensive attorney, get into court, reopen it, but you won't get your fees paid. In other words, you're walking uphill every step of the way. And Senator Servel's bill will allow you to do that. It also gives you access to general district court, not required, access to it, which is a much more cost-efficient way to get justice. So I respect everything that Senator Stewart says. He represents a county, which is one of my clients, by the way, and I love them, and they do a great job. But I will say that this bill makes sense. It's a pro-consumer bill, and if we get it through here, I know we're going to get any kinks worked out. So thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Obengane, the gentleman from Rockingham.
Madam President, speaking of the bill,
the senator has the floor.
Only because my name was invoked with respect to it, I commend the senator from Eastern Fairfax for his brilliant approach to this very serious problem. And in all seriousness, this does address a very different problem from that which the senator from King George is addressing. What he's addressing are just erroneous or questionable decisions by a zoning official or local government that may be wrong, may not be wrong. What this bill addresses are willful violations of local law. And many of these willful violations are not sufficiently egregious or don't cause enough damage that they can run out and hire a lawyer to represent them. This may be something that is small potatoes to the local government, but to the person aggrieved, it is a huge deal. And they are not going to be able to get redress. And, quite frankly, my friends in local government, for the most part, they're just great people who do a really hard job and do it very well. But every once in a while, there's somebody who makes a decision that they know is wrong, and they make it just because they know that they can and that there's nothing anybody can do about it. And it may be something that they feel very strongly about, for which that person has no other redress. This gives them an opportunity to, fight City Hall. And I think that is an important goal that we ought to vindicate. So I hope that a few members over here will join the senator from Eastern Fairfax in this endeavor.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 6.
Ayes 34, no 6. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1515.
Chair recognizes Senator Stanley, the gentleman from Franklin County.
Thank you, Madam President. I now move that Senate Bill 1515 pass. And speaking briefly to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. We discussed this in terms of the adoption of the floor substitute offered by the senator from Northern Fairfax. Is that right? Northern Fairfax. And so it needs not much more explaining, but what this bill does is it puts the onus upon those internet sites, not internet providers, not anything else, but those sites that are basically pornography sites, that if they're going to have people accessing those sites, they're going to ensure that the person that's accessing that site is over the age of 18. And so we've seen it work in Louisiana. I think it's something we need to absolutely try to do here. I've described to you the adverse effects that pornography has on children, especially smaller children. I was actually reading more articles about it that I had. You know, and one research article that I just read said that kids as young as 6 are now seeking pornography, and that 1 in 10 visitors on porn sites are now under 10 years old. That's one too much. And so this puts the obligation on those that provide this kind of content to make sure that the people that are getting it are the ones that are of age and allowed to have it and to access it under the laws that we have currently on the books. So for those reasons, Madam President, I renew my motion that Senate Bill 1515 pass.
Madam President.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Roanoke County rise?
Senator from Franklin yield for a question.
Will the senator yield?
Yes, Madam President, I will yield.
The gentleman yields. Senator Edwards has the floor.
Are you aware of any other state besides Louisiana that's passed a bill like this?
Senator Stanley.
Madam President, I'd answer the gentleman by saying I haven't checked.
Senator Edwards.
Are you aware that California was going to, but realized it wouldn't pass and dropped it?
Senator Stanley has the floor.
Madam President, I'd answer the gentleman by saying I don't really kind of check on California that often, so I don't know the answer to that. But, you know, California does what California does.
Madam President, will the senator yield for another question?
Will the senator yield for another question? Senator Stanley.
Yes, Madam President, this is easy.
The senator yields. Senator Edwards has the floor.
Are you aware that the internet is nationwide? It's just not Virginia cited. Are you aware of that?
Senator Stanley has the floor.
Interstate commerce.
Madam President, when did that happen? When did the internet become nationwide? You're kidding me. Madam President, since Vice President Al Gore invented it, I thought it was local. Madam President? Madam President?
Yes, sir.
I think we all understand what the internet is. And we all understand the benefit of the internet. We all understand how it can transform education, how it can transform areas that need jobs by bringing in great industries that use the internet to thrive and flourish. It is a great tool, but it is also, Madam President, a tool that can be very dangerous and get between a parent and its child in the rearing and deliver a message that those parents or parent does not want the child to be exposed to growing up. So, yeah, I know that the internet is there. I know it is nationwide. I've even heard, Madam President, that it is worldwide. They call it the World Wide Web. It's amazing. It is. Stop, I was just reading about it. But ultimately, we have interstate commerce in, let's say, you know, an adult magazine travels from its printing shop and then gets bought over here in Virginia. So I understand that we can still regulate interstate commerce when it has a compelling state interest, and this bill addresses that. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President, will the senator yield for a final question?
Will the senator yield for a final question?
Would you, Senator,
the senator has not answered. Will the senator yield for a final question?
I was checking the web whether I should yield or not, but I'll yield this one last time.
The senator yields. Senator Edwards has the floor.
Will you agree that we should not pass unconstitutional laws in this body?
Senator Stanley has the floor.
Madam President, I'd answer the gentleman by saying you don't know something's unconstitutional until an appellate court tells you. And I've seen things here that have been tested and upheld. I've seen laws that we have passed that have been overturned. That's a part of the process of the bicameral system and also the branches of government being separate and equally powerful in their own way. So thank you, Madam President.
Madam President, with finally speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
We should not be passing bills that are unconstitutional. We have a bill that was passed in 2000, It was thrown out by the district court and the Fourth Circuit as being unconstitutional. That bill that was passed in 2000 is almost identical to the present bill. So I urge the body to vote no.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Ayes 37, noes 3. The bill passes.
Uncontested calendar, Senate bills on first reading. Senate Bill 800, a bill relating to appropriations.
Chair recognizes Senator Howell. Saslaw. Senator Saslaw.
Madam President, I move that all Senate bills, excuse me, on first reading on the uncontested and regular calendar, that's pages 47 and 48, Senate Bill 1217 through 1083, that the rules be suspended and the first constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the first constitutional readings of the titles of Senate bills on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 47 through 48, Senate bills 800 through, that's right, 1217 through Senate bills 1441 be dispensed with. All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. Senator Saslaw.
Madam President, I move that all Senate bills on the second reading on the uncontested calendar, pages 47 and 48, that's Senate Bill 1217 through 1441, be advanced to their engrossment in third reading in a block after the adoption of any amendments thereto. Any senator desiring to remove a bill from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
The question is, shall all Senate bills now on their second reading on the uncontested calendar on pages 47 and 48, Senate bills 1217 through Senate Bill 1441, be engrossed in advance to their third reading in the block after the adoption of the amendments thereto, and that any senator desiring a bill to be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will now read the number of the bills.
Senate Bill 1217, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Mason, the gentleman from Williamsburg.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move the Committee on Commerce and Labor substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1347, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Cosgrove, the senior senator from Chesapeake.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the adoption of the Commerce and Labor amendments.
The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1441, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Locke, the gentlelady from Hampton.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that Senate Bill 1441, the substitute from Commerce and Labor, be adopted.
The question is, shall the substitute be adopted? Those in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is adopted. Chair recognizes Senator Saslaw. I'm sorry. Yeah. The question
Madam President, I now move that all Senate bills now on third reading.
No, it's a long day. It's for me. We're engrossing in stage. The question is, shall the Senate bills be engrossed and advanced through their third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills are engrossed and advanced to their third reading. Senator Sasslaw.
All right, now, Madam President, I move that all Senate bills now on third reading on the uncontested calendar, pages 47 through 48, and that's Senate Bill 1217 through Senate Bill 1441, the rules be suspended, and the third constitutional reading be dispensed with.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third reading of the titles of the bills be dispensed with? No, this is 3. All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. The bills are now on their final passage. Senator Sasslaw.
I now move that all Senate bills on third reading, uncontested calendar, on pages 47 through 48, that's again Senate Bill 1217 through SB 1441, they be placed on their final passage in a block. Any senator desiring to remove a bill from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
The question is, shall the Senate bills on the uncontested calendar, third reading, pages 47 through 48, Senate Bills 1217 through Senate Bills 1441, now be placed upon their final passage in the block with the understanding that any senator desiring to remove a bill from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bills. All in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
Senate Bill 1217, Senate Bill 1347, Senate Bill 1441.
Chair recognizes Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Madam President. Can Senate Bill 1441 be removed from the block?
Without objection, Senate Bill 1441 is out of the block. The question is, shall the bills in the block pass? That is all bills except for Senate Bill 1441 on page 48. All those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bills in the block pass.
Senate Bill 1441.
Chair recognizes again Senator Locke, the gentlelady from Hampton.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that Senate Bill 1441 pass. And speaking to that.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. Senate Bill 1441 does two fairly simple things. First, it moves up Virginia's offshore wind procurement timeline by 2 years from 2034 to 2032. The procurement is already required by law, and this bill does not require any new procurement of offshore wind. Secondly, it encourages the SEC to consider the job creation and economic impact of the Virginia-made components in future proceedings on offshore wind. The bill retains the SEC's oversight authority and protects consumers while still incentivizing investment and job creation in Virginia. Again, I move that SB 1441 pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The bill passes.
Regular calendar, Senate bill on second reading. Senate Bill 1083, a bill relating to shared solar programs, Phase 1 utility report, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Edwards. The gentleman.
Madam President, I move that the committee substitute be adopted.
The question is, shall the substitute be adopted? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is adopted. Senator Edwards.
I move that the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading.
The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading. Senator Edwards.
I yield to the senator from Eastern Fairfax.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax County rise?
To move to waive the constitutional readings, dispense with the rules and waive the constitutional readings of my bill, which for some reason keeps showing his name.
The rightful patron of the bill moves that the third constitutional reading be dispensed with. Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The third constitutional reading is dispensed with. Senator Sorovell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass and speak to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill is, and with no offense to the senator from Roanoke, he's actually the chief, not the chief co-patron, but there's co-chief patrons of the bill, which I'd never seen before, but for some reason, that's how it got in DLS, and his name keeps coming up on it, which is fine with me. And what the bill does is it authorizes a shared solar program in APCO territory. That's what a level 1 utility is. A level 2 is Dominion. Level 2 is APCO. And we authorized such a program in Dominion territory back in 2020, but we carved out APCO because it has a whole different customer profile, a whole different set of issues. And the bill is basically nearly identical to legislation we passed out of this chamber about a week ago, and it brings APCO up to speed with what we're doing in Dominion territory with a couple changes. It's got a lower megawatt cap. It's got a lower low-income cap. It has a cap on low-income customers that can participate in the shared solar program. It also does not require the billing to work quite the same because APCO's billing system is a lot older and not quite as facile and ready to accept data from these third-party solar providers as Dominion's is, but it requires APCO when they upgrade their system, whenever they do that, to make it so it'll accept data from the solar providers. But that's what the bill does, and I would just say that shared solar, I think, is hopefully more palatable to folks on the other side of the aisle as opposed to utility-scale solar because the projects are much smaller. 5-megawatt projects only take up about 20 or 30 acres as opposed to the hundreds of acres you see with utility-scale solar. I think this will help. And just so everybody understands what shared solar is for people who can't put solar panels on their own roof because you don't own your roof, you're in the woods, et cetera. But this does it in APCO territory. I think when this goes over to the other side, I'm sure hopefully they'll have something to say about it, and you're going to see this come back. But this is a good bill which will help us meet our clean energy goals that we adopted 2 or 3 years ago. And I would hope the bill would pass, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 5.
Ayes 35, noes 5. The bill passes.
Regular calendar, Senate Joint Resolutions on third reading. Senate Joint Resolution 223, proposing an amendment to Section 1 of Article 2 of the Constitution of Virginia relating to qualifications of voters, right to vote, persons not entitled to vote.
Chair recognizes Senator Locke, the gentlelady from Hampton.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the Senate Joint Resolution 223 pass, and speaking to that.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. Senate Joint Resolution 223 provides that every person who meets the qualifications of voters set forth in the Constitution of Virginia shall have the right to vote, and that right shall not be abridged by law. Persons who have been convicted of a felony will be entitled to vote upon release from incarceration for that felony conviction without any further action needed. This amendment also provides that a person adjudicated by a court of competent jurisdiction as lacking the capacity to understand the act of voting shall be entitled to vote during the period of incapacity. However, once capacity has been reestablished as prescribed by law, the person shall have the right to vote. Again, I move passage of the amendment.
The question is, shall the Senate Joint Resolution be agreed to? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The bill passes.
Senate Joint Resolution 255, proposing an amendment to the Constitution of Virginia by adding in Article 1 a section numbered 11-A relating to the fundamental right to reproductive freedom.
Chair recognizes Senator McClellan, the senior senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the resolution pass. And speaking to that,
the senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. When I was a month old, the United States Supreme Court ruled in Roe v. Wade that the 14th Amendment's guarantee of liberty included a protection of the individual right to privacy and the right to abortion prior to fetal viability. The Roe v. Wade, Casey versus Planned Parenthood of Pennsylvania, and Whole Women's Health all had a fundamental right to reproductive freedom and stated that abortion could not be regulated by the states unless there was a compelling state interest and the regulation was narrowly tailored to meet that interest. Last year, that 50 years of precedent, almost 50 years of precedent, was overturned in the Dobbs decision, putting the question back to the states whether there is a fundamental right to reproductive freedom that includes abortion. This constitutional amendment will put in the Virginia Constitution that right. It is written in line with the legal framework outlined in Roe, Casey, and Whole Women's Health. It is no more and no less. 77% of Virginians, when asked, did not agree with Roe v. Wade being overturned. Last July, 68% of Virginians said that they found Virginia's current abortion laws were either reasonable or too restrictive. And in the recent Watson Center poll, 72% of respondents said that they preferred for Virginia's abortion laws to remain as they are or to become less restrictive. Madam Chair, decisions about when and whether to become a parent and decisions about, well, first, decisions about when and how to become a parent should be left to individuals, whether it is a decision over sterilization, contraception, or abortion. Healthcare decisions, including reproductive healthcare decisions, should be between patients and their providers. This constitutional amendment restores the right that I had during my childbearing years so that my daughter and my son will have those same rights when they reach their childbearing years. And I ask that we pass the resolution.
Madam President.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Bedford rise?
Would the gentlelady resume the floor for the purpose of the question?
Will the senator rise?
I yield.
The senator yields. Senator Newman has the floor.
Madam President, I'd ask the gentlelady, I have read this over and over again, and my question is that if the state decided to restrict abortion even after the due date, would lines 21 through 23 say that we do not have a compelling interest to do that?
Senator McClellan has the floor.
Madam President, I would answer the gentleman that this amendment was written in consultation with legislative services to follow the framework that the Supreme Court struck down about what would be a compelling state interest and what would be narrowly tailored to meet that state interest. And to the extent that there is a compelling state interest, and there is a long line of precedent at the federal level for language that it was similar, that would say that certain restrictions late in pregnancy, in the third trimester, for example, would be allowed.
Madam President.
Senator Newman.
Madam President, I just asked the gentlelady, I think the state's interest is laid out on line 22 through 23. So I guess my question is, where in that line is it in a state unable to have a state interest after the due date?
Well,
Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Madam President. I would answer the gentleman that typically in constitutional amendments, you do not put so much detail that it would prescribe what would or would not be a compelling state interest. If he would repeat the line reference.
Madam President.
Senator Newman.
Gentlelady yield for additional question.
Yes.
Well, the senator yields. Senator Newman has the floor.
Madam President, just to be very clear, on line 22, it states what the state interest is. It says the state interest is compelling only when it is to ensure the protection of the health of the individual seeking care. And it goes on from there.
Senator McClellan has the floor.
I do not read it that way, and that is not what was requested by legislative services, to legislative services. My request to legislative services and my request once I got the draft back was, for example, whether the current restrictions that are in state law, which include restrictions on third-term abortions, which would include an abortion that may be scheduled after the due date, and due dates, by the way, are just a guess, and was assured by legislative services that the current restrictions on third trimester abortions and any that had been upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court to date would still be allowed.
Madam
Senator Newman.
Speaking just briefly,
the senator has the floor.
Madam President, I always trust the gentlelady. She is always straightforward. That's not what this says. This simply says that the compelling state interest is only for the health of the individual seeking care. Madam President, we've done some things around here, even bipartisan nature, on partial birth abortion and on other items. I know this may have been misdrafted, but this would be the most extreme case I've ever seen. This is not Roe. This goes far beyond that. For that reason, Madam President, I would hope that we would not vote for the measure.
Chair recognizes Senator Favola, the gentlelady from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. My interpretation, I think I would...
For what purpose does the gentlelady rise?
Oh, excuse me, Madam President, to speak to the constitutional amendment.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. I would draw your attention, I guess, to the senator from Bedford. It says the state interest is compelling, and then that's 23, but it also, line 23, but it also goes on to line 24 that says, consistent with accepted clinical standards of practice in evidence-based medicine. So I think that's where the context of a physician making a decision regarding the health of the mother and the health of the fetus. So that, again, we're relying on physicians. This is a medical issue. It's a health care issue. And there are standards of practice that healthcare providers use, and that I am attempting to be helpful, Madam President.
Madam President, speaking to the, I don't know if that was a question, but answering the question, I appreciate
Senator Newman.
Speaking to it, I understand that that's what some want it to be. It's just not what it is. Line 22 and 23 are very clear on what the state interest is. The other just modifies it and actually limits that after the comma. And I know that we've been told around here that things we put in the Constitution really matter. This one, I think, also matters. I think it should be right, and maybe there's an ability to adjust it at another place. But as of today, what is written there would basically say, even up and past the due date, is the state has no interest to protect in that situation, and that's not where I am. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Chase, the gentlelady from the junior senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. Just to ask a question of the patron, please.
Will the patron rise and yield? The patron yields. Senator Chase has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. A question in line 19. It says that every individual has the fundamental right. My question is, what about the fundamental right of the baby?
Senator McClellan.
Madam President, under state law, and I believe federal law, personhood does not attach until after birth. While there has been legislation and attempts to define personhood at conception, that is not the state of the law in Virginia or federally, and I'm not aware, federally or in the state of Virginia.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I am very concerned that we are not protecting the due process, the due rights of the unborn. Last year, we protected the rights of beagles. Okay, now we're talking about individuals and human beings. Madam President, I would argue that life of the unborn is just as important as beagles. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Boysko, the gentlelady from northwestern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the constitutional amendment.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I understand that all of our members have very strong feelings about this issue. It's something that fires folks up. I would remind each of us that we have freedom of religion. And under freedom of religion, that means that we each get to make our own decisions about ethical decisions. I happen to be the daughter of an Episcopal priest, and I've studied theology myself. I believe that life begins at birth. I also believe that a person is the best to choose whether or not they're going to start a family. I respect that there are people who have a differing opinion. However, we are lawmakers living in a state with freedom of religion, and it is not the place for others to restrict my decision making. I have talked about my own personal situation where I was told by my doctor in an emergency that we may have to make a decision between the baby's life and mine. I would just continue to say, while these are very personal decisions, they should rest between the individual who is pregnant, the medical provider, and if they choose, their house of worship and their clergy. Everyone deserves to make those decisions for themselves. This constitutional amendment will enshrine in law our ability to make those decisions. And I respect everybody's decision for themselves personally. And I have compassion for people who struggle with these things. But again, we're not seeing things from the side. We don't all agree. And I believe that enshrining a person's right to make these decisions for themselves about when and with whom and on what time of their lives they're going to bring a child into the world, I believe that we're doing the right thing today. And I believe that the majority of Virginians believe that as well. And I move that we pass the bill.
Chair recognizes Senator Donovan, the gentlelady from Enrico.
Thank you, Madam President. Speak to the resolution.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the body. I will start by saying that Roe specifically recognized due process quite absolutely in the third trimester, and also recognized that at some point there was viability in the second trimester, and that's why Roe gave the states the authority to limit abortion in those 2 trimesters, because there were 2 people that were recognized as due process. Talked about this before. Medicine, clinical evidence, and best practices also support that, as we have evolved the technology of neonatology over the years. We now have policies and procedures in place for NICU management of babies as young as 22 weeks. And let me be clear, because we talk about these numbers frequently, 22 weeks of gestation is only 20 weeks since conception, because the way you count the 40 weeks of pregnancy predates conception by 2 weeks. So let's talk about statistics, because that came up. And your constituents have spoken, and mine as well. Gallup, so this is national data from 22. Gallup in May said that 55% of Americans believe abortion should be illegal in the second trimester. If you get to the third trimester, it's 71%. A majority does think it should be legal, but extraordinarily limited in the second and third trimester. What we are suggesting we add to the Constitution in no way reflects those kind of values that are common across the population. If you want to look at Pew, they find very much the same thing, total. How long a woman is pregnant should be relevant in determining whether abortion should be legal. 56% said it should matter, plus another 8% that said it shouldn't be legal at all. You know, that's Republicans and Democrats. 64% of Republicans, 54% of Democrats think if it's in the second and third trimester, it should not be legal or severely limited. We talked a little bit about some data that came out of Virginia. One that came out was that Virginians want us to actually do something that's a compromise, not something radical like this resolution. This is a radical position on abortion. They also said that they were going to hold they were going to hold electeds accountable this year, and that they would not be supporting people who had supported abortion in the third trimester. So I hope we will listen to the data and the statistics. The intent of Roe and the intent of your constituents is not reflected in this resolution, and it's quite a radical position, and I hope that we will all see that and do as our constituent asks, and that means get together and come up with something that's reasonable and respectful of due process for even babies.
Chair recognizes the junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Rouse.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to speak to the resolution.
The senator has the floor.
You know, I consider it a great honor to be amongst you all here in this Senate. Someone that was raised in Hampton Road 757, single parent household, older sisters, younger brother. I say that to say this. Everyone in this room has either gave me tips or advice and has welcomed me with open arms. And I respect each of you for that. Although I am the only one that has ran in an election this year, in 2023, on this very important topic. And the voters have made their decision clear. They do not want us or any legislative body legislating what a woman does with her body. As Americans, we all have the opportunity to practice any religion that we want, or choose not to practice at all and be an atheist. As Americans, that is afforded to us under the Constitution of this great nation. The last thing anybody, meaning government body, should be doing is legislating what each and every American is afforded under this Constitution. And that is to make your own health care decisions. You know, I stand proudly as a representative of Senate District 7, a seat that was held by a Republican member since 1995, over 2 decades. And in this year, 2023, was the first time a Democrat has held that seat, specifically running on that issue of protecting a woman's right to reproductive health care. So when I hear my colleagues talk about that the voters will not be sending someone here to represent them who is against or who is for abortions, I'd say just look at my race. That special election speaks for itself. Again, I hold each and every one of you in high regards and respect in your communities as well. But I believe that I was sent here to ensure that we do not infringe on a woman's right to reproductive health care. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Hashmi, the senior senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to speak to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. We have debated this issue for many, many years. We see the concerns rise every session. But this is probably the most critical session in front of us, and we are facing this decision. We have this resolution now in Virginia in the Commonwealth because of the decision made by the Supreme Court this past summer. It's the Supreme Court that took away the rights of women in the Dobbs decision and forced and compelled every state now to develop its own laws, its own regulations. If we just sit back and think about how absurd that is, that we do not have a standard of practice or a standard of legal agreement, that we have to do this state by state, that we as a nation do not have these protections for all women everywhere. This is a point of absurdity. that a woman living in Virginia may have rights that are different than a woman living in North Carolina or a woman living in Tennessee? In what other country do we have localities, states, principalities making these decisions on an individual basis and not as a common agreement on a national level? Now, the senator from Henrico called this particular resolution radical. I would fundamentally disagree with the senator from Henrico. What's radical is requiring a 10-year-old child to cross state lines in order to achieve an abortion. What's radical is forcing doctors to have to call attorneys in order to save the life of a woman if she is bleeding out right in front of them. And we've seen that happen already in many states. What's radical is when we strip the dignity of women and require that they seek permission from their government, from their politicians, in order to make medical decisions that are best for them and their family. That's what's radical. So when we take a look at this resolution, this is a resolution of value. What do we value in terms of protecting individuals and their families and their ability to make medical decisions that are best for them? Madam President, I hope that we will all support this resolution.
Chair recognizes Senator Stewart, the gentleman from King George.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members of the body, I don't typically speak on these types of
what
issues.
purpose does the gentleman rise?
Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President. But I have enormous respect for all of your opinions, and I mean that sincerely, and I have enormous respect for the gentlelady from the city of Richmond, who I have always found to be an outstanding legislator and someone who tries to get a bill in the shape that it should be in before it gets out of this body, and I've admired her integrity in doing that. And that's why I have to stand, because I believe the gentlelady that she didn't intend what the gentleman from Bedford was talking about. So let's review the language. And the language starts, line 19, this right to make and effectuate one's own decisions about all matters related to one's pregnancy shall not be denied, burdened, or infringed upon, unless justified by a compelling state interest. And here's the important part, and achieved by the least restrictive means that do not infringe on an individual's autonomous decision-making. So we are only categorizing a compelling state interest as something that can be done as long as it does not deny your right to make that decision. And there's no restriction on that decision whatsoever. And it goes on to say you can only restrict it as long as it doesn't affect the person who's seeking care, and that any medical standards are applicable to that care. And so I've been practicing law for 30 years, and I've studied the Constitution. I've tried a lot of cases, and I can tell you any court in the land would determine that you can have an abortion when the child's being born under this language. And I don't think that's what the gentlelady intends. I don't think that's what she wants. I understand the numbers on the floor. I get it. I understand how the vote goes. I'm just asking you, if you're going to pass something like this, at least limit when they can get this and not allow it to go right up until the time of birth, which is what this bill will do.
Chair recognizes Senator Peake, the gentleman from Lynchburg.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I rise to speak to the resolution.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And we had an earlier discussion today about what's constitutional and what's not constitutional. And, You know, before Roe versus Wade, there was no constitutional right to an abortion. Then the court in Roe versus Wade said there is a constitutional right. And then in Hobbs, they said there isn't. The Supreme Court giveth and the Supreme Court taketh away. And now it's up to us and legislatures all across the country to determine how they want to handle the abortion issue. And we're not going to change anybody's opinion here today, and I'm not going to try to, but I think we can handle it, we can look at it, and we can handle it as a legislature. But I think without a doubt that when you look at this resolution, to try and put that into the Virginia state constitution would allow abortion right up until the point of birth is not what anyone in this room wants, and it's not what anyone in the Commonwealth wants. I hope we vote against it.
Chair recognizes Senator Saslaw, the senior senator from Fairfax County.
You know, Madam President, to speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
We've spent a lot of time over the last few years, since 2017, talking about abortions at birth. Well, according to the Virginia Department of Health, and I've seen two sets of numbers, since the year 2000, of over 200,000 abortions that have occurred in Virginia. Guess how many have occurred in the third trimester, which starts at week 20, late week 27? Take a guess. 4 out of 200,000. 4. Through 2018, in the article I'm just looking at now, their statistics showed it was up to 200,000, a total of 2. A total of 2 out of 200,000. And you would think that this is occurring 50 times a day to listen to some of these debates. 2 out of 200,000. There's nothing wrong with the constitutional amendment proposed by the senior senator from Richmond, and I would hope we would support it.
Chair recognizes Senator Suderline, the gentleman from Roanoke County.
Madam President, speaking briefly to the resolution.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I would tell the previous speaker that there are currently restrictions at that point in the pregnancy, and that's part of what this debate is. Should there be legal restrictions at any point during the pregnancy? We heard one of the advocates earlier in this very debate say that they believe personhood begins on the day of birth. I remember President Reagan was asked when life began, and he said that he did not know, but because he did not know, he thought he should err on the side of caution and give early protection, and that's been debated on where that should be. But we just heard on the floor just a few minutes ago one of the advocates of this bill or resolution say that there should not be a legal right till the day of birth. And I think a fair reading of this indicates that there would not be any legal restrictions by very learned attorneys like the senator from King George who just spoke. Even the patron of this, who I think is a very good legislator, even when I don't agree with what she's trying to do, I don't think this is a pretty extreme resolution the way it's stated. The reason why there's such great concern is how extreme it goes. So the very same folks that advocate for this outside this building are the ones that tell us there should be no prohibitions at any time. The previous governor told us that there should not be prohibitions at any time. That's why there's been so much debate on late-term abortions, is because we hear very articulate advocates on the other side give us great concern that they do intend to have legal abortion up to the point of birth, even suggesting that a legal right of personhood does not begin until the very day you are born. That is why we have such great concerns, I would tell the previous speaker. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Favola, the gentlelady from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. My apologies for speaking twice on this constitutional amendment, but...
For what purpose does the gentlelady rise?
Thank you, Madam President. I speak once again in favor of passage of this constitutional amendment.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. This conversation seems to be evolving around the fact that some in the body believe the government is better positioned, better informed, and somehow better able to make a decision on another individual's body. And that really, to me, is just a bridge too far. I mean, this constitutional amendment is essentially providing a right to bodily autonomy, understanding that best clinical practices, in fact, will be employed, and a woman and a doctor are very able to make a decision, an ethical decision, a physiological decision, a decision that's in the best interest of the woman and her family. And to have a conversation that somehow big government should be in the middle of that is really, it's really upsetting. You know, this is just not a place where a third party should be at that table. A third party should be having that conversation. I'll go back to Ronald Reagan. The government that is the best is the government that governs least. I think in this particular case, you all should follow Ronald Reagan's mantra. There is nothing wrong with this constitutional amendment. There will be laws on our books that will talk about detail, and we still have the Roe v. Wade law that's on our books. There's nothing wrong with this constitutional amendment. I do hope that this gains bipartisan support. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator McClellan, the senior senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the resolution.
The senator has the floor.
The question that this constitutional amendment answers is the following. Should decisions about fundamental health care be made by politicians who do not have a medical degree, or between patients and their providers? What the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists says is the fundamental purpose of this amendment. Questions about whether and when to access abortion care should be removed from the political context and returned to the patient and their trusted healthcare professional. There is, in this amendment, a standard of care. It says, as the gentlelady from Arlington pointed out, that a state interest is compelling only when it is to ensure the protection of the health of an individual seeking care consistent with accepted clinical standards of practice and evidence-based medicine. So let's talk about what happens late in a pregnancy. Do you think anybody wakes up at 28 weeks and says, oh, I've changed my mind? I can assure you they don't. What happens late in pregnancy, if someone is seeking an abortion, is something has gone horribly wrong. Horribly wrong. And a decision has to be made, and a balance has to be made. What is the standard of care calling to happen? And that is a decision that should be made between the healthcare provider and the patient, facing the worst news they've probably gotten in their life. What has happened late in pregnancy, and our laws And Roe and all of the federal law around what is or is not a compelling state interest reflected that, is what has happened is a balance that needs to be made by a medical professional under the standard of care. What do I need to do to save this patient's life? That won't change when we pass this resolution. What will change is the fundamental decision of who will decide healthcare, medical decisions, procedural decisions, medication decisions will be the patient and their provider. And all of the rhetoric around abortion up to birth won't change that. Because no one goes in to deliver and then in the middle says, oh, I've changed my mind. Nobody. Nobody. Something has gone horribly wrong. And I respect every single one of you and your belief system. But if I was that patient, I wouldn't want my doctor to have to pick up the phone and call any of you or a lawyer. I would want them to make the decision necessary in that moment to provide the best standard of care and do no harm, which is what they've sworn an oath to do. This amendment will ensure that abortion or any other reproductive health care decision will not continue to be a political football in Virginia, but that fundamental decision will be left to patients and their providers. And I ask that we pass the resolution.
The question is, shall the resolution be agreed to? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. The resolution passes. Chair recognizes Senator Norman, the gentleman from James City County.
Thank you, Madam President. Inquiry is the next series of items on the calendar, the uncontested Senate joint resolutions on the third reading.
Yes, sir. Second reading.
Second reading. I apologize. Thank you.
It is.
Madam President, I respectfully ask that we stand in recess for 10 minutes.
Without objection, the Senate stands in recess for 10 minutes. Chair calls on the senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Sasslaw.
Uncontested calendar, Senate joint resolutions on second reading.
Madam President, I move that all Senate joint resolutions now, all Senate joint resolutions on second reading on the uncontested calendar on pages 49 through 51, that's SJR 270 through 276, be advanced to their engrossment in third reading in a block after the adoption of any amendments thereto. That any senator desiring to remove a resolution from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of the resolution.
The question is, shall all Senate joint resolutions on second reading on the uncontested calendar on pages 49 through 51, Senate Joint Resolution 270 through Senate Joint Resolution 276, be engrossed and advanced to their third reading in the block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, and that any senator desiring a resolution to be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the resolution. All those in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will read the number of the resolutions.
Senate Joint Resolution 270, reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections. Senate Joint Resolution 271, reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections with amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Sproul, the senator from Northern Chesapeake.
I move the amendment.
The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will say, wait. Chair recognizes Senator Newman.
Madam President, I would ask that the gentleman or someone tell us which amendments are taking off which individual, and I would like to separate the amendments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Madam President, turn it over to Senator Evans.
I'm sorry, Senator?
I'm turning it over to Senator Evans.
Eben, for what purpose does the gentleman from Alexandria rise?
To answer the senator from Bedford's inquiry about the amendment on SJR 271.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. The amendment merely corrects the statutory title for the Office for the Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and I don't believe it makes any other substantive changes to that resolution.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Newman.
I thank the gentleman.
We haven't.
Sorry.
The question is, shall the committee amendments be accepted? Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendment is... The committee amendment is... The chair is uncertain. This will be a recorded vote. The question is, shall the committee amendment be accepted? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no.
President.
Chair recognizes the Senator Norman.
Yes, inquiry to whomever is the appropriate spokesperson on this. Do I understand that the only change in this amendment is the correction of the spelling of a name?
Yes, sir. No. Madam
Senator Sproul has the floor.
No. Senator Norman, gentleman from...
My question is, what does the amendment do?
Yes, sir. Yes. On that, is just to change the title. Yes, change the title on line 13. Strike opportunity for equity. That's all.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator McClellan, the senior senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. The amendment...
For what purpose?
I rise to speak to the amendment.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. The amendment corrects the title, the Director of Diversity, opportunity inclusion and takes it back to what the I believe the statutory name was, the Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. So that is the only amendment in this resolution.
The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 17.
Ayes 23, no 17. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Senate Joint Resolution 272, reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections. Senate Joint Resolution 273, reported from...
Chair recognizes Senator Obenshain.
Madam President, could the, Senate Bill 273 come out of the block and by temporarily?
Without objection, Senate Joint Resolution 273 is out of the block temporarily and by temporarily.
Senate Joint Resolution 276, reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections.
Could that come out of the block, please? And by temporarily.
Without objection, Senate Joint Resolution is out of the block and by temporarily. The question is, shall the Senate Joint Resolutions be engrossed and advanced to their third reading? That is, all resolutions except for Senate Joint Resolution 273 and 276 on pages 50 and 51. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The joint resolutions are engrossed and advanced to their third reading. Chair calls on Senator Saslaw.
Madam President, I move now that all those Senate joint resolutions, with the exception of 272, 273, and 270. Excuse me, 76.
73 and 76.
Oh, 73 and 76 are out. Yeah. 72 is in.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. That 270, 271, 272. I move that those resolutions now on third reading on the uncontested calendar, and that would be pages 49 through 51. That's right, 76 is out.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading be waived? The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third reading of the titles of the joint resolutions so named be waived? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will call the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The reading of the titles is waived. The joint resolutions are now before the Senate on final passage. The question is, I'm sorry, Senator Saslaw. Chair again calls on Senator Saslaw.
Excuse me. 70, 71, and 72 be placed on their final passage in a block. Any senator desiring to remove resolution from a block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of the resolution.
The question is, Shall the Senate joint resolutions on the uncontested calendar, third reading, pages 49 and 50, Senate joint resolutions 270, 271, 272, be placed upon their final passage in the block with the understanding that any senator desiring a resolution to be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the resolution. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will read the number of the resolutions.
Senate Joint Resolution 270, Senate Joint Resolution 272, and Senate Joint Resolution 271.
The question is, shall the resolutions be agreed to? Those in favor of agreeing to the resolutions will say aye. Well, wait. It's a recorded vote. Those in favor of agreeing to the resolutions will record their votes aye or nay. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The resolutions are agreed to.
Senate Joint Resolution 271. I'm sorry, 273. Reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections with amendment, and there is one floor amendment.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Obenshain.
Madam President, having spoken with the senator from Accomack who asked that this be taken out of the block and by temporarily, I would again ask that this go by temporarily.
I think it was without objection. Senate Joint Resolution 273 goes by temporarily.
Senate Joint Resolution 276.
Chair recognizes again Senator Spruill.
Thank you, Madam President. Move the amendment.
Madam President. Madam President.
Chair recognizes.
Could those amendments be severed? Well, specifically, number 6. The others can remain in a block, but I'd like to take number 6 out if that's possible.
Without objection, Senate Resolution number 6 is out of the block.
Madam President.
I'm sorry, amendments are out of the block.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Obenshain.
I would respectfully ask that amendment number 1 also come out of the block.
Without objection, amendment number 1 is out of the block.
Do the block.
Trying to figure out what we want to do first.
So the block would be 2, 3, 5, and 7.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator.
Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Spruill.
I believe also, Madam President, we do have a floor amendment. There's 273? No, it's 276. Okay.
There is a floor amendment. There's a committee amendment. There are committee amendments and one floor amendment.
Hold on a minute. Madam President, can we 1 minute, please?
The amendments before the Senate now are amendments in the block 2, 3, 5, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, and 8. You have 8 and 8. Very simple. The question is, shall those amendments in the block be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendments are agreed to.
Amendment number 1.
Senator Spruill.
Madam President, move that amendment 1 be approved.
The question is, shall amendment number 1 be approved?
Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Obenshain.
Madam President, I won't ask the gentleman a question, but I will point out that this is the same issue that we voted on just a couple of minutes ago, the name of the diversity, opportunity,
yes, sir.
And progress.
That's correct, Madam President.
The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Amendment number 6.
Madam President.
Chair again recognizes Senator Spruill.
Move the amendment. Number 6.
Number 6. The Chair recognizes Senator Deeds, the gentleman from Charlottesville.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, the Senate number 6, speaking to the amendment.
The senator has the floor.
Amendment 6 removes Bert Ellis from the UVA Board of Visitors. Much has been said about this topic, and I'm not going to tread on people's time too much. But to give you a little information from the Faculty Senate, the faculty, in September 11, 2020, Mr. Ellis traversed state lines possessing a razor blade, went onto the lawn with the stated intention to use the blade to take a sign that he found offensive off the student's residence door. And I guess the Faculty Senate this past fall urged that we not approve Mr. Ellis. They said that the distinctive foundational values of honor, integrity, trust, and respect were not represented by that single act. So what he may or may not have done as a student, I'm sure you've all read about that, and maybe that has some relevance to you, but this single act of a man in his 60s going onto a college campus with a razor blade to remove something that he found offensive from the student's door singly is enough to deny this man a position on the Board of Visitors. And I hope you'll agree to the amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Obenshain, the gentleman from Rockingham.
Madam President, I won't speak but for a minute speaking to the amendment.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I appreciate the comments from the senator from Charlottesville. A couple of additional things I would point out. Number one, the Faculty Senate did pass a resolution, but it was only 44% of the Faculty Senate that voted for the resolution. There are 84 members of the Faculty Senate, and for whatever reason, I can't speculate as to why, but only 37 members voted for that resolution. Many chose not to participate, not to vote, given some of the orthodoxy issues on college campuses, I can speculate as to the reasons why some may have chosen not to vote as opposed to voting against a resolution like that. I would also point out that when we talk about honor and respect, sometimes people act in heat of passion, but the real issue is how they actually conduct themselves. In this instance, my understanding is that Mr. Ellis went there. He was offended by that sign. It was originally his intention to take it down. He actually knocked on the door of the resident in order to engage in discussion. The door was closed and chose not to engage him. There were 2 student ambassadors there who were adjuncts of the University Police Department who asked him not to do it, and he acquiesced. He didn't do anything. He actually left. There was some suggestion that he was escorted off campus, and it's just wholly untrue. It was such a trivial event that these student ambassadors never even reported the event. Was it a good idea? I don't know. But his actions, I would respectfully submit, show somebody who's thoughtful and reasonable in the face of what could have, in some instances, been an unpleasant or impolite interaction. There's no indication that it was, and I would respectfully submit that Bert Ellis has demonstrated his integrity, his honor, his sense of values. His values are consistent with those of the University of Virginia. I would hope that we would confirm this appointment.
The question is, shall the committee amendment number 6 be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The committee amendment is agreed to. I see more than 8 hands. This will be a recorded vote. The question is, shall the committee amendment number 6 on Senate Joint Resolution 276 be agreed to? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 20.
Ayes 20, noes 20. The committee amendment is not agreed to.
And we have a floor amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Hashmi, the senior senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we waive the reading of the floor amendment.
The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? Those in favor of waiving the reading will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the amendment.
The senator has the floor.
This particular amendment seeks to remove lines 308 and 309 from Senate Joint Resolution 276. This is with regard to the appointment of a board member to the Board of Education.
The question is,
Madam Chairman, Madam President.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Bedford rise?
Madam President, I would ask the sponsor of the floor amendment if she would give us the reason why this member of the Board of Education is being taken off.
Will the senator yield for a question?
Yes, Madam President.
Senator yields.
Thank you, Madam President. This particular board member is being removed through this amendment because of concerns of a lack of work in the field of education. This particular board member has not been a part of education or any kind of educational entities, has not worked in the space of public education, and therefore is not qualified to serve on the Board of Education.
Madam President,
Senator Newman.
Would the gentlelady yield for another question?
Will the gentlelady yield for another question?
I will yield, yes.
The gentlelady yields. Senator Newman has the floor.
Madam President, I'd ask the gentlelady, isn't it correct that other members of the Board of Education appointed by the two previous governors also did not have a background in education? And is it the gentlelady's belief that those individuals should come off?
Senator Hashmi has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. In addition to the lack of background in education or educational expertise, this particular individual board member has raised some serious issues around the concerns of racism, slavery, American history. Most recently, in the discussions on standards of learning, this particular board member indicated that racism was not a factor in American history, that the Constitution of the United States did not have any indications of racism or slavery within the document. We know that that is not correct. American history, of course, has the concerns of slavery all throughout, and the Constitution of the United States has laws in there that protected and upheld slavery in the country until it was abolished.
Madam President, speaking to the floor amendment.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I believe that we are talking about Ms. Dutta, and in this case, just to be very clear, she is an American immigrant. She's a public school mom. She moved here from India to the United States in the 1990s, and she came here with nothing in her pocket. She came here to go to graduate school. She eventually obtained an MS degree in engineering, and for the last 25 years has had tremendous experience in teaching others about IT software development. Madam President, it is correct that she has also been an advocate for ensuring that Asian Americans and other students are treated fairly. And I noticed that in this document, if you've gone through this and seen these items, the items that relate to her work related to Asian Americans is in there. Madam President, one thing for sure. We know what she will do on the school board because she's been there. She's been there as a strong advocate for all students. Over the last number of months, she's brought an important perspective, and that is the one of parents and immigrants. And she's also brought the perspective of computer and data science. Madam President, early on this floor, we talked about trying to get more computer and data science into our schools, and she is the only one with the experience to actually do that. Madam President, when it comes to her views on history, I don't believe they have been accurately reflected. What she has said is, my chosen home is America. It's been a beacon of freedom around the world, and I came here to be a part of it. She's consistently pressed for changes in the passing proficiency and also the cut scores, which we all know on this floor are something that after COVID really must happen. Madam President, in fact, this woman, I think, is a woman of color who have stepped up. She's been very, very successful. I hate the fact that she was taken off. As a matter of fact, it didn't happen until we got onto this floor. We went all the way through the committee system, and not a word about this gentlelady, and not until yesterday did we see an amendment to take her off. I'll have more thoughts about the process as we go through and talk about other appointments, but Madam President, I would hope that we would reject the floor amendment.
Chair calls on Senator Saravell, the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax County.
Speaking to the amendment.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate the dialogue. I just want to make sure that everybody here has a little bit of context about where we are. You know, when we started to have this dialogue, first of all, I just want to remind everybody that I think it was last year, it was around the 30th day of the constitutional deadline to confirm the appointees, that we realized that the other body had failed to take any action to send those names over. And we ended up having to put the brakes on everything for a few hours to communicate resolutions and trade and waive reads and do all these things because the other side was attempting to nuke, I think it was about 60 nominations by Governor Northam, something which had never happened before. 1,000, I'm sorry. The former chair in P&E reminds me, it was 1,000 nominees. Then after we got the things back on the rails, 12 people got removed. We had maybe, what, an hour's notice? 3 Board of Education members, Clean Air Board members, Water Board members. I have the whole list here if you want to see them. State Health Codes and Safety Board, Marine Resource Commission. I asked DLS to go through the history. In the last 10 years, 44 people have been removed from boards and commissions since 2014. I believe folks associated with my caucus's party have been involved in, I think, 6 of those. Now, we just talked about the Board of Visitors a minute ago. And we can sit here and debate qualifications. I don't recall when folks on the other side removed nominees that a Democratic governor had nominated. I don't recall having a floor debate about it. And I just want to note, the one person who's come off the Board of Visitors, a Board of Visitors, in the last 10 years, he's a constituent of mine. He's a guy named Carlos Del Toro, and he was removed from the Mary Washington Board of Visitors for his reappointment in 2015. He wasn't called up. He wasn't given a hearing. None of these people on this list were, by the way. Where's Carlos Del Toro today? He's the Secretary of the Navy. He's running the United States Navy, the United States Marine Corps, but he apparently wasn't good enough to be one of like 15 votes in the Mary Washington Board of Visitors. So we want to debate qualifications of these folks. We can. I got a whole list of 37 people. We can talk about how much notice they had, how qualified they were, you know, any precedent that was set or whatever. And I appreciate that people feel like people have to be defended on the floor, but this is not something we've historically done because we typically try to do this in a respectful way, so we don't have to talk about these people on the floor. But if you want to talk about them, we'll talk about them. But I really hope that's not where we're going, because these resolutions are going to take a lot more debate going forward if that's the road we're going over, because we do this every year. This is not unusual. This is something that both sides do, both chambers do every single year. And so I just hope that we think about the long term as we choose to debate every single one of these names.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Newman.
Just speaking briefly.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I appreciate the senator from Eastern Fairfax. But, you know, we had a conversation, and I very much appreciate the fact that the leadership of the other side and our leadership talked about process, and I'm very pleased to say that I think we have worked our way through that process. I am a little bit concerned that if this particular one was brought off because of what happened last year, because we have talked about the fact that we are hopefully not going to go down that pathway. Madam President, my concern is mostly about a gentlelady who has served on the Board of Education, done so, in my opinion, in a very honorable fashion, and I was just hoping that we would not take this action to this gentlelady.
Chair recognizes Senator Morrissey, the junior senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the amendment in SJ 276.
The senator has the floor.
I'm enjoying the dialogue between this side and that, between the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax and the gentleman from Bedford. And I hope you heard what the senator from Eastern Fairfax said. He said, both sides do this every year. And it's true. And that's wrong. It really is. And let me say this. If you were in power over there, you'd do it. And the people that are in power over here are doing it, and it's wrong. But this I know with certitude. If somebody is appointed by a governor, irrespective of whether he is a Republican or Democratic governor, I actually think we do have to talk about it here. And we don't take them off unless it's warranted. And you don't take them off because you can. And if you do take them off, you know what? in just fairness and due process, let's tell them why. So I disagree with my friend, my colleague from Eastern Fairfax when he says, yeah, well, if we're going to have to talk about it, we're going to do it every year. Yeah, we do. If we're not going to give somebody a fair shake, we do have to talk about it. But the reason we're having this conversation now is because this side has more members than that side. I'm going to have more to say about Dr. Green later on, and I don't like the process at all. But there's got to come a time where you agree when you have the power, you say, wait a second, let me exercise it judiciously. And I don't know that much about Suparna Dutta. I did my own homework on Dr. Green. But I don't know about that person, and I don't want to take the person off if it's not warranted. And I don't want to take the person off if they don't deserve being pulled off. And I want you to remember what the senator from Eastern Fairfax said, because he is my good friend and I respect him a great deal. But he's wrong when we say both sides do this every year. Sometime you got to take the higher road. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Howell. Senator Howell, the gentlelady from Northern. Chair again recognizes Senator Hashmi, the senior senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. It gives me no pleasure to bring this name forward for removal from the State Board of Education. I am a South Asian woman myself. I'm an immigrant, and so I would, of course, be absolutely delighted to have a person similar to my own background appointed to this very prestigious and very, very important board. However, we know in taking a look at the history of this particular individual that there are areas of problematic concerns for all of us. One area that I would just speak to briefly is the alignment that we've seen with very extreme and right-wing white supremacist groups, this agenda of forcing a perspective on our history and on this nation's standards that denies the role that slavery played in this country, that denies the existence of anti-black racism in this country. That is very problematic for many of us. When we think about the Board of Education, it is a board that has to be dedicated to the role that education plays for all of our children, all of our communities. It's very critically important that we appoint individuals to this particular board who are determined and focused on the opportunity to bring equity, to bring resources, and to uphold the promise of public education for every child in the Commonwealth. This individual does not do that. This individual raises many concerns, and it is important for us to ensure that our Board of Education reflects the best values and that it is populated by individuals who are focused on improving public education for every child in the Commonwealth.
The question is, shall the floor amendment be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The chair is uncertain. This will be a recorded vote. The question is, shall the floor amendment be agreed to? The Hashmi amendment. Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The floor amendment is agreed to. Senator Spruill.
Thank you. Madam President, we're now on SJ 273.
276. We're engrossing and advancing.
Thank you. Engrossed the bill be passed.
The question is, shall the bill now be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? Those in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Now, Madam President.
Senator Spruill.
Will the bill pass?
No, we're
where's the reading?
270. Well, we can't do 273.
276,
You're going to read. Okay. We're waiving. Yes.
Okay.
We're waiving the reading.
Okay. Waive the reading. Suspending rules, I believe.
Yes, sir. Suspending the rules and waiving the reading.
Yes.
Yes.
276.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading of Senate Joint Resolution 276 be waived? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The reading of the third constitutional reading is dispensed with. Senator Spruill.
Now.
Yes, sir.
Now, Madam President, will this bill pass?
Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Obenshain.
Madam President, I'm abstaining pursuant to Rule 36 on lines 388 through 389, but am going to vote on Senate Joint Resolution 276 as a whole.
The Journal will so note, Senator. Chair calls on Senator Pillion.
Madam President, I'm abstaining pursuant to Rule 36 on lines 472 through 473, the voting on SJR 276 as a whole.
The Journal will also so note, Senator. The question is, shall Senate Joint Resolution 276 be agreed to? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The resolution is agreed to.
Returning to page 50, Senate Joint Resolution 273, reporting for the Committee on Privileges and Elections with amendment, and there is a floor amendment.
Chair again recognizes Senator Spruill.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the amendment.
The question is, shall the
President.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Bedford rise?
Madam President, to speak to the committee amendment.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I'd like to talk a little bit about process. I appreciate the senator from Eastern Fairfax also leading that in, but also talk a bit about Dr. Colin Green. As most of you know, Dr. Colin Green is our Commissioner of Health today, and he's been in the position for nearly a year now. Many of you may not know much about Colin Green, and that is because I think that as he kind of walked around, there was a predetermination that you don't need to come by. A decision has been made. Madam President, I know that I've heard from a number of my colleagues that at least one has got to be knocked out, or that we have to not vote for one, or in the end, I heard also that Dr. Green has got to be the one. I'd like to tell you that Dr. Green's resume is unbelievably impressive. Let me give you a little bit about it. One, Dr. Green spent many years, 30 years, in the United States Air Force, the United States Army. He was deployed in Iraq, won many awards. He was the chief medical officer of the Academic Medical Center at Womack Army Center. He was a commander of Walter Reed Institute Research Center. He also had background from my city of Lynchburg. He went to Johns Hopkins for his undergraduate degree, a medical school at Temple University. He came to Lynchburg and did his residency, and then went on to get a master's degree in public health from the University of Washington. And then he did an odd thing. A guy that was so accomplished, 30 years in the Army, in the research arena, a gentleman who has gone to prestigious schools, decided to do something that was odd. And that odd thing was he decided to go into public health, of all things, a place where we all know there is not money and there is not the rewards that are commonly available to the highly educated and those that have gone through the process to become a medical professional. Instead, he went into public health, went to a number of locations where he actually served in public health, and then he decided to come and be a part of the Commonwealth, Virginia as a commissioner of health. Madam President, this is one that I wish we had actually had hearings on. And if we're to continue to look at process, I think one of the items that needs to be part of the process is an individual that is serving in a high capacity for the Commonwealth of Virginia probably should have a hearing. I've looked over the list of individuals that we have taken off, and there are a number of them that are on lower boards and otherwise. There's only one of them that actually came from DPOR, an actually sitting high-level individual. Madam President, I think that if we had had the opportunity to question Dr. Green, sit with him like I have, I think there would probably be a lot more support for him tonight. He's been a remarkable leader over his tenure of his entire life. He's been praised in Richmond and in Washington for what he did to finish up with the pandemic and its responses. His decision to go into public health after being at Walter Reed Army Institute of Research did give him so many options, but he once again decided to come into public health. Madam President, I talked to Dr. Green, listened to him, and understand the reason why he did that is because he loves helping people. It wasn't for the search of money. It wasn't for the search of fame. He gave up what is normal to help the most people he possibly could. Madam President, I do believe that if this individual could have come before the committee, he would have acquitted himself well. If you've known Dr. Green, or if some of you, I think, have actually talked to him, you know he's a soft-spoken man. He's a man of great intellect and great character. Madam President, I do know in this case there was an item that he said that was picked up by the Washington Post that I think was taken out of context. Here's a guy who's been around the world and looked at what actually has happened to individuals in different racial groups and found that all over the world there has been problems that have come up in maternal health and otherwise. And he has been someone who's been wanting to look at the science and figure out how to fix those items. His statement was not artful. However, I am positive that his heart was one that was trying to be of help. Madam President, I know that there's very little chance that we're going to end up getting to a vote for Dr. Green. I have heard that, and once again, it's come in the way of we've got to get one or we've got to get a couple, but I believe that someone of this quality, someone of this stature should at least have had the opportunity to come before the committee to be asked those important questions. And again, if you go down the list, to my knowledge, it was only one person, and that was the person who was with DPOR, and I think a lot of us understand actually what ended up happening in that case. Madam President, I know that this may be a fait accompli, but I would just hope that there would be many of you that would consider respectfully voting for Dr. Colin Green to be our Commissioner of Health.
Chair recognizes Senator Locke, the gentlelady from Hampton.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to speak on the committee amendment.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This is not about a gotcha for Dr. Green. Shortly after the Washington Post article appeared, I received this email from a constituent who said, Senator Locke, Dr. Colin Green is egregiously racist and leads the state health department. He has no business in this position and is unfit to be there. I wasn't sure if you saw the Washington Post article today, but this is the intimidation and gaslighting he pours onto the VDH staff daily. Even though he was also reprimanded by the board of the health department. And even though there was an alleged apology, since that time, Dr. Green has attempted to suppress employee engagement and employee engagement survey results and direct feedback over several months by delaying the release and censoring negative feedback and trends. A few days after Uvalde, he told the entire agency not to blame the NRA and easy access to guns. Out of Governor Youngkin's 6 public health objectives, none of them include health equity or health equity data collection and reporting. They're choosing to focus on Petersburg instead, either taking credit for what's already been done or is already in progress. Last summer, after the Washington Post article ran, Dr. Green prevented an application for a health equity data grant to move forward. It required public reporting of Virginia's health inequities. Multiple employees filed professional misconduct complaints against Dr. Green with OSIG with no response or action taken. The content of some of these complaints include racist remarks and actions. Even though he is aware Virginia ranks as one of the lowest spenders on public health, Dr. Green blocks or looks for excuses not to approve major funding requests. That behavior risks Virginia's public health funds going back to the federal government and the state getting less money in the future. Minority communities will once again pay the price. Soon after he assumed the role of State Health Commissioner, Dr. Green remarked that poor white communities lost public health funding and support because these resources historically go to black communities instead. This is replacement theory at its best. So to this day, Dr. Green never apologized for his brazen bigotry in the Washington Post and continued to insist that all of it was the newspaper's fault because they deliberately misinterpreted what he said about racism in public health. Dr. Green and another member of the Youngkin administration frequently monitor VDH's website to remove any public health information that would be unflattering to Governor Youngkin, including information on women's health, reproductive access, sex education, and health equity. That website serves the general public, not the governor and his presidential campaign. So in summary, Madam President, I don't think that this is an individual who should be serving as our Commissioner of Health, and therefore I would support the amendment.
Madam President, would the gentlelady yield for a question?
Will Senator Locke yield? The Senator yields. Senator Newman has the floor.
I would ask the gentlelady if she could give me the signature of that letter. Who was the signator?
Senator Locke.
Who sent me the email?
No, the letter. I've seen the. Madam President, I apologize.
Senator Newman.
The question more defined is that email is in form also of a letter. Is there a signature on your version? Because the one that I saw like that was, quote, anonymous. Is that correct?
Senator Locke.
It's concerned public health advocates of Virginia.
Thank you, Madam.
Chair recognizes Senator Morrissey. The junior senator from Richmond.
Will the gentlelady from Hampton yield for a question?
Will the senator from Hampton rise and yield for a question?
I will.
Senator yields. Senator Morrissey has the floor.
The senator began her explanation by saying she received an email and then quickly segued into 10 bullet points about the conduct of Dr. Green. Was that email that was sent to the senator, did it include those 10 bullet points?
Senator Locke.
Did the email, perhaps repeat
Sure.
your question?
I'll rephrase. The senator began her explanation by saying that she received an email from a constituent and then segued into reading the 10 bullet points that I have here as well about his various doings. I'm wondering, did the constituent attach to her email the 10 bullet points that you read?
Senator Locke.
Madam President, no.
Would the gentlelady yield for another
Will
question?
the gentlelady yield for another question?
Certainly.
The senator yields. Senator Morrissey has the floor.
On all 10 bullet points that you went through, on the second page, did it end by the following? Signed, concerned public health advocates in Virginia.
I believe Madam
Senator Locke has the floor.
Madam President, I believe I stated that already.
Final question.
Final question, Senator Locke.
Yes.
The gentlelady yields. Senator Morrissey has the floor.
Has anybody in the Commonwealth of Virginia affixed their signature and stood up and publicly said those items that you recited in the letter? Has an individual stated that?
Senator Locke has the floor.
Yes, my constituent.
When it's appropriate, speak to the measure. I thank
The senator may do so now if you're speaking to the amendment.
I am.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, growing up, I had a large family, and when one of my siblings went to my mom and said the following, you know, I don't want to say anything bad about Charlie, but my mother would quickly stop him and say, then don't. Or if somebody said, I'm not saying this, but others are, she would say, I want to hear from the others. I think that you all have heard me time and time again, particularly people in judiciary, talk about a second chance or a fair hearing or a fair vetting. But I got that same letter. And what bothered me immensely about it, and the gentlelady from Hampton read it correctly, various transgressions. But what bothered me immensely was that at the end it said, signed, concerned health advocates in Virginia. And I got to tell you, I think that's cowardly and wrong. I know when the gentleman from James City, and I say this respectfully, says something negative about me, which is okay to do, he puts his name to it. But to say something negative about an individual and not affix your signature to it, not say it publicly, prevents that individual from getting a fair hearing. So let me say this. I met Dr. Green one time, wouldn't have known him if he had ran over me with a truck. So I did my own homework on him, and some of the things the gentleman from Bedford said, but I found this, and it hasn't been mentioned. He not only was a U.S. Army vet, he won the Bronze Star. He won the Bronze Star because he served in Iraq, and he earned it for his duties in Kuwait and Iraq. I thought that was significant. Then he was deployed in Iraq as the chief officer in charge of a combat support hospital. He ran that hospital. That told me something. My dad used to run Inova Fairfax as chief of staff, and I thought, and I knew the work involved in it. Then there's the Womack Army Medical Center. I don't know how many people have heard about the Womack Army Medical Center. It's huge. It's important. It does good work. He was the chief medical officer there. You all have heard of Walter Reed Institute of Research. He was the commander of Walter Reed. And he was the command surgeon of the U.S. Army Warrior Transition Command. He didn't tell me that. No person was deployed from the governor's office to tell me that. I did my own research. And I feel so strongly about this. If you are going to penalize somebody, whether it's in a courtroom, whether it's in the General Assembly, whether it's in a committee hearing, give them a hearing. Give them due process. And I don't know why there wasn't a vetting in P&E. I do know this. The chairman does everything he can to make sure that people get fair hearing. I don't know if he didn't ask for it or what, but there was no vetting there. And then I did some more work. The gentlelady from Hampton talked about his work in Petersburg as part of VDH and suggested that some of it was already started or he piggybacked on others. Well, I'm down in Petersburg a lot, in case some of you don't know. We have in Petersburg, it is at the very bottom of the list of as far as the health and wellness of individuals in the Commonwealth, for a myriad of reasons, but that's the fact. Well, just in the last year, the Petersburg Health Department reopened its men's health clinic. Every Monday night, there are checkups. Over 1,500 men have had checkups. It hadn't been done in the last year. We needed an immunization clinic in Petersburg, Madam Clinic. In the last year, the Petersburg Health Department started the immunization clinic at the behest of VDH. We have had in the last 8 months 41 health clinic pop-ups start. I don't know if you're familiar with the Crater Health District, but we desperately needed a nurse practitioner. We got one in the last 6 months. And we also have some other problems. We have drinking water problems in Petersburg. The Poor Creek project needed severe infrastructure improvements in both sewage and drinking water. VDH got that. And that was before the governor's initiatives, Petersburg initiatives. Right now, VDH and DEQ are meeting every 2 weeks in Petersburg. That hadn't been done before. There was a elevated water tank. We needed it so bad to get the water good, clean, pure drinking water. Cost $8.5 million. VDH got that. And then I mentioned the wastewater treatment program. So all I can do is look at somebody's track record and say, well, this is what they've done, and then make a decision. Now, I also looked into the issue because, let's be clear, there's no question about it that racial discrimination is a major factor in public health disparities. That's a given. No question about that. And I read the Washington Post article that said that, and I, on my own, reached out to him and asked him face to face, do you believe that there is racial discrimination in health disparities? And he said, I absolutely believe that. But that was a different story in the Washington Post. But is there anybody in this room who hasn't had an article written about them in a newspaper article? Anybody that you haven't looked at and said, you know, that just isn't true? It is possible that a paper, even a major newspaper, can get it wrong. So at the end of the day, here's what I'm going to demand, and I do it all the time in every element, an area of my life. Show me the evidence. Show me the evidence. And for those reasons, I would tell the gentleman from Rockingham, don't be so sure that he won't get confirmed, because I'm asking people to do this. Because it's going to happen to you next year or 2 years or 4 years away. Look at the evidence and say, is there empirical evidence that this person did this? And if it's signed anonymous, please do what I do and disregard it. I disregard everything that I get that says anonymous. If you don't have the guts to stand up and say this person did it, then don't say it. My mom was right. She was a saint. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Chase, the junior senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to speak in favor of the amendment.
The senator has the floor.
It gives me no pleasure to tell you about my personal interactions and experiences with Dr. Green, but it began after Governor Youngkin had referred me to Secretary Lytle regarding the whole issue over prescribing ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine for the use of COVID. As you all know, under the prior administration, there was a letter written by Commissioner Norm Oliver that put a chilling effect on Virginians being able to get access to these life-saving drugs. And whenever I asked Dr. Colin Green about that, it wasn't one that he wanted to sit down and listen and have a constructive conversation about it. He was hostile and almost belligerent. I was actually pretty shocked and surprised. You know, you only get one chance to make a good first impression, and unfortunately, that was not a good first impression with me, and people agree to disagree all the time. But my concern is the bedside manner, and even though you may have all the credentials in the world to sit down and talk with people that you disagree with and constructively address your issues to complex problems. And so for that reason, I will not be able to support his nomination today. Due to his lack of communication, lack of being responsive. I have doctors who are board certified, who are on the Virginia Department of Health website talking about concerns relating to COVID. They were completely kicked off the website, and they went to try to get those grievances addressed, and they went unaddressed, and their comments were scrubbed. So I believe that someone who is in this position needs to be a good listener. They need to be able to address complex issues, and so I will be a no vote on this, and I regret that decision. But
Chair recognizes Senator McClellan, the senior senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the amendment.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I will agree with the junior senator from Chesterfield that sometimes bedside manner is critically important when you are a public health official. At the time last summer when Dr. Green's comments were reported in the Washington Post, what was also reported in the Washington Post was the tensions in the Department of Health between Dr. Green and the members of the Office of Family Health Services and other employees whose job it is to address the health disparities that are killing black mothers at alarming rates. And at the time, I spoke with members, employees at the Department of Health, including those who were quoted in that article, who are my constituents, who understandably were uncomfortable publicly criticizing the commissioner for fear of retaliation because of, in their words, gaslighting and heated exchanges they had had with him over the direction he was taking the department on the mission of addressing racial disparities in health outcomes. those concerns remain. Those concerns and conversations are consistent with the email that Senator Lott referenced. And the leadership of the Legislative Black Caucus had a meeting with the governor and Secretary Littell to express our concerns last summer and made very clear that if the head public health official in the Commonwealth of Virginia could not understand the correlation between racism and health outcomes, he needed to find another job. We made very clear, and we were told that he did not reflect the direction of the administration. And we put the governor and the secretary on notice. We'll be watching. And we have. And we continue to hear concerns. And some employees who have filed complaints have not had their complaints addressed. And they're afraid of retaliation. So they're not signing emails. But members of the Legislative Black Caucus have talked to them. And we cannot support confirming Dr. Green because whether he's inarticulate or not is not the point. The point is his leadership is having a chilling effect on the work that the Legislative Black Caucus has done to address racism as a public health crisis, which this body, the General Assembly, passed a resolution saying. And rather than allowing his employees to address health disparities and the impact that 400 years of slavery and Jim Crow have had on the health outcomes of certain communities and people, he's created a hostile environment where those employees do not feel comfortable doing the job that they've been called to do. And that is why the Legislative Black Caucus members will not be supporting Dr. Green's appointment.
Chair recognizes Senator McPike, the gentleman from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Rising to speak to the amendment.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking briefly in favor of the amendment, for my constituents, if you say there's not really an issue with the disparities between black and brown women's health outcomes, we hear you, okay? We hear you and we believe you. In fact, evidence tonight, there are multiple types tries to remove equity. And so it's not just about this health commissioner, but it's also leadership all the way up top. We saw last year removing the word equity. My constituents, we hear you and we believe you, which is exactly why when you call such important health facts into question when the fundamental data is before you, it loses the fundamental trust of my constituents that we believe in the health department outcomes because it starts at the top. In this case, it starts all the way at the third floor, including this commissioner, including actions today. My constituents believe you, and I believe you. And we distrust the outcomes based on this. That's why I'm in favor of this amendment, because we need a leader who understands the impacts across all Virginians are meaningful when it comes to our health department. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Hashmi, the senior senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking briefly in support of this.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I think it's rather disingenuous to say that all criticism of our health commissioner has come from anonymous sources. And in fact, in a very unprecedented move, the Virginia Board of Health itself called the comments and the statements, the outlook of Dr. Colin Green out in identified it as an embarrassment to the body and to its members. They presented a resolution that also prohibited the commissioner and other agency spokespeople from making public comments that, quote, were contrary to the board's policy or intentions regarding health disparities, and comments that carry a message of denial of basic scientific facts. So you have a whole board of health that has put out a statement of serious concern for the commissioner, and I think we ought to take those comments into important consideration. Also not anonymous is a physician from Norfolk, an OBGYN board member, who also stated quite publicly, quote, "You are the voice and the face of the Department of Health, and whatever you may think personally when you are speaking on our behalf, your words are very hurtful. Your words are very damaging, and very damaging to the hardworking people of this organization." So I think it's important to acknowledge the people who have spoken out publicly and forcefully against the words and the harmful impact of the words of the commissioner. When we're thinking about challenging this particular appointment, it's important to note that this is an individual who is responsible for making medical policy decisions for the Commonwealth. These are not abstract generalizations or ideas that an individual may think for himself, herself, but rather these are ideas that get translated into health policies. And so it is vitally important that we have a commissioner of health who understands disparity in health, who understands the role that racism has played, and more importantly, someone who puts the lives and the health of the people of the Commonwealth at the forefront of his decision-making process.
Chair recognizes Senator Vogel, the gentlelady from Fauquier.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking against the amendment.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would just like to say how incredibly impressed I was by some of the powerful comments made by the junior senator from Richmond City on being a little thoughtful and actually taking a moment to consider for yourself what you can find out about a person and not just what you read in one article. And I would be very remiss if I let this conversation go on and didn't stand up and say something about Dr. Colin Green, because he was actually the person who served my community. And it isn't just about what I've read about him, it's what I know about him. And I worked for him for years. He was a leader in our community. He came to multiple community events, was an advocate, was a hard worker, was really compassionate and thoughtful and engaged on the issues. He was very concerned about public health outcomes. I recall a night that he sat for a very long time and listened to countless people come and offer public testimony as part of an event at Hanley High School, where people came to talk about maternal health disparities, and maternal health outcomes. And he followed up with me later to talk about hepatitis C and HIV and some of the things that he was gravely concerned about in the community and things that could be done. And when you work with someone, and you work with them on constituent service matters, and I just pulled up, when I searched in my inbox, emails from him. I have countless emails back and forth between his office and mine, and between the two of us, just on issues that were critical during this public health crisis, and just as a constituent service process that we worked through together. And he was always responsible and responsive and reactive and thorough and thoughtful. And to hear the comments that were made, that is not a person that I recognize. And if he were predisposed to be the kind of person that has been described here, it would be hard not to know that if you worked with him all the time. It would be hard not to know that if you worked with him in some of the parts of the community that I represent, where he's down in the trenches and he's working with people across all socioeconomic backgrounds and on all kinds of issues that are challenging. And I would encourage you to think about this when the senator from Chesterfield made the comments about her interaction with him. It's something to think about, that he is indeed a physician and not a politician. And so I think it says something about someone who is willing to stand up and speak honestly about what they believe on the science, and in this case, it was ivermectin. He didn't agree with the senator on her position on ivermectin and was just confident and bold enough as a physician to say that. And for what it's worth, I think that as somebody who was speaking on behalf of the science, he's entitled to that opinion. And in this case, I don't hold that against him either, because I think he was doing what he thought was right and he was doing his job and he was exercising his leadership in public health. And so with that, again, I would feel very, very guilty as someone who knows him and has worked with him for years in the Northern Valley if I didn't stand up and tell you about the person that I know and not just the person that I've suddenly read about that, frankly, is not someone that I recognize. And so with that, I would urge you to thoughtfully consider what I've said and vote against the amendment. Thank you.
Chair again recognizes Senator Spruill, the gentleman from Northern Chesapeake.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the resolution.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I want to talk about fairness and the procedure. When Senator from Hampton gave me the opportunity to chair the P&E committee, and I was trying to make sure that I would learn, ask questions, and do it fairly. First thing, when the resolution came up about Dr. Green, he came by my office, talked about a half an hour, and I said to him, "What is it you want from me?" I said, "Because I have to stick with the caucus. It's what I want from you, sir, is to make sure it was done fairly and the procedure's right." So I talked with him about it for half an hour. I talked with the governor's staff. Their concern was done fairly. Not both of them, just was done fairly. Then I went to the office of Senator Locke, and I asked her about should we bring him to the P&E committee to be vetted. And we talked about if you vet one, you had to vet them all. Then I thought about the way that we treat one another sometime in here. I don't want to bring him to this place because we do not respect each other here sometime. Then I was so concerned about the way things would happen. I had him come back to my office again and talk to me again about it. What is it that I can do to make sure? I went to the other side and say, tell me the concern that I know they want him, but I want to make sure it's done fairly. Then I was so concerned, even in our caucus, I raised sand in our caucus about the procedure that I had SJ 296 still in the committee meeting for Dr. Green, because our concern is that if he does not get out of the committee, it dies right there. I wanted him to have the opportunity for all of us to vote for him. And the senior senator from Richmond, Jen, I'm going to call you Jen, just so forget that. And she said, he will. I said, no, he won't. She said, you don't need this. And she got on the phone right in the caucus meeting and called Mr. Wade, I believe is his name. And he assured her to let me know that even though that he was voted out, taken out of the block at the committee meeting, it still has to go to the floor, a process that I'm learning. So that was right. So I had to make sure, and I'm satisfied that the caucus was right. I had to make sure that the senator from Hampton was right. I talked to her in her office, and I talked with you, the governor's staff, the Republican staff, and I want to make sure. All I was trying to do was make sure that as chairperson of P&E, that I was doing what's right and learning what's right. And I'm satisfied. And I'm satisfied, Madam President, because I'm satisfied that even though I have a lot to learn to be the chairperson of P&E, but I'm satisfied that what I tried to do was right. And I'm satisfied that what I thought that my committee, the caucus would lead me wrong, they would not. They would lead me in the right way. Because I questioned and raised sand, and I questioned, and thankful to the senator from Hampton. I call her my friend, and thankful to the senior senator from Richmond, and all of you that you were satisfied at. So you can't vet everybody. I asked a question. If you vet them, what then? You got to vet everybody. So all I was trying to do is make sure that once Dr. Green and the rest of them got here, and you heard it was done right. And I just want to thank all of you for the opportunity, because I'm satisfied through my caucus that you've done right. Thank you so much.
The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. No. The committee amendment is agreed to. I see 8 hands. This will be a recorded vote. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, no 17.
Ayes 22, no 17. The committee amendment is agreed to.
We have floor amendment.
Chair calls on Senator Sorovell.
Thank you, Madam President. I would move the floor amendment. Speaking to that motion.
We're waiving the reading.
I'm sorry. I moved to waive reading of the floor amendment.
Thank you, sir. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator Sorovell.
Madam President, I move the floor amendment. Speak to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, lines 144, 145 remove a member of the parole board from the resolution. Happy to get in further with it if the body would like, but that typically has not been our tradition, and I would hope we would adopt the floor amendment.
Chair calls on Senator McDougall, the gentleman from Hanover.
Thank you, Madam President. Would the senator yield for a question?
Will the Senator Sorovell yield for a question?
I'll yield.
Senator yields. Senator McDougall has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, this was not an amendment that came up in the P&E committee. If the senator wouldn't mind, could you please provide the body with some reasonings why this gentleman would be removed from the parole board?
Senator Sorovell has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, as I said, even amendments that are heard by the P&E committee typically aren't given explanations either. We typically don't get into these details, but if the other side would like to do that, happy to do it. Madam President, brought to my attention that the individual we're talking about here has served in the parole board, I think, since March. And thanks to legislation that I didn't agree with, but that I think it was the senator from Roanoke County felt very strongly about, I think, to require the public disclosure of parole board votes, we were able to, or I should say some votes were brought to my attention. Back in 2005, the United States Supreme Court began the process of addressing the death penalty, life in prison when it comes to juveniles. And in the case, I think it was Montgomery versus Alabama, they held that Virginia's scheme prohibiting juveniles who were sentenced to life and not having parole was unconstitutional, and they required Virginia to give individuals who are sentenced to life as juveniles a right to parole. That doesn't mean they have to be paroled, but a right to parole. And then we adopted legislation saying that they had to be up in 20 years. So since that law was passed, the law we passed granting the parole board the ability to parole individuals who were sentenced to life without parole as juveniles, there have been 19 cases heard, to my understanding. Out of the 5 parole board members, one member voted to parole 3 times, another voted 3 times, the chairman voted 4 times to grant parole, another one voted 5 times to grant parole, and this particular individual has voted 0 times. That caused us to conduct a further inquiry as to his generalized record when it comes to parole. And, the parole board hears lots of cases. It's my understanding since he was appointed, they've heard approximately 2,000 cases. He's participated in approximately 75% of those cases. When I inquired how many times he had voted to grant parole on those cases, it was a total of 7 times, which comes to a calculation of 0.003%. Madam President, the reason that's of concern is because we pick people for these positions to obviously exercise their discretion, and obviously the governor will pick people who are more alike his perspective on these issues, and we appreciate that. But it appears from his record that is now public in light of the law we passed that this individual doesn't believe in the law and doesn't seem to follow the law. And I would submit, Madam President, that like myself, the Senator from Hanover, both practice law, and if there was a judge who basically decided 99.9% of the cases that were before him, everybody was guilty, I think people would have serious concerns about whether that person had the appropriate disposition to serve as a judge and was actually following the law when it comes to reasonable doubt. And so, Madam President, I would say that there are concerns about whether this individual is capable of serving on a parole board when he apparently doesn't think barely anyone deserves parole when it's only 0.003%. That's pretty much what the issue is, Madam President.
Madam President, would the gentleman yield for additional question?
Will the senator from Eastern Fairfax County yield for another question?
I'll yield.
Senator yields. Senator McDougal has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I just want to make sure I understand. I guess it's a 2-part question. The first is the case the gentleman referenced in reference to juveniles that have been sentenced to life without parole. The law says that the parole board has to take those cases up with 20 years. It does not require that those individuals be paroled within that period of time. Is that accurate?
Senator Saroville has the floor.
That is accurate, and as I said, I think there's been 19 cases taken up since then, and there's been the vote count on all those cases has been different depending on the person and their circumstances. In some of these cases, nobody wanted to parole them. None of the 5 members wanted to parole them, but yes, that's accurate.
So, Madam President, additional question.
Additional question, Senator Saroville.
I yield.
The gentleman yields. Senator McDougal has the floor.
Madam President, I further ask the gentleman of the other cases that are not involving juveniles, there is no right to parole, and the standard is not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's to review the case. Is that accurate?
Senator Saroville has the floor.
Madam President, I would say that is accurate.
Madam President, additional question?
Additional question, Senator.
I'll yield.
Senator yields. Senator McDougal has the floor.
Madam President, is there any indication that Mr. Buck has not conversed with victims or victim advocates in reviewing cases in reference to the parole?
Senator Saroville has the floor.
President, I haven't conducted that extensive an investigation, but what we have, been advised so far is that, first of all, he's out of sync with all the other governor's nominees. That's pretty obvious. He's kind of in a world of his own. But in terms of those specific things on the 1,500 cases, no, I haven't inquired as to every one of those cases whether he's done those things.
Speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, we can certainly have different views, but the indication that I have is different from the one that the senator expresses. Mr. Buck was a prosecutor in Henrico, the city of Richmond, and Albemarle before going to the Attorney General's office, where he served a distinct career. Madam President, he is one of the appointees on the parole board, as the senator articulated, in a part-time position, and yet he seems to find the time to participate in a vast number of the hearings. Madam President, the chairman of the parole board has indicated that he frequently meets with victims and inmate advocates and spends tremendous amount of time preparing and discussing cases, in addition to doing research more so than other members of the parole board. Madam President, it concerns me that this is now the standard. But I'm happy to hear that if somebody breaks the law, then they should not be on the parole board or serve in the position of a judge. Because, Madam President, the previous parole board had situations where individuals were released and went on to commit some pretty violent crimes. Madam President, one Cordell Reed was released, went on to be convicted of unlawful wounding. Maurice Jarvis, released, committed robbery. David Simpkins, released, committed 10 armed robberies. Linwood Scott, released, was convicted of rape. Madam President, certainly we've seen parole board members that have, according to a recent report from the Attorney General, falsified board reports, failed to meet with victims over 83 times in a 2-month period, failed to communicate with prosecutors over that time. Madam President, this is an individual who by all accounts is spending a tremendous amount of effort studying these cases and making decisions. Certainly, it seems that he's come to different decisions than the senator has, but there's no indication that any of these cases were the wrong decision, just that the numbers don't add up. Madam President, as we look at individuals that are spending time and effort to serve in these positions, ones that are taking the energy to review cases, meet with victims, meet with advocates, that is the type of characteristics we should be supporting. And I ask that you vote no on the resolution, on the amendment.
Chair recognizes the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
Would the gentleman from Hanover yield for a question?
Will the gentleman from Hanover rise and yield?
Yes, Madam President, I yield.
Gentleman yields. Senator Morrissey has the floor.
One of the last things the gentleman said was that there's no indication that the member of the parole board that we're discussing made the wrong decision. Would you not agree that there is no empirical way to measure whether a parole board member exercises proper discretion?
Senator McDougall has the floor.
Madam President, I think maybe the senator and I might have a different view of that. My view of what the parole board member should be doing is undertaking an examination of the case, making a determination, doing things like talking to the victims, talking to victim advocates before making that decision. In the cases that were outlined before, certainly by the senator, certainly there were individuals that voted in different ways. But as the senator articulated, there was a wide range of votes across that direction. I think that we can always look back at times and see if somebody made the wrong decision and somebody was released and committed a new offense. But I would agree with the senator that there is no specific way to say that somebody made the wrong decision and not be released. But at the same time, I don't think that you can just use the fact of this percentage was granted parole as the determination of whether it's done correctly or incorrectly.
Would the gentleman yield for another question?
Will the gentleman yield for another question?
Yes, Madam President.
Senator yields. Senator Morrissey has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Would you not agree, yes or no, that this particular governor, more so than almost any governor we've had in the last 50 years, is data-driven, makes his decisions by examining the data and are certainly using that to help him make his decision? And I say that in a positive way.
Senator McDougall has the floor.
Madam President, I think the senator would agree that when you're looking at individuals who've been through the legal system, a court, a judge or jury has made a determination of guilt, they've been sentenced to a sentence, and the job is to look and make the determination of whether that sentence should not be filled to the full amount that it was given, they should be released early or paroled, that the data could be used in different ways, and you have to look at the individual cases to make a determination. As for the governor's review of data, I mean, I have no idea. I don't sit with him and know how he looks at it. But on this type of situation, I would think that you would have to look at the cases and make a determination, because it could be that none of the individuals that were presented should be paroled, or maybe more. I can't tell that from the information that was presented, and a percentage is not sufficient enough for me.
Would the gentleman yield for another question?
Will the gentleman yield for another question?
Madam President, I would yield for an additional question.
Senator McDougall yields. Senator Morrissey has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would ask the gentleman, did he not take the floor himself on at least 5 or 6 or 7 occasions and decry the former chairman of the parole board for her regularly, maybe even routinely, granting parole and saying repeatedly on the floor of the Senate that it was wrong that over and over and over again she granted parole? Did the senator not do that?
Senator McDougall has the floor.
Madam President, I would articulate to the gentleman, I did tonight say that the former chairman made some tremendous mistakes that the Attorney General articulated were illegal, falsifying board records, not contacting victims 83 times in a 2-month period, not contacting prosecutors with cases 66 times, and I can read back through the list of decisions that were, in my opinion, an error to release those individuals because of the crimes that they then committed when they were released.
Would the gentleman yield for a final question?
Final question, Senator McDougall.
Yes, Madam President.
Senator yields. Senator Morrissey.
Would the gentleman not agree that somebody who grants parole in 7 of 1,500 cases that comes before him perhaps is not giving due deliberation to the advancements and the progress that inmate made while in DOC? 7 out of 1,500.
Senator McDougall.
Madam President, I just disagree with the gentleman's premise that the outcome of the number of individuals that were released have anything to do with the specific individuals and those cases. If the gentleman was coming with examples of multiple cases that he or others thought were done improperly, that could be persuasive. But in saying that just because individuals are reviewed, that we have to have a percentage outcome of individuals released, I reject that premise.
I thank the gentleman. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the amendment be agreed to? The floor amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. This will be a recorded vote. The question is, shall the floor amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The floor amendment is agreed to.
We have another floor amendment from the junior senator from Chesterfield.
Chair recognizes the junior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the reading of the floor amendment to SJR 273 be waived, please.
Question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator Chase.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the amendment be agreed to.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This removes lines 14 and 15 as it relates to the Commissioner of the Department of Elections. This individual, Susan Beals of Richmond, worked for me for almost a year, and I knew her very well. And this is a matter of whether this is a good fit for this individual or not. Like I said, she worked with me for a year. And, one of the things I was surprised about it, there was no reference check done. You would think that I would have received a phone call from the Youngkin administration asking how she worked out in the office, but I did not get that phone call. and was surprised a year ago when it was announced that she was going to be appointed. Because had they had called me, I could have given them a little bit of background on some concerns that I had as it related to a number of failures to address issues in the Chesterfield area and in our previous elections, dating back before 2020, actually. In one particular election, there were injunctions that had to be filed because 2 Chesterfield precincts didn't have the resources they needed, and the GOP had to file an injunction. There were 2.5-hour waits all day long, and she was our one advocate that was supposed to advocate for the committee. There are a number of other folks who I feel would be more qualified, that have more experience. She has less than 5 years experience in anything relating to processes with elections. She's never worked in an office before until she was the chair of the Chesterfield Electoral Board. She was appointed in 2019. And my concern is this: with all the issues that we have had with election irregularities in Virginia, we need someone who's experienced, who has had decades of experience on how things work. And also we need someone that has an IT background, given that we're getting ready to implement a brand new system next year. There was also a failure to adequately address election irregularities November 2021, this past election in Prince William County. Whenever she was asked on WRVA, how did the elections go, she said everything went great. Well, what I found in going to and visiting personally about 39 precincts that morning, that we have a new system that was being implemented called Merlin. And almost every single precinct in Chesterfield County had issues that morning, and several opened late, almost an hour late, and some voters were turned away. But probably the most egregious had to do when Judge Johnson had to file a show cause order against our registrar in Chesterfield at the time, Constance Hargrove. And he had to withdraw the order because he had no jurisdiction unless there was a legal action formally accusing the registrar of violating the Virginia election law. The registrar in Chesterfield had denied the GOP the ability to count the provisional ballots. And instead of standing up for our interest, she didn't fight. So for that reason, in good conscience, I cannot in good faith support Susan Beals for this position. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Favola, the gentlelady from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I'd like to speak to the amendment.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would ask my colleagues to defeat the amendment. I have had experience with Ms. Beals. My team has had experience with Ms. Beals. And every time she has been competent, she has been responsive, very quickly, in fact, has always steered us to the correct section of the code and has appeared to be on top of things. So having said that, I ask that we defeat the amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Eben, the gentleman from Alexandria.
Speaking against the amendment.
The senator has the floor.
Briefly, I too have found Ms. Beals to be a straight shooter, qualified with her local electoral board experience. We differ some on philosophy, but there's no question that she is committed to the fair and orderly administration of elections and has been responsive, thoughtful, and fair. Again, I urge bipartisan rejection of the amendment. That would be a no vote.
Chair recognizes Senator Newman, the gentleman from Bedford.
Madam President, I think all has been said. It needs to be said. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Morrissey, the junior senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. Would the gentlelady from Chesterfield yield for a question?
Will the gentlelady from Chesterfield rise and yield?
I yield.
She yields. Senator Morrissey has the floor.
I would ask the gentlelady a couple of questions, and I think they could be answered yes or no. Did the show cause that was filed against Ms. Beals end up being dismissed? Yes or no?
Senator Chase has the floor.
The question would be yes, because it was not properly completed and filed in the right jurisdiction.
Would the gentlelady yield for another question?
Will the senator yield? The senator yields. Senator Morrissey has the floor.
It is probably my ears, but I struggled to hear the explanation. But did the gentlelady say that that Ms. Beals worked for her, or they had some type of professional association?
Senator Chase has the floor.
She worked for me my first year, my first session in office, yes.
Senator Morrissey.
Would the gentlelady yield for another question?
Will the senator yield again?
I will.
Gentlelady yields. Senator Morrissey.
Did Ms. Beals quit your employment?
Senator Chase.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to answer the junior senator from Richmond City, everyone at the end of session went on to their regular lives.
Would the gentlelady yield for another question?
Will the senator from Chesterfield yield again?
I yield.
The senator yields. Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me rephrase that question. Did she send you a letter saying that I'm quitting and I'm no longer going to work for you?
Senator Chase has the floor.
Madam President, what I would tell the gentleman is that this was back in 2015, and she worked on my campaign. And after session, most of my staff, it was too much for them, and they left. I don't remember.
Would the gentlelady yield for final question?
No.
Final question, Senator.
I think we're done. Thank you.
The gentlelady does not yield.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Senator Spruill.
Thank you, Madam President. Now, I ask the bill be engrossed, advanced to its third reading.
The question is, shall the bill now be engrossed in advance to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading. Senator Spruill.
Now, Madam President, I ask to suspend the rules and waive the third reading.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading be waived on Senate Joint Resolution 273? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The rules are suspended and the third constitutional reading is dispensed with. Senator Spruill.
Now, Madam President, I ask that the resolution be agreed to.
The question is, shall the resolution be agreed to? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The resolution is agreed to. Chair recognizes the senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Madam President, I would inquire of the clerk, are we finally done?
Yes, sir.
Thank God. Awesome.
Chair recognizes Senator Norman, the gentleman from James City County.
Madam President, a very brief point of personal privilege, and I recognize that everyone is annoyed and wants to leave the chambers.
The senator has the floor.
You know, I was thinking once again tonight that I am a dinosaur that is wandering through the Jurassic Age, because I find this one of the most disappointing nights of my career in the Senate of Virginia. And you've heard me comment before that we have migrated away from the tradition and decorum. And really, these unflattering comments and assaulting comments that have been exchanged on both sides about some of these candidates, in my perspective, should have been completely avoided. It did not, and it should not have taken place on the floor of the Senate, where traditionally we have demonstrated greater restraint and greater traditional respect. That is why we have a committee process. Every judge that comes before this body is given the opportunity to have an interview before a committee. And it is before the committee that decisions are made. And it occurs to me, and even though I don't sit on some of these committees, that many of these issues that have been publicly vetted before everyone in Virginia tonight could have and should have been done on committee, even if we had to refer the resolutions back to committee. And I think there is complicity on both sides. I am embarrassed by what has happened. I am embarrassed with myself with having complicity by not having exercised more leadership, and therefore by silence having complicity. But I genuinely hope that we will reflect on this and that it does not migrate to judges. Thank you, Madam President.
Is there any other business to come before the Senate? Hearing none, Chair calls on, I'm sorry, I jumped ahead. The clerk will announce any announcements on the desk.
Today, Tuesday, February 7th, Privileges and Elections will not meet. I know that was a surprise. The Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources will not meet. Tomorrow, Wednesday, February 8th, the Women's Legislative Roundtable will meet at 8:30 a.m., Tidewater Room, 4th floor, Truist Building. The Committee on Finance and Appropriations will meet at 9 a.m., Committee Room B, Pocahontas. The Democratic Caucus will meet at 11:30 a.m., Senate Room 1 in the Capitol. The Republican Caucus will meet at 11:30 a.m., Senate Room 2 in the Capitol. In regard to the budget process, refer to your pink sheet. Amendments were distributed today. Make sure to have them with you on Thursday. Any floor amendments to the budget bill must be drafted by Finance and Appropriations staff and submitted to the front desk, Nathan and Michael, by 5 p.m. Wednesday, February 8th. Senators must submit a list of those amendments they plan to remove from the block or object to the front desk, Nathan and Michael, by 5 p.m. on Wednesday, February the 8th.
Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, the gentleman from Fairfax City.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On adjournment, we're going to have the world's shortest meeting of the Ag Committee so we can dispose of one bill, which we just need to pass by.
Chair calls on Senator Lucas, the gentlelady from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until 12 noon tomorrow.
The question is, shall the Senate now adjourn until 12 noon tomorrow? Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate stands now adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.